The Ash Tree by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Ash Tree by M.R. James. Everyone who has travelled over eastern England knows the smaller country houses with which it is studded. The rather dank little buildings, usually in the Italian style, surrounded with parks of some 80 to 100 acres. For me, they have always had a very strong attraction, with the grey paling of split oak, the noble trees, the meres with their reed beds, and the line of distant woods. Then, I like the pillared portico, perhaps stuck onto a red brick Queen Anne house which has been faced with stucco to bring it into line with the Grecian taste of the end of the 18th century. The hall inside, going up to the roof, which hall ought always to be provided with a gallery and a small organ. I like the library too, where you may find anything from a psalter of the 13th century to a Shakespeare quarto. I like the pictures, of course. And perhaps most of all, I like fancying what life in such a house was when it was first built, and in the piping times of landlord's prosperity, and not least now, when, if money is not so plentiful, taste is more varied and life quite as interesting. I wish to have one of these houses, and enough money to keep it together and entertain my friends in it modestly. But this is a digression. I have to tell you of a curious series of events which happened in such a house as I have tried to describe. It is Castringham Hall in Suffolk. I think a good deal has been done to the building since the period of my story, but the essential features I have sketched are still there. Italian portico, square block of white houses, older inside than out, park with fringe of woods and mere. The one feature that marked out the house from a score of others is gone. As you looked at it from the park, you saw on the right a great old ash tree growing within half a dozen yards of the wall, and almost or quite touching the building with its branches. I suppose it had stood there ever since Castringham ceased to be a fortified place, and since the moat was filled in and the Elizabethan dwelling house built. At any rate, it had well nigh attained its full dimensions in the year 1690. In that year, the district in which the hall is situated was the scene of a number of witch trials. It will be long, I think, before we arrive at a just estimate of the amount of solid reason, if there was any, which lay at the root of the universal fear of witches in old times. Whether the persons accused of this offence really did imagine that they were possessed of unusual powers of any kind, or whether they had had the will, at least, if not the power, of doing mischief to their neighbours, or whether all the confessions, of which there are so many, were extorted by the mere cruelty of the witch-finders. These are the questions which are not, I fancy, yet solved. And the present narrative gives me pause. I cannot altogether sweep it away as mere invention. The reader must judge for himself. Castringham contributed a victim to the auto da fe. Mrs. Mothersell was her name, and she differed from the ordinary run of village witches, only in being rather better off and in a more influential position. Efforts were made to save her by several reputable farmers of the parish. They did their best to testify to her character, and showed considerable anxiety as to the verdict of the jury. But what seems to have been fatal to the woman was the evidence of the then proprietor of Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew Fell. He deposed to having watched her on 3 different occasions from his window, at the full of the moon, gathering sprigs from the ash tree near my house. She had climbed into the branches, clad only in her shift, and was cutting off small twigs with a peculiarly curved knife. And as she did so, she seemed to be talking to herself. On each occasion, Sir Matthew had done his best to capture the woman, but she had always taken alarm at some accidental noise he had made, and all he could see when he got down to the garden was a hare running across the park in the direction of the village. On the third night, he had been at the pains to follow at his best speed, and had gone straight to Mrs. Mothersole's house, but he had had to wait a quarter of an hour battering at her door, and then she had come out very cross and apparently very sleepy, as if just out of bed, and he had no good explanation to offer of his visit. Mainly on this evidence, though there was much more of a less striking and unusual kind from other parishioners, Mrs. Mothersole was found guilty and condemned to die. She was hanged a week after the trial, with 5 or 6 more unhappy creatures at Bury St Edmunds. Sir Matthew Fell, then Deputy Sheriff, was present at the execution. It was a damp, drizzly March morning when the cart made its way up the rough grass hill outside Northgate, where the gallows stood. The other victims were apathetic or broken down with misery, but Mrs. Mothersole was, as in life so in death, of a very different temper. Her poisonous rage, as a reporter of the time puts it, did so work upon the bystanders, yea, even upon the hangman, that it was constantly affirmed of all that saw her that she presented the living aspect of a mad devil. Yet she offered no resistance to the officers of the law, only she looked upon those that laid hands upon her with so direful and venomous an aspect that, as one of them afterwards assured me, the mere thought of it preyed inwardly upon his mind for 6 months after. However, all that she is reported to have said was the seemingly meaningless words, "There will be guests at the hall," which she repeated more than once in an undertone. Sir Matthew Fell was not unimpressed by the bearing of the woman. He had some talk upon the matter with the vicar of his parish, with whom he travelled home after the assize business was over. His evidence at the trial had not been very willingly given. He was not specially infected with the witch-finding mania, but he declared then and afterwards that he could not give any other account of the matter than that he had given, and that he could not possibly have been mistaken as to what he saw. The whole transaction had been repugnant to him, for he was a man who liked to be on pleasant terms with those about him, but he saw a duty to be done in this business, and he had done it. That seems to have been the gist of his sentiments, and the vicar applauded it, as any reasonable man must have done. A few weeks after, when the moon of May was at the full, vicar and squire met again in the park, and walked to the hall together. Lady Fell was with her mother, who was dangerously ill, and Sir Matthew was alone at home, so the vicar, Mr. Crome, was easily persuaded to take a late supper at the hall. Sir Matthew was not very good company this evening. The talk ran chiefly on family and parish matters, and, as luck would have it, Sir Matthew made a memorandum in writing of certain wishes or intentions of his regarding his estates, which afterwards proved exceedingly useful. When Mr. Crome thought of starting for home, about 9:30, Sir Matthew and he took a preliminary turn on the gravelled walk at the back of the house. The only incident that struck Mr. Crome was this. They were in sight of the ash tree which I described as growing near the windows of the building, when Sir Matthew stopped and said, "What is that runs up and down the stem of the ash? It is never a squirrel. They will all be in their nests by now." The vicar looked and saw the moving creature, but he could make nothing of its colour in the moonlight. The sharp outline, however, seen for an instant, was imprinted on his brain, and he could have sworn, he said, though it sounded foolish, that, squirrel or not, it had more than 4 legs. Still, not much was to be made of the momentary vision, and the 2 men parted. They may have met since then, but it was not for a score of years. Next day, Sir Matthew Fell was not downstairs at 6 in the morning, as was his custom, nor at 7, nor yet at 8. Hereupon the servants went and knocked at his chamber door. I need not prolong the description of their anxious listenings and renewed batterings on the panels. The door was opened at last from the outside, and they found their master dead and black. So much you have guessed. That there were any marks of violence did not at the moment appear, but the window was open. One of the men went to fetch the parson, and then, by his directions, rode on to give notice to the coroner. Mr. Crome himself went as quick as he might to the hall, and was shown to the room where the dead man lay. He has left some notes among his papers which show how genuine a respect and sorrow was felt for Sir Matthew, and there is also this passage, which I transcribe for the sake of the light it throws upon the course of events, and also upon the common beliefs of the time. There was not any the least trace of an entrance having been forced to the chamber, but the casement stood open, as my poor friend would always have it in this season. He had his evening drink of small ale in a silver vessel of about a pint measure, and tonight had not drunk it out. This drink was examined by the physician from Bury, Mr. Hodgkins, who could not, however, as he afterwards declared upon his oath before the coroner's quest, discover that any matter of a venomous kind was present in it. For, as was natural, in the great swelling and blackness of the corpse, there was talk made among the neighbours of poison. The body was very much disordered as it laid in the bed, being twisted after so extreme a sort as gave too probable conjecture that my worthy friend and patron had expired in great pain and agony. And what is as yet unexplained, and to myself the argument of some horrid and artful design in the perpetrators of this barbarous murder, was this, that the women which were entrusted with the laying out of the corpse and washing it, being both sad persons and very well respected in their mournful profession, came to me in a great pain and distress, both of mind and body, saying, what was indeed confirmed upon the first view, that they had no sooner touched the breast of the corpse with their naked hands than they were sensible of a more than ordinary violent smart and aching in their palms, which, with their whole forearms, in no long time swelled so immoderately, the pain still continuing that, as afterwards proved, during many weeks they were forced to lay by the exercise of their calling, and yet no mark seen on the skin. Upon hearing this, I sent for the physician, who was still in the house, and we made as careful a proof as we were able by the help of a small magnifying lens of crystal of the condition of the skin on this part of the body, but could not detect with the instrument we had any matter of importance beyond a couple of small punctures or pricks, which we then concluded were the spots by which the poison might be introduced, remembering that ring of Pope Borgia, with other known specimens of the horrid art of the Italian poisoners of the last age. So much is to be said of the symptoms seen on the corpse. As to what I am to add, it is merely my own experiment, and to be left to posterity to judge whether there be anything of value therein. There was, on the table by the bedside, a Bible of the small size, in which my friend, punctual as in matters of less moment, so in this more weighty one, used nightly, and upon his first rising, to read a set portion. And I, taking it up, not without a tear duly paid to him, which from the study of this poorer adumbration was now passed to the contemplation of its great original, it came into my thoughts, as at such moments of helplessness we are prone to catch at any the least glimmer that makes promise of light, to make trial of that old and by many accounted superstitious practice of drawing the sources, of which a principal instance, in the case of his late sacred majesty the blessed martyr King Charles and my Lord Falkland, was now much talked of. I must needs admit that by my trial not much assistance was afforded me. Yet, as the cause and origin of these dreadful events may hereafter be searched out, I set down the results. In the case it may be found that they pointed the true quarter of the mischief to a quicker intelligence than my own. I made then 3 trials, opening the book and placing my finger upon certain words, which gave in the first these words from Luke 8:7. Cut it down. In the second, Isaiah 8:20. It shall never be inhabited. And upon the third experiment, Job 39:30. Her young ones also suck up blood. This is all that need be quoted from Mr. Crome's papers. Sir Matthew Fell was duly coffined and laid into the earth, and his funeral sermon, preached by Mr. Crome on the following Sunday, has been printed under the title of The Unsearchable Way, or England's Danger and the Malicious Dealings of Antichrist, it being the vicar's view, as well as that most commonly held in the neighbourhood, that the squire was the victim of a recrudescence of the popish plot. His son, Sir Matthew II, succeeded to the title and estates, and so ends the first act of the Castringham tragedy. It is to be mentioned, though the fact is not surprising, that the new baronet did not occupy the room in which his father had died, nor indeed was it slept in by anyone but an occasional visitor during the whole of his occupation. He died in 1735, and I do not find that anything particular marked his reign, save a curiously constant mortality among his cattle and livestock in general, which showed a tendency to increase slightly as time went on. Those who are interested in the details will find a statistical account in a letter to the Gentleman's Magazine of 1772, which draws the facts from the baronet's own papers. He put an end to it at last by a very simple expedient, that of shutting up all his beasts in sheds at night, and keeping no sheep in his park. For he had noticed that nothing was ever attacked that spent the night indoors. After that, the disorder confined itself to wild birds and beasts of chase. But as we have no good account of the symptoms, and as all-night watching was quite unproductive of any clue, I do not dwell on what the Suffolk farmers called the Castringham sickness. The second Sir Matthew died in 1735, as I said, and was duly succeeded by his son, Sir Richard. It was in his time that the great family pew was built out on the north side of the parish church. So large were the squire's ideas that several of the graves on that unhallowed side of the building had to be disturbed to satisfy his requirements. Among them was that of Mrs. Mothersell, the position of which was accurately known thanks to a note on a plan of the church and yard, both made by Mr. Crome. A certain amount of interest was excited in the village when it was known that the famous witch, who was still remembered by a few, was to be exhumed, and the feeling of surprise, and indeed disquiet, was very strong when it was found out that, though her coffin was fairly sound and unbroken, there was no trace whatever inside it of a body, bones or dust. Indeed, it is a curious phenomenon, for at the time of her burying, no such things were dreamt of as resurrection men, and it is difficult to conceive any rational motive for stealing a body otherwise than for the uses of the dissecting room. The incident revived for a time all the stories of witch trials and of the exploits of the witches, dormant for 40 years, and Sir Richard's orders that the coffin should be burnt were thought by a good many to be rather foolhardy, though they were duly carried out. Sir Richard was a pestilent innovator, it is certain. Before his time, the hall had been a fine block of the mellowest red brick. But Sir Richard had travelled in Italy and become infected with the Italian taste, and having more money than his predecessors, he determined to leave an Italian palace where he had found an English house. So stucco and ashlar masked the brick, Some indifferent Roman marbles were planted about in the entrance hall and gardens. A reproduction of the Sibyl's Temple at Tivoli was erected on the opposite bank of the Mere, and Castringham took on an entirely new and, I must say, a less engaging aspect. But it was much admired and served as a model to a good many of the neighbouring gentry in after years. One morning, it was in 1754, Sir Richard woke after a night of discomfort. It had been windy, and his chimney had smoked persistently, and yet it was so cold that he must keep up a fire. Also, something had so rattled about the window that no man could get a moment's peace. Further, there was the prospect of several guests of position arriving in the course of the day, who would expect sport of some kind, and the inroads of the distemper, which continued among his game, had been lately so serious that he was afraid for his reputation as a game preserver. But what really touched him most nearly was the other matter of his sleepless night. He could certainly not sleep in that room again. That was the chief subject of his meditations at breakfast, and after it he began a systematic examination of the rooms to see which would suit his notions best. It was long before he found one. This had a window with an eastern aspect, and that with a northern. This door the servants would be always passing, and he did not like the bedstead in that. No, he must have a room with a western lookout, so that the sun could not wake him early, and it must be out of the way of the business of the house. The housekeeper was at the end of her resources. "Well, Sir Richard," she said, "you know that there is but one room like that in the house." "Which may that be?" said Sir Richard. "And that is Sir Matthew's, the west chamber." "Well, put me in there, for there I'll lie tonight," said her master. "Which way is it? Ah, here, to be sure." And he hurried off. "Oh, Sir Richard, but no one has slept there these 40 years. The air has hardly been changed since Sir Matthew died there." Thus she spoke, and rustled after him. "Come, open the door, Mrs. Chiddock. I'll see the chamber at least." So it was opened, and indeed the smell was very close and earthy. Sir Richard crossed to the window, and impatiently, as was his wont, threw the shutters back and flung open the casement. For this end of the house was one which the alterations had barely touched, grown up as it was with the great ash tree, and being otherwise concealed from view. "Air it, Mrs. Chiddock, all today, and move my bed furniture in the afternoon. Put the Bishop of Kilmore in my old room." "Pray, Sir Richard," said a new voice, breaking in on this speech, "might I have the favour of a moment's interview?" Sir Richard turned round and saw a man in black in the doorway, who bowed. "I must ask your indulgence for this intrusion, Sir Richard. You will, perhaps, hardly remember me. My name is William Crome, and my grandfather was vicar here in your grandfather's time." "Well, sir," said Sir Richard, "the name of Crome is always a passport to Castringham. I am glad to renew a friendship of 2 generations' standing. In what can I serve you? For your hour of calling, and if I do not mistake you, your bearing shows you to be in some haste." "That is no more than the truth, sir. I am riding from Norwich to Bury St. Edmunds with what haste I can make, and I have called in on my way to leave you with some papers which we have but just come upon in looking over what my grandfather left at his death. It is thought you may find some matters of family interest in them." "You are mighty obliging, Mr. Crome, and if you will be so good as to follow me to the parlour and drink a glass of wine, we will take a first look at these same papers together. And you, Mrs. Chiddock, as I said, be about airing this chamber. Yes, it is here my grandfather... Yes, the tree perhaps does make the place a little dampish. No, I do not wish to listen to any more. Make no difficulties, I beg. You have your orders. Go. Will you follow me, sir?" They went to the study. The packet which young Mr. Crome had brought — he was then just become a Fellow of Clare Hall in Cambridge, I may say, and subsequently brought out a respectable edition of Polyarmus — contained, among other things, the notes which the old vicar had made upon the occasion of Sir Matthew Fell's death. And for the first time, Sir Richard was confronted with the enigmatical Sortes Biblicae, which you have heard. They amused him a good deal. "Well," he said, "my grandfather's Bible gave one prudent piece of advice: cut it down. If that stands for the ash tree, he may rest assured I shall not neglect it. Such a nest of catarrhs and eggs was never seen." The parlour contained the family books, which, pending the arrival of a collection which Sir Richard had made in Italy, and the building of a proper room to receive them, were not many in number. Sir Richard looked up from the paper to the bookcase. "I wonder," says he, "whether the old prophet is there yet. I fancy I see him." Crossing the room, he took out a dumpy Bible, which, sure enough, bore on the flyleaf the inscription: "To Matthew Fell, from his loving godmother, Anne Aldous, 2nd of September, 1659. It would be no bad plan to test him again, Mr. Crome. I will wager we get a couple of names in the chronicles. What have we here? 'Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be.' Well, well, your grandfather would have made a fine omen of that, eh? No more profits for me. They are all in a tale. And now, Mr. Crome, I am infinitely obliged to you for your packet. You will, I fear, be impatient to get on. Pray, allow me another glass." So, with offers of hospitality which were genuinely meant, for Sir Richard thought well of the young man's address and manner, they parted. In the afternoon came the guests: the Bishop of Kilmore, Lady Mary Hervey, Sir William Kentfield, etc. Dinner at 5, wine, cards, supper, and dispersal to bed. Next morning, Sir Richard is disinclined to take his gun with the rest. He talks with the Bishop of Kilmore. This prelate, unlike a good many of the Irish bishops of his day, had visited his see, and indeed resided there for some considerable time. This morning, as the two were walking along the terrace and talking over the alterations and improvements in the house, the bishop said, pointing to the window of the west room, "You could never get one of my Irish flock to occupy that room, Sir Richard." "Why is that, my lord?" "It is, in fact, my own." "Well, our Irish peasantry will always have it that it brings the worst of luck to sleep near an ash tree, and you have a fine growth of ash not 2 yards from your chamber window, perhaps." The bishop went on with a smile. "It has given you a touch of its quality already, for you do not seem, if I may say it, so much the fresher for your night's rest as your friends would like to see you." "Well, that, or something else, it is true, cost me my sleep from 12 to 4, my lord. But the tree is to come down tomorrow, so I shall not hear much more from it." "I applaud your determination. It can hardly be wholesome to have the air you breathe strained, as it were, through all that leafage." "Your lordship is right there, I think. But I had not my window open last night. It was rather the noise that went on, no doubt from the twigs sweeping the glass, that kept me open-eyed." "I think that can hardly be, Sir Richard. Here, you see it from this point. None of these nearest branches even can touch your casement unless there were a gale, and there was none of that last night. They missed the panes by a foot." "No, sir, true. What then will it be, I wonder, that scratched and rustled so? Aye, and covered the dust on my sill with lines and marks." At last they agreed that the rats must have come up through the ivy. That was the bishop's idea, and Sir Richard jumped at it. So the day passed quietly, and night came, and the party dispersed to their rooms and wished Sir Richard a better night. And now we are in his bedroom, with the light out and the squire in bed. The room is over the kitchen, and the night outside still and warm, so the window stands open. There is very little light about the bedstead, but there is a strange movement there. It seems as if Sir Richard were moving his head rapidly to and fro, with only the slightest possible sound. And now you would guess, so deceptive is the half-darkness, that he had several heads, round and brownish, which move back and forward, even as low as his chest. It is a horrible illusion. Is it nothing more? There! Something drops off the bed with a soft plump, like a kitten, and is out of the window in a flash. Another, 4, and after that, there is quiet again.
Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be.
As with Sir Matthew, so with Sir Richard, dead and black in his bed. A pale and silent party of guests and servants gathered under the window when the news was known. Italian poisoners, popish emissaries, infected air. All these and more guesses were hazarded, and the Bishop of Kilmore looked at the tree, in the fork of whose lower boughs a white tomcat was crouching, looking down the hollow which years had gnawed in the trunk. It was watching something inside the tree with great interest. Suddenly, it got up and craned over the hole. Then a bit of the edge on which it stood gave way, and it went slithering in. Everyone looked up at the noise of the fall. It is known to most of us that a cat can cry, but few of us have heard, I hope, such a yell as came out of the trunk of the great ash. 2 or 3 screams there were. The witnesses are not sure which, and then a slight and muffled noise of some commotion or struggling was all that came. But Lady Mary Hervey fainted outright, and the housekeeper stopped her ears and fled till she fell on the terrace. The Bishop of Kilmore and Sir William Kentfield stayed, yet even they were daunted, though it was only at the cry of a cat, and Sir William swallowed once or twice before he could say, "There is something more than we know of in that tree, my lord. I am for an instant search." And this was agreed upon. A ladder was brought, and one of the gardeners went up, and, looking down the hollow, could detect nothing but a few dim indications of something moving. They got a lantern and let it down by a rope. "We must get at the bottom of this. My life upon it, my lord, but the secret of these terrible deaths is there." Up went the gardener again with the lantern, and let it down the hole cautiously. They saw the yellow light upon his face as he bent over, and saw his face struck with an incredulous terror and loathing before he cried out in a dreadful voice and fell back from the ladder, where, happily, he was caught by 2 of the men, letting the lantern fall inside the tree. He was in a dead faint, and it was some time before any word could be got from him. By then they had something else to look at. The lantern must have broken at the bottom, and the light in it caught upon dry leaves and rubbish that lay there. For in a few minutes a dense smoke began to come up, and then flame, and, to be short, the tree was in a blaze. The bystanders made a ring at some yards' distance, and Sir William and the Bishop sent men to get what weapons and tools they could, for clearly whatever might be using the tree as its lair would be forced out by the fire. So it was. First, at the fork, they saw a round body covered with fire, the size of a man's head, appear very suddenly, then seem to collapse and fall back. This 5 or 6 times. Then a similar ball leapt into the air and fell on the grass, where after a moment it lay still. The bishop went as near as he dared to it, and saw what but the remains of an enormous spider, veinous and seared. And as the fire burned lower down, more terrible bodies like this began to break out from the trunk, and it was seen that these were covered with greyish hair. All that day the ash burnt, and until it fell to pieces the men stood about it, and from time to time killed the brutes as they darted out. At last there was a long interval when none appeared, and they cautiously closed in and examined the roots of the tree. "They found," says the Bishop of Kilmore, "below it a rounded hollow place in the earth, wherein were 2 or 3 bodies of these creatures that had plainly been smothered by the smoke. And what is to me more curious, at the side of this den, against the wall, was crouching the anatomy or skeleton of a human being, with the skin dried upon the bones, having some remains of black hair, which was pronounced by those that examined it to be undoubtedly the body of a woman, and clearly dead for a period of 50 years. End of The Ash Tree by M.R. James. Recording by Kevin Romain. Veliko Tarnovo, Bulgaria, 15th of April, 2021.
The Brown Mouse by Edward Parrish Ware. From Weird Tales, April 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Brown Mouse by Edward Parrish Ware. As I climbed the stairway, I was cautious only that I was bent upon overtaking the vague form of a man, slim and youthful, whose face attracted me strangely. The question beat in my brain: who is he? If I could get my hands upon him, compel him to look straight into my eyes, his identity would immediately become fixed. Of that I was sure. But he seemed to float rather than walk, always just out of my reach. The chase, begun in a cafe on Lower Broadway, had led me through many weary miles of streets, slippery with rain, and almost deserted. Miles away, the pursuit ended in a grim old studio building, much favored by writers, artists, and others who follow loose trades. I knew the place. In fact, someone whose name I could not quite recall lived there. On the stairway of the building, I overtook my quarry, but he would not suffer himself to be taken. He mounted upward. So did I. Presently, on the second landing, he relented, stood still. I approached with hands outstretched, poised on the balls of my feet, lunged. With mocking laughter trailing behind him, he rose, seemingly without effort, and floated to the head of the stairs. There he paused on the topmost tread, turning. God in heaven, it was myself I looked at. Myself, only younger, ages younger. Then the figure faded, lost its importance. There was something in my mouth, something smooth and round like an apple, but I could not bite it. For an instant, just an instant, I became almost normal, sufficiently so to recognize my surroundings. I was on my knees before the door of my own apartment in the studio building, and the doorknob was in my mouth. With a key, or it may have been my pocket knife, I was striving to unlock the hall radiator, which was near at hand. Back of me, someone laughed. I got up and looked toward the sound. Something danced in my vision, something brown, formless. It had eyes, though, brown ones. I could see them, nothing more. No hands, no head, no mouth. Then I saw that it did have a mouth, and the mouth was smiling. I became indignant. I threatened, but to no purpose. The figure remained, approached. The smiling mouth shaped words. He who shall shaketh the cocktail, by the cocktail shall he also be shaken. were the words the mouth shaped. I took the matter under advisement. Someone wanted me to shake in a cocktail. Well, if I could only find out who wanted it. Was it person or thing there near me? Then I recognized it. Mouse. By its eyes I knew it. Mouse, I repeated, laughing immoderately. Little brown mouse. Little brown mouse. Little brown... Now it requires at least an hour for the average man to make up his mind to get out of bed in the morning after such a night as I had been spending for many, many months. I am different. My powers of recuperation are, as yet, scarcely impaired. That morning, I did not wake of my own accord. A mouse, a brown one, gnawed at my hand and brought me bolt upright. I shook it off, and it became a woman, a brown-eyed woman, a woman who laughed. I buried my head in the covers, and when I looked out again, the vision had gone. Sitting there upon a couch, fully dressed except for my shoes, which stood on a chair nearby, and my coat which hung over the back of it, I pieced together the events of the previous night, all that I could recall. I had lunched with an editor that day, an editor who used to think well of my work, and who once held the opinion that it would, in time, even excel that done by my father, in his time considered a master of the short story. His opinion had undergone a change, however. He no longer even considered my work, the little that I did, but for old time's sake, he desired to reason with me concerning my future, which, he said, I was throwing away. You are allowing the fortune your father built up with his pen to become a stumbling block in the way of yours, was the way he summed it up. As a result of that luncheon, I promised to get down to work and to send the results to my former friend as soon as any materialized. I meant to do so, of course, but habit proved too strong. I left the cafe where we had lunched and sought one further down Broadway, where one could get, in a secluded room in the building, tiny glasses of that precious fluid that is at once a curse and an exaltation, a bitterness and a sweet of all sweets. Absinthe. Dear God above, what vicious stuff it is that they give us now in the name of absinthe. Once, in its clear, green, sparkling thrall, one might find the sweet exaltation of noble dreams, the spiritual elevation wrought by a vision of the streets of heaven, with soft-eyed angels hovering near. Now, in its yellow, muddied depths, one sinks as if in a false woman's arms, to deception, confusion, death. Yet we cling. But why complain? The power to soothe is there, to deaden the brain throbbing with the fading pulses of things that might have lived. It was in that cafe that the chase of the night before began, that pursuit of an absinthe-created vision of my former self, the self I might have been. I got up from the couch and stood looking at my shoes, side by side upon the chair. The laces had been untied, instead of merely slipped, in hard knots, off the catches, as they were wont to be when I was indisposed. That seemed odd to me. My coat, too, should have been lying upon the floor instead of being carefully draped over the back of a chair. None of those things was my handiwork. That I knew. The conclusion was inevitable. Someone had assisted me into my room and removed a part of my clothing. I became conscious of a penetrating odor, the odor of violence. Was it the woman? I remember her now, laughing lips, merry brown eyes and all. Brown Mouse, I had called her. Who was she? Was she real, or just a fantasy of my own. The coat and shoes argued that she was very real indeed. I wondered if she was someone I knew, but could not believe it so. I had to give it up. My mental condition did not sanction lucid thought. That night, and the next, and the next, I returned home more like my old self, the self of the stairway, than I had been in months. But I saw nothing of the woman who I could think of only as the brown mouse. Then, one night a week after our first encounter, I saw her again. She knelt on the rug before the grate in my room, tugging at my shoes. One of them came off, and a wad of banknotes fell out. She looked up at me with a face that was white and drawn, pinched. She started to speak. Then, getting up, she placed the bills in a dresser drawer. I found them there the next morning. The odor of violets was strong in the room. How she came and when she went, I could not recall. Just one glimpse of her, there on the rug, was all my memory would yield. During the week that followed, I fairly haunted the old building, actually making myself offensive, peering into the faces of the women who came and went. Nothing came of it. I could not rid myself of the thought of her. At night, she haunted my dreams. During the next month, I was conscious that she had been with me upon at least 4 occasions. A new picture of her would flit across my mind, elusive as always, or the odor of violets would saturate my senses. Needless to say, I was not myself upon any of these occasions. On one of these scarcely remembered visits, she had wept, pleaded with me. But what it was she pleaded for, or who the object of it was, I could not remember. I could recall, though, that she had no longer smiled, and I wondered. One night, 6 weeks after I first saw the brown mouse, as I still thought of her, I came home bad, very bad, worse than I had ever been before. When I awoke the following morning, I knew that she had been with me the night before. Her presence, typified by the violet perfume, still lingered. I strove to bring her back to me, as she must have looked when there, but my brain was too dead, too sodden. Then I realized that my hand was gripping something tightly. It was a slip of paper, covered with writing in a fine hand. My eyes attained a normal focus. I read, "The brown mouse will not come again. It is afraid, terribly afraid, and it is going away. Perhaps, if it had been possible for you to have helped me, you would. I know you would. That night when the money fell from your shoe. Oh, how I was tempted. I needed it so. Hunger makes us do such strange things. It cheapens virtue, destroys it. But it shall not cheapen or destroy mine. Oh, if a mouse could indulge a human hope, it would be that you will draw back from the abyss before it is too late. May it hope that you will?" No heading, no signature. Gone. I leapt out of bed. What did the brown mouse fear? Was she afraid of me? Or was it something else that threatened her? My brain reeled dizzily. I felt very ill. Try as I would, I could not fathom the meaning of the words she had written. Curse the day the green goddess of dreams first lay her cloying lips on mine. Was the brown mouse afraid of me? Oh, no, no, no. I would not harm her for the world. But I read the letter again and understood. Starving, going down in the unequal battle of feminine frailty pitted against the world, she had sought help from me, and I was in no condition to help anyone, not even myself. Money, I could have given her that, would have beggared myself for her. Then a terrible thought shot through my brain. Could it be that she was afraid of herself, as I had often been of myself? And did she contemplate the easy way out, as I, too, had contemplated it? Was that what she meant when she said she was going away? Slipping into a dressing gown, I ran out into the corridor. I would find the janitor. He would know where she lived in the building. He had denied all knowledge of her when I questioned him before, but now he would tell, or I would choke the words out of him. At the rear of the long hall, I stopped suddenly. From a partly open doorway came the odor of violets, strong, sickeningly strong. With mad longing to find her and to protect her from the things she feared, no matter what it might be, I pushed the door ajar and entered. The room was in darkness, save where the light from behind me trailed across the floor, and out of the gloom something leapt at me. It was the sickening odor of violets, so intense it seemed to my distraught mind a thing alive. I stepped further into the room, and something swayed before me, something white and vague. Then it took form in the semi-darkness, a slender white body, scarcely veiled by the shapeless gauze thing about it, swung gently to and fro beneath the chandelier, one rigid white foot reaching downward as if seeking something to rest upon. Someone shrieked. Long afterward, I knew that it was I. Blindly, I fell beneath the swaying figure under the chandelier. I took the rigid foot into my hand and breathed upon it, trying to warm it, muttering over and over, broken, senseless, useless words. The End of The Brown Mouse by Edward Parrish Ware.
Fog by Dana Burnett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Fog by Dana Burnett. I had come out of the city, where storytelling is a manufactured science, to the country, where storytelling is a byproduct of life. Mr. Siles had arrived to paint my piazza, as per a roundabout agreement between my cook, my cook's cousin, my cook's cousin's wife, who had been a Miss Siles, and finally Mr. Siles himself. If that sentence is somewhat involved, so was my contract with Mr. Siles. In the country, a semicircle is the shortest line between 2 points. I came at the strange story of Wessel's Andy in something of the same circuitous manner. Mr. Siles, as I have said, had arrived to paint my piazza, but after a long look at the heavens and the heaving sea, he opined that it would be a wet day and that the painting had best be left till tomorrow. I demurred. I was acquainted with the tomorrows of this drowsy Maine village. But while we were arguing the point, a white ghost began to roll in from the deep. "Fog," said Mr. Siles. "Yes," I admitted grudgingly. He stared into the thickening mist with an expression that puzzled me. I have seen the same look upon the face of a child compelled to face the dark alone. "I mistrust it," said Mr. Siles simply. "Mistrust the fog?" He nodded, his iron-gray beard quivering with the intensity of the ascent. "Take it in a gale of wind," he said. "That's honest weather, though it blows a man's soul to kingdom come. But fog—" "I suppose strange things do happen in it," I replied. "It was a chance shot, but it struck home." "Strange!" cried Mr. Siles. "You may well say strange. There was something happened right here in this village." I settled myself comfortably against the naked piazza railing, and Mr. Siles told me this story. He was born 1,000 miles from Deepwater. His folks were small farmers in a Middle Western grain state, and he was due to inherit the farm. But almost before he could talk, they knew he was a queer one. They knew he was no more farmer than he was college professor. He was a land hater from the beginning. He hated the look and the feel and the smell of it. He told me afterward that turning a furrow with a plow set his teeth on edge, like when you scrape your fingernail along a piece of silk. His name was Andy. When he was about 13-year-old, he found a picture of a ship in a newspaper. It was like a glimpse of another world. He cut it out and pasted it on the attic wall over his bed. He used to look at it 100 times a day. He used to get up in the middle of the night and light a match and look at it. Got so, Andy's father came up early one morning with a can of whitewash and blotted the whole thing out against the wall. The boy didn't say a word until the ship was gone. Then he laughed, crazy sort of laugh. "That's the way they go," he says, "right into the fog," he says, "and never come out again." He was sick after that, some sort of a fever. I guess it made him a little delirious. He told me he was afraid they were going to blot him out, same as the picture. Used to dream he was smothering to death, pleasant things like that. Queer, too. When the fever finally burned out of him, he was nothing but skin and bones. His people saw he was too sickly to work, so they let him mope around by himself. He used to spend most of his time in the woodshed, whittling pine models of that whitewashed schooner. He was known all through those parts as Wessel's Andy, Wessel being his family's name. See for yourself what Wessel's Andy meant. It didn't mean Andrew Wessel, by the grace of God, free, white, and 21. It meant that good-for-nothing brain-crack boy over to Wessel's. That's what it amounted to in plain words. But the strange thing about that name was how it followed him. It came east 1,000 miles, and there wasn't a town but it crawled into on its belly, like a snake into long grass. And it poisoned each place for him, so that he kept moving on, always toward deep water. It used to puzzle him how strangers knew to call his name hindside foremost. 'Twasn't any puzzle to me. He hadn't been in my place 2 minutes asking for a job, but I say, "What's your name?" And he says, staring hard at the model of the Lucky Star schooner that hung over my counter, "I'm Wessel's Andy," he says, never taking his eyes off the schooner. Likely he'd done the same absent-minded trick all along the road, though not for just that reason. I recollect the evening he came into my place. I was keeping a ship's supply store in those days, fittings and supplies down by the old wharf. He shuffled in toward sundown, his belongings done up in a handkerchief, his clothes covered half an inch thick with dust. "I want a job," says he. "What kind of a job?" says I. "Oh, anything," says he. "All right," I told him. "You can start in here tomorrow. I've been looking for somebody to help around the store." Then I asked him his name, and he answered, "Wessel's Andy." Some of the boys was standing round and heard him say it. He was never called anything but Wessel's Andy from that time on. Quietest young fellow ever I saw. Plenty willing to work, but not very strong. I paid him $4 a week and let him bunk in with me at the back of the store. He would have made more money somewheres else, but he wouldn't go. Naturally, there were a good many seafaring men in and out of the shop, and some evenings they used to sit around yarning to one another. Often I've seen Wessel's Andy hunched up on a soapbox behind the counter, his eyes burning and blinking at the model of the Lucky Star on the opposite wall, his head bent to catch the boys' stories. Seemed as if he couldn't get enough of ships in the sea. And yet he was afraid to go himself. I found that out one night when we were locking up after the boys had gone. "Have you ever felt yourself to be a coward, Mr. Siles?" he says, in one of his queer fits of talking. "Why, as for that," I says, "I guess I've been pretty good and scared a time or two." "Oh, I don't mean that," he says. "I don't mean scared. I mean afraid, day and night, sleeping and waking." "No," I says, "and nobody else with good sense would be. Ain't nothing in this world to frighten a man steady like that, unless it's his own sin." Wessel's Andy shook his head, smiling a little. "Maybe not in this world," says he, white and quiet. "But how about other worlds?" "What are you driving at?" says I. "You mean ghosts?" "Not ghosts," he says, lowering his voice and looking out the side window to where the surf was pawing the sand. "Just the feeling of ghosts." "Come to bed," I says. "You worked too hard today." "No, please, let me tell you. Please sit up a while. This is one of the times when I can talk." He grabbed my hand and pulled me down to a chair. His fingers were as cold as ice. Then he dragged his soapbox out from the counter and sat opposite me a few feet away. "I'll tell you how I know I'm a coward. he says, and he told me everything up to the time of his leaving home. You see, he says, I had to come. It was in me to come east. I've been 4 years working my way to open water, and I've had a hell of a time. But it was in me to come. There's been a ship behind my eyes ever since I can remember. Waking or sleeping, I see that ship. It's a schooner like the Lucky Star there, with all her topsails set, and she's disappearing in a fog. I know, he says, looking at me so strange and sad it sent the shivers down my back. I know I belong aboard of that ship. All right, I says, though I didn't think anything of his queer talk. All right, then go aboard of her. You'll find 100 vessels up and down the coast that look like the Lucky Star. Not to a seafaring man, maybe, but you're a farmer. You couldn't tell one from t'other. Take your pick of the lot, I says, and go aboard of her like a man. But he just smiled at me, a sickly sort of smile. There's only one, he says. There's only one, Mr. Siles. When she comes, I'll go aboard of her, but I won't go like a man. Then all at once he jumped up with a kind of moaning noise and stood shaking like a leaf, staring out the window at the sea. There, he says, kind of choking. There, I saw it then. Oh, God, I saw it then. I grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him. You saw what? I says, tell me. His fingers dug into my arm like so many steel hooks. At the end of the old wharf, a sail. Look, don't you see it? I forced him down onto the soapbox. Sit there, I says, and don't be a fool. It's low tide, I says, and there ain't enough water off the old wharf to float a dory. I saw it, he says, dragging the words out slow as death. I saw it, just as I always knew I would. That's what I came east for, 1,000 miles. And I'm afraid to go aboard of her. I'm afraid, 'cause I don't know what it's for. He was rocking himself back and forth like a crazy man, so I ran and got a drop of whiskey from the back room. Here, I says, drink this. He swallowed it straight like so much water. In a few minutes he quieted. Now then, I says, you come to bed. This night's entertainment is over. But it wasn't. About midnight I woke up with the feeling that something was wrong. First thing I saw was the lamp burning high and bright. Next thing was Wessel's Andy sitting in his underclothes on the edge of the bunk, my whiskey flask in his hands. Mr. Siles, says he, as straight and polite as a dancing master, though his eyes burned, I have made free with your whiskey. I have drunk it all, I think. Great Jehoshaphat, I says, there was pretty nigh a quart in that flask. I hope you don't begrudge it, says he, still smooth as wax, because it has made me feel like a man, Mr. Siles, like a man. I could talk and even laugh a little, I think. Usually, I can only feel. Usually, I'm afraid. Afraid of what, Mr. Siles? Afraid of going aboard without knowing what for. That's the fear to eat your heart out, Mr. Siles. That's the fear to freeze your blood, than not knowing what for. I was wide awake by this time and wondering how I could get him back to bed. I didn't want to lay hands on him any more than you want to lay hands on a person with a nightmare. So I started to argue with him, like one friend to another. We were a queer-looking pair, I'll warrant, sitting there in our underclothes facing each other. Look here, I says, calm as a judge. If it's your fate to ship aboard of a vessel, why don't you go peaceable and leave the reasons for it to God Almighty? Ain't anything holding you, is there? There is something holding me, he says, and then, very low, what is it, Mr. Siles, that holds a man back from the sea? Saints and skittles, I says, jolted out of my play acting. You ain't gone and fallen in love, have you? He didn't answer, just sat there staring at me, his face whiter than I ever saw a living man's face. Then all at once he turned his head, exactly as he would have done if a third person had walked into the room. He was gazing straight at the lamp now. His eyes had a sort of dazzled look. No, he says, no, I won't tell that. It's too beautiful. And before I could jump to catch him, he pitched into a dead faint onto the floor. It was 2 or 3 days before he was well enough to go to work again. During that time, he hardly spoke a word. But one afternoon, he came to me. Mr. Siles, he said, I'm queer, but I'm not crazy. You've been kind to me, and I wanted you to know it wasn't that. There are people in this world, he said, whose lives aren't laid down according to the general rule. I'm one of them. and that's all he ever said about his actions the night he drank the whiskey. It was a week or so later that Wessel's Andy heard the story of Captain Salisbury and the Lucky Star. I suppose he was bound to hear it sooner or later, it being a favorite yarn with the boys. But the way of his hearing it was an accident at that. One afternoon late, a fisherman from Gloucester put into the harbor. He had carried away some running gear on his way to the Newfoundland banks and was stopping into port to refit. After supper, the skipper came into the shop, where the boys was sitting round as usual. First thing he saw was that model of the Lucky Star on the wall. "What has become of Dan Salisbury?" says he, squinting aloft. "What has become of Dan Salisbury that used to go mackerelin with the fleet?" So they told him what had become of Dan Salisbury, 3 or 4 of them pitching in together. But finally it was left to old Jem Haskins to tell the story. In the first place, Jem had the longest wind, and in the second place, his cousin Allie used to keep house for Captain Dan. So Jem knew the ins and outs of the story better than any of the rest. As he began to talk, I saw Wessel's Andy pick up a soapbox and creep closer, and this is the story that he heard. Captain Dan Salisbury was a deep-sea fisherman, owner and master of the schooner Lucky Star. He'd been born and raised in the village, and was one of its favorite citizens. He was a fine big man to look at, quiet and unassuming in his ways, and fair in his dealing, a ship and ashore. If ever a man deserved to be happy, Dan Salisbury deserved it. But somehow happiness didn't come to him. First, his wife died. He laid her in a little plot of ground on the hill back of his house, took his year-old girl baby aboard the Lucky Star, and sailed for God knows where. He was gone 10 months. Then he came back, opened his cottage on Salisbury Hill, and set out to make little Hope Salisbury the richest girl in the village. He pretty nigh did it, too. His luck was supernatural. His catches were talked about up and down the coast. He became a rich man, according to village standards. Hope Salisbury grew up to be the prettiest girl in town. She was never very strong, taken after her mother in that way, and there was an air about her that kept folks at a distance. It wasn't uppish or mean. She was just as kind as an angel, and just about as far away as one. There wasn't a youngster in the village but would have died to have her, but she scared him speechless with her strange quiet talk and her big misty eyes. Folks said Hope Salisbury wouldn't look at a man, and they were right. She looked straight through him. It worried Captain Dan. He didn't want to get rid of Hope by a long shot, but he knew he was failing, and he wanted to see her settled with a nice dependable boy who could take care of her after he'd gone. There was a man for every woman, said Captain Dan, but Hope didn't seem to find her man. She got quieter and quieter, lonelier and lonelier, till the captain decided something was wrong somewhere. So he asked her straight out if there was anybody she wanted, anybody she cared enough about to marry. She said no, there wasn't. But she said it so queer that the captain began to suspect it was a case of the poor child loving somebody who didn't love her. It took him a long time to find the courage to ask the question, but when he did, she only smiled and shook her head. "Hope," says the captain, "there's only one thing in the world that makes a young girl wilt like you're wilting, and that's love. Tell me, what is it you want, and we'll go searching the 7 seas till we find it." "I don't know what it is myself," the girl answered. "It's as though I was in love with someone I had met long ago and then lost." "Lost can be found," said the captain. "We'll go round the world in the Lucky Star." Within a month's time, the old schooner was overhauled and refitted and made ready for sea. It was June when she sailed out of the harbor, but she hadn't gone far enough to clear the cape when a fog shut down and hid her from sight. Most of the village was standing on the wharf to wave goodbye, but they never saw the Lucky Star again. The fog lasted all day and all night, and by morning of the second day, Captain Dan Salisbury and his daughter were a part of the blue mystery across the horizon. They never came back. The Lucky Star was lost with all hands in the big blow off Hatteras 2 years ago this summer. So little Hope Salisbury never found her man, and that branch of the Salisbury family died, root, stock, and branch. As old Jem broke off, I glanced at Wessel's Andy. The boy was crouched forward on his soapbox, his eyes burning like 2 coals in the shadow. When he saw me looking at him, he shrank back like a clam into its shell. That night, as we were undressing in the back room, he turned to me all of a sudden. "Mr. Siles," says he, "is there a picture of Miss Hope Salisbury in this village?" "Why," I answered, "I don't know as there is, and I don't know as there isn't. Come to think, I guess Captain Dan's cousin Ed Salisbury might have a likeness. He inherited most of the captain's property. Probably found one in the family album." "Which house is Ed Salisbury's?" "Third to the right after you climb the hill."
You aren't thinking of going up there tonight, are you? Wessel's Andy was kind of smiling to himself. He didn't answer my question, but he got into bed all right and proper, turned his face to the wall, and was soon breathing quiet and regular. I never suspected for a minute that he was shamming. It was just 4 o'clock in the morning when the telephone in the store began to ring. I looked at the clock as I jumped up to answer the call. I was on a party wire. My call was 13, 1 long and 3 shorts. I'd never thought about it being unlucky till that minute, but it struck me cold to hear that old bell boring through the early morning silence. "Hello," I says, taking down the receiver. "This Ed Salisbury," said the other party. "Come up to my house right away and take your crazy clerk off my hands. I found him sitting in the parlor when I came down to start the fires. Asked him what he was doing, and he said he'd come to steal things. If you ain't up here in 15 minutes, I'll call the deputy sheriff." I was up there in less than 15 minutes. I cursed that fool boy every step of the way, but I went. I don't know why I took such trouble about him. Maybe I was a part of that fate of his. Ed met me at the door of his cottage. "Siles," says he, "there's something queer about this. It's against nature. That boy, I've been talking to him, swears he came up here last night to steal. Pried open one of the front windows and got into the parlor. That's enough to send him to jail for a good long bit, but I'm blessed if I want to send him. I've got a suspicion that the lad is lying, though why any human should lie himself into the penitentiary instead of out of it, blamed if I know. You got any ideas on the subject?" "What was he doing when you found him?" says I. "Well, that was funny, too. He was sitting at the table with the lamp lit, as home-like as you please, and what? Looking at that old family album of ours. Ed," I says, "I'll go bond for that boy. Don't say anything about this down at the village. Someday I'll tell you why he came up here at the dead of night to peek into that old album of yours. It ain't quite clear in my own mind yet, but it's getting clearer." "Queer how he just looked at me when I came in the door," says Ed. "Just as though he was the one belonged here and I was the trespasser. His eyes." "I know," I said. "Where's the boy, Ed? I'll take him home now." "He's in the kitchen," Ed answered, kind of sheepish, "eating breakfast. Salisbury's always were the biggest-hearted folk in the village." So I took Wessel's Andy back to the store, but instead of talking to him like I meant to, I never so much as opened my mouth the whole way home. I couldn't. He looked too happy. It's the first time I'd seen him look anything but glum and piquant. Now he was a changed man. There was a light on his face, and when I say light, I mean light. Once he burst out laughing, and it wasn't the sort of laugh that comes from thinking of something funny. It was just as though he'd seen some great trouble turned inside out and found it lined with joy. He made me think of a bridegroom somehow, striding along there in the early dawn. I believe he would have gone straight on past the store, but for my hand on his arm, he followed me into the back room like a blind man, and there for the first time he spoke. "I shan't work today," he says, drawing a deep breath. Again, I thought of a bridegroom. "No," I says, "you'll go to bed and get some sleep." "Yes," he says, "I must sleep." He began to peel off his clothes, and when I came back an hour later, he was sleeping like a baby and smiling. He slept well into the afternoon. Then he got up, shaved, washed, and put on the best clothes he owned. He didn't have only the one suit, but he brushed it till it looked like new. Instead of the blue shirt that he wore around the shop, he had on a white one with a standing collar and a white tie. I found him standing by the window in the back room, looking out to sea. "Mr. Siles," he says, not turning round, "I'm going to leave you." "Leave?" I says. "Yes." "When you going?" "Soon," he says, and then he faced me. "That ship," he says, "that ship I told you about." He was speaking slow and quiet. "It's coming for me very soon. I shan't have to wait much longer now. I feel that it is near, and I'm glad." "I thought you didn't want to go," I said, trying to get at the real meaning of his words. I felt like a man in a dark room that's reaching for something he knows is there, but can't quite locate. "That was yesterday," he says, smiling like he'd smiled in his sleep. "Today I'm glad. Today I want to go. It's the natural thing to do now. It's so natural and good that I don't mind talking about it anymore. Sit down," he says, "and I'll tell you. You've been my friend and you ought to know." I sat down, feeling kind of weak in the knees. By this time it was beginning to grow dark. A slight mist was forming on the water. "I've already told you," he says, "about the ship that was always behind my eyes. there was something else, Mr. Siles, something I've never told a living soul. Ever since I was a little boy, I've been seeing a face. It was a child's face to begin with, but it grew as I grew. It was like a beautiful flower that changes, but is always the same. At first I only dreamed it, but as I grew older, I used to see it quite clearly, both day and night. I saw it more and more frequently until lately, he put his hand to his eyes. It's become a living part of me. It's a woman's face, Mr. Siles, and it calls me. Until last night, I'd never connected this face in any way with the ship and the fog. You see, one was the most beautiful thing in the world, the only beautiful thing in my world, and the other was horrible. But it called me too. I was afraid that I would have to go before I found her. He leaned forward and put his hand on my knee. Mr. Siles, says he, in the voice of a man speaking of his bride, I saw that face last night in Mr. Salisbury's old album. It was the face of Hope Salisbury. I jumped up and away from him. My brain had been warning me all along that something like this was coming, but it was a shock just the same. She's dead, I says. She's dead. It was the only thing I could think to say. My mouth was dry as a bone. Words wouldn't come to me. Oh no, he cried, and his voice rang. Oh no, Mr. Siles, there's no such thing as being dead. There are more worlds than one, he says. As many more as a man needs, he says. This is only a poor breath of a world. There are others. I know, he says, and laughed. I know how it is with men. They think because their eyes closed and their mouths are still and their hearts stop beating that it's the end of happiness. And maybe it is with some, I can't say. Maybe if folks are entirely happy in this world, they don't need the others. But it's every man's right to be happy, Mr. Siles, and the Lord God knows his business. Trust him, Mr. Siles, trust him. Don't I know? I used to be afraid, but now I see how it is. Lord help me, I says. What am I to do? Why, nothing, he says, patting my knee. It's all right, Mr. Siles. You go ahead with your life, he says, the same as though I never come into it. Take all the happiness you can get, Mr. Siles, for that's as God intended, but never think it ends here. I couldn't look at him. There was a blur before my eyes. I got up and went out of the store, heading down to the beach. I wanted to be alone, to sit quietly and think. My brain was spinning like a weathercock in a gale. I must have blundered up the beach a good 2 miles before I noticed that the mist was thickening. I stopped dead still and watched it creep in, blotting the blue water as it came. It was like the white sheet that a stage magician drops between him and the audience just before he does his great trick. I wondered what was going on behind it. The sun was setting behind Salisbury Hill. There was a sort of glow to the fog. It began to shine like a piece of old silver that's been rubbed with a rag. All at once I heard Wessel's Andy say, clear as a bell, Mr. Siles, I am going to leave you. I turned toward home, walking fast, but something kept pestering me to hurry. I began to run, but I couldn't get ahead of the black fear that was driving me. I saw Wessel's Andy standing at the window and looking out to sea. I heard him say, it's coming for me very soon. I ran till my heart pounded in my side. The beach curved before me like the blade of a scythe, with the old wharf for the handle. The edge of it was glistening in the afterglow, and the surf broke against it like rain against the knife. I was still half a mile from home when I saw a single figure walk out on that shining blade and stand with his arms folded, staring into the fog. It was Wessel's Andy. I tried to run faster, but the sand caught my feet. It was like trying to run in a dream. I called and shouted to him, but he didn't hear. All the shouting in the world wouldn't have stopped him then. Suddenly, he threw out his arms and walked down into the water. It was so near by that time that I could see his face. It was like a lamp in the mist. I called again, but he was in the surf now, and there were other voices in his ears. A wave broke over his shoulders. He struggled on, his hands kinda groping ahead of him. I caught another glimpse of his face. He was smiling. I gathered myself to jump. I remember the foam on the sand and the water swirling underfoot and the new wave making and the fog overall. I remember thinking of the strong tide and how little a man looked in the sea. And then I saw the lucky star. I would have known her anywhere. She was just hauling out of the mist on the starboard tack, with all her canvas set. As I looked, she melted in the fog, she that should have been lying fathoms deep, and after that I only saw her by glances. But I saw her plain. She was no color at all, and there wasn't the sign of a light to mark her, but she came bow on through the water that wouldn't have floated a dory, closer and closer till I could make out the people on her decks. They were like statues carved out of haze. There was a great figure at the wheel and others up forward in smoky oilskins, and at the lee rail I saw a young girl leaning against the shrouds, one hand to her heart, the other held out as though to tear aside the mist. I was in the water and it was cold. A wave picked me up and carried me forward. I saw Wessel's Andy floundering in the trough ahead of me. I swam for him. My hand touched his shoulder. He twisted half about and looked at me. His hair was like matted seaweed over his eyes, and his face was as pale as the dead. But again, in all that wildness, I thought of a bridegroom. A great wave with a cruel curved edge lifted above us. I made ready to dive, but he flung out his arms and waited. I saw white bows riding the crest of it, and the silver belly of a drawing jib, and it seemed to me I heard a laugh. Then the wave hit me. When I came to, I was lying on the beach with some of the boys bending over me. They had heard me shouting and arrived just in time to pull me away from the tide. They never found him. They said it was because of the strong undertow. But I knew better. I knew that Wessel's Andy had gone aboard of his vessel at last, and that all was well with him. Mr. Siles stopped abruptly and drew his hand across his eyes. I found myself staring at the gray wall of fog as though it had been the final curtain of a play. I longed for it to lift, if only for an instant, that I might see the actors out of their parts. But the veil was not drawn aside. Then I heard someone speaking monotonously of a piazza that would be painted on the morrow, and turning a moment later saw Mr. Siles just vanishing in the mist, a smoky figure solely inhabiting an intangible world. I went into my house and closed the door. End of Fog. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Hunger by Frank Owen. From Weird Tales, February 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Hunger by Frank Owen. All his life, Mel Curran had been hungry. He had never known the pleasure of sitting down to a good meal. Hunger is a rat that gnaws at a man's stomach, as if it were an empty, untenanted house whose beams were sagging. Mel Curran was not a credit to humanity, but then neither was humanity a credit to him. He was undersized, underfed, and his mind was not normal. He believed that the dusk shadows of evening were haunted by all sorts of weird ghosts and wraiths. He was more credulous than a child. He believed everything he heard, everything that was told to him, no matter how fantastic or preposterous. He believed that the night was filled with creeping, crawling things, that sleep was a dreadful state. Every night he fought against it. He subjected himself to physical pain to escape the horrors of unconsciousness. He held the lids of his eyes open so that the black horror could not creep in. All night long he kept a candle burning beside his bed so that the whirling, plunging, closing net of darkness would not close down upon him. Sometimes he groaned and shrieked in terror, and the sounds of his anguish echoed weirdly through the dank, cobweb-draped cellar in which he dwelt. For hours he would fight off the plague of sleep, but eventually, inevitably, from sheer exhaustion, he would succumb to it. Another of his eccentricities was his total vagueness regarding numbers. To him, 1, 6, 7, or any other numerical was merely a word without meaning, and not infrequently his vision also became jumbled. He would see the same man 2 or 3 times at once. He never knew how many men were walking toward him. Sometimes it would be only one man, and he would appear like 4, or, as not infrequently happened, it would be 4 men, and they would appear to him like 1. There were times when he walked smack into a person, because his distorted vision had taken the person for a group. The same phenomenon was true of buildings, of trees, of automobiles, of stairways. When he walked down a subway stairs, he walked as gingerly as if he were walking on eggs, for it was as if he were trying to descend several flights of stairs at once, and he was unaware which he was really treading upon. His life was filled with horrors and tragedies, with fears and desires and dim hopes that never were realized. But greater than all his desires was the supreme wish for a good meal. He was well past 60 and very thin, like a wisp of straw. He was very tall, and his clothes were greasy and green with age. His eyes always shone fanatically, and they bore a searching, hunted, haunted look. Sometimes he would spy a filthy crust of bread by the curbstone. Immediately he would rush forward and devour it, as if all the people in New York had perceived it also, and were pursuing it. Not infrequently, the bit of crust would seem multiplied to 4 or 5 pieces, and he would grovel and whine pitifully when he could find only one. He was a familiar sight on the waterfronts, creeping about like an ugly shadow, sinister, ominous, dangerous, as if bent on some uncanny, dreadful mission. And yet his mission was purely an endless search for food to appease the loathsome, gnawing rat that was clawing at his stomach. Hunger. 2. One night he stood before a window in a small restaurant on South Street. The window was a vault containing the most precious of all jewels, food. He licked his dry lips with his dog-like tongue. In the moonlight, his teeth glistened like fangs. The gums seemed drawn back from them to permit greater ease in chewing. In the window was a cold-boiled ham, a huge cake, a box of strawberries, and a few garnishings of vegetables. But in his vision, all this was multiplied. There was enough food for an army. His mouth watered so that the froth dripped from his lips at the corners. Everything on earth was blotted out. He had found food. He gazed furtively about to see that no one was approaching. Then, deliberately, he climbed up the side of the door, as if he had been a jungle beast. It was quite easy to climb through the huge transom above the door, which, fortunately, was wide open. The next moment he was in the restaurant, and the ham had been snatched from the window. In his frenzy, he crouched upon the floor, chewing at it, as if he were a dog. All caution had fled from him. He fairly gloated over his prize, grunting and growling with satisfaction. The restaurant proprietor dwelt upstairs. He heard the commotion and rose stealthily from his bed. He seized a huge revolver, so large that it appeared like a cannon, and crept downstairs. Mel Curran, on his knees, was fawning over the ham. For a moment the restaurant proprietor gazed on him. Every nerve in his body revolted at the sight. He could not help shuddering. Then he pulled himself together. "Throw up your hands!" he cried angrily. Mel Curran only whined and chewed at the ham all the more ferociously. Then the revolver went off, whether deliberately or accidentally, will never be known. Mel Curran was not touched, but the crash of the shot brought back to him a bit of rationality. He realized that his precious food was about to be taken from him. With a cry of rage, he sprang to his feet. He seized the first thing his hand fell upon. It was an enormous platter, a platter that must have weighed a dozen pounds. With all his force, he brought it down upon the intruder's head. With a groan, the restaurant proprietor sank to the floor. Then Mel Curran returned to his precious food. He crouched over the huge ham as if it were a child, and he were intent on protecting it. The next moment the doors were burst open, and the street mob surged in. It was headed by two burly policemen, who dragged him away from all that was dearest to him on earth. 2 months later, for the first time in his life, Mel Curran sat down to a feast fit for the gods. A turkey dinner with all the usual Yuletide trimmings. There was cranberry sauce, plum pudding, all sorts of fruits and nuts, an enormous mince pie. He sat down and ate slowly and deliberately. For the moment, his vision was normal. First, he ate to appease the gnawing of the rat. Then he continued eating purely for his own pleasure. At last, the appetite of his life was satisfied. When the meal was finished, he drank 3 cups of coffee and a glass of cider. Then he smoked a huge cigar. He heaved a sigh of satisfaction. He had not lived in vain. When his meal was finished, he was given a somber black suit. Wonderfully content, he arrayed himself in it. Everybody was trying to outdo everybody else in being nice to him. A chaplain came to see him, a man whose face was truly beautiful, beautiful with a calm and restful peace. "Have you anything to say, my brother?" the chaplain asked in a voice that was soft as the wind through the treetops. "Nothing," replied Mel Curran contentedly. "That was the finest meal I ever ate. I shall never forget it." The chaplain placed his hands on his shoulders and prayed aloud. It was all very wonderful, Mel thought. It seemed rather fine to have people taking such an interest in him. Then the gate of his cell was thrown open, and he was led to a grim, gray chamber in which stood the electric chair. He gazed upon the scene blankly. He wondered what they were going to do with so many chairs. Without a word, they led him to the gruesome chair. He sat down comfortably, as if it were good to rest after such an enormous meal. He gazed at the little group of spectators who sat grimly in a huddled bunch on one side of the room. Their faces were chalk-like in the shadows. To him, the score of people seemed a multitude, and their gaze was centered on him as if he were a personage of prominence or an actor in a splendid play. Someone stepped forward and placed a black cap over his eyes. That was good. Now he could sleep. Then other hands began fastening buckles about his legs and other parts of his body. That was very foolish. He was not going away. He was going to sleep. Then the guards stepped back. There was a moment of utter silence, a silence so intense that it was almost deafening. The next instant, the prison lights flickered dim, then bright again, then dim. Mel Curran would never be hungry again. The end of Hunger by Frank Owen. The Last Cigarette by Greya Laspina, From Weird Tales Magazine, March 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Last Cigarette by Grail Espina. Milton Wheeler's thick-set body shivered as he put a match to the wick of the oil heater, noting mechanically that the reservoir was almost empty. Before he could get more oil, he would have to settle the already large bill owing the grocer. He paced the floor to stir his torpid circulation, rubbing his stubby hands together briskly. His gray suit was much too light for November, and his undergarments, repeatedly darned and patched by Agnes's hand, too thin to yield their original warmth. He owed the tailor for the new black overcoat. As for the underwear, he would first have to pay for last summer's things, and for the new black hat, before ordering other garments. A black suit he had not quite dared to order. Not that the tailor had actually asked for money, but he had observed casually that he wouldn't send his little bill until after the funeral. After the funeral. Milton shivered again, this time not from cold. Everything was coming in after the funeral. He felt that Agnes had dealt him almost a personal blow by dying. Without her cooperation, how could he keep up his pretenses? It would be a few days only before his hated rival would learn upon how small a foundation had been built Milton's house of sham. That Benson, who had in everything but the winning of Agnes triumphed over him, should learn of his failure to make a success financially, was to Milton a frightful tragedy. Milton had had a few $1,000s in bank and a fair salary at the laboratory when he married Agnes, winning her from Benson, who had large private means. It was the first time since the two had been boys in school together that Milton had triumphed over the other man. It had been indescribably galling to him to think that Benson would ever learn how much Agnes had lost in marrying a poorer man. Agnes had rebelled at this deception in the beginning. She did not care, she said. But then she saw how keenly Milton felt about it, how his every thought was turned in the one direction. Poor girl. Her first unkind act had been her desertion of him at this critical moment. Milton had managed to fool everybody. He had kept up a lavish establishment, spending his principal freely. He had bought Agnes everything that could make the impression of unlimited means upon the rejected Benson, whose keen eyes, he fancied, were always upon him. Agnes's death, however, found him penniless, without a position, confronting a mountain of unpaid bills. Rent, unsettled for 4 months. Groceries. The sum was almost staggering. Butcher. How could they have consumed such quantities of meat? The doctor. Somehow this account had mounted up to much more than Milton had anticipated. There must have been many visits to the office, of which Agnes's husband was ignorant. She must have kept her sickness from him a much longer time than he had realized. To the doctor's statement, Milton had pinned, with sardonic humor, bills from the druggist, the florist, the undertaker. Then there was the coal bill, laundry bills, ice bills. The sum of these items marshaled itself before him with malignant triumph, conveying to his shrinking spirit the overwhelming provision of defeat. Men were being turned away everywhere. He might be months finding another such position as he had been holding for 4 years. He might raise money to settle the appalling total of the debt by paying the exorbitant interest rate of some loan shark. But even this was to be only a temporary relief. Discovery of his castle of pretense was inevitable, and to him, disclosure of the real facts meant such complete, such utter ruin, that the bare idea bowed him down into the very dust of humiliation. He could see Benson's smile. There was only one way out: death. It was distasteful to him because his death, under present circumstances, would mean the disclosure of what he had for 3 years been struggling to conceal. His death, with the revelation of that appalling sum total of debt, would make him the subject of derision for his rival. If there were only some way to escape without bearing his sordid secret to the world. He whipped his dull mind into unwilling concentration. And then, suddenly, he had it. Within the dusk, the little heater cast a circle of friendly radiance. Milton threw a glance upward. The lamp hook, in the great beam across the middle of the ceiling, looked strong enough. In the laundry there was plenty of good rope. He would bring up a stepladder. Half an hour later he jimmied open from the outside one of the study windows, giving on the garden. The gusty November air swirled into the room, setting the curtains aflutter. Upon the floor under his writing desk he laid a $10 bill, as if it had been accidentally dropped by hurried fingers. The balance of his last week's salary he tore carefully into small bits and burned, scattering the ashes on the night wind from the open window. He pulled out both desk drawers, tossed their contents upon the table and floor as if some unlicensed intruder had gone through them hastily. Upon the bronze tray on his desk he lay a sheet of paper, inscribed with a few terse, carefully thought-out words. He had disposed of all his securities, he wrote, to charities in which he and his wife had been interested, but had left sufficient cash in the desk drawer to settle all outstanding accounts against his estate. He chuckled as he wrote, a humorless sound, and then shrugged his thick shoulders. Finished. I cannot live without Agnes. I am going to join her. In those last moments he was capping the edifice of sham with the most marvelous of cupolas. He was putting the finishing touch to a work which for 3 years had been the driving force in his life. From boyhood, he had had the worst of it from Benson, always. Now Benson would be unable to smile in that slow, exasperating way of his. No, Benson would be obliged to think of him with astonished admiration. He felt malicious enjoyment as he surveyed the indications of burglary, and the note that so well covered the traces of his supposed wealth. The fools would believe he had killed himself out of grief at the loss of his wife. They would continue to admire and envy him, and his secret would remain undiscovered. Everything was ready. He lighted a cigarette, contently. When he had finished this last smoke, he would climb the ladder, adjust the rope. It would be the greatest triumph of his life, after all, this death. His only regret was that he could not be there to enjoy the effect of the stupendous climax. His cigarette finished, he flung the butt away and mounted the ladder. He felt gingerly of the rope knotted around his neck, shuddering involuntarily. If it were not that by dying he was making his secret secure for all time. After all, it was the only way. Setting his teeth, he pushed against the ladder with both feet. It toppled to the floor with a crash. As his body was whirled about by the tautening rope, a flare from the bronze tray on the desk caught Milton's eye. In that last poignant moment, he had the mortification of observing that the cigarette butt had fallen upon and ignited the suicide note, that curled, crisped, blackened to an indecipherable ash before his agonized eyes. The end of The Last Cigarette by Greya Laspina. The last entry in the Diary of R.Q.P. by Meredith Byers. From Weird Tales, May 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Last Entry in the Diary of RQP by Meredith Byers. January 27th, near midnight. It has been a long, trying, and very unusual evening. I do not understand why I should be treated in this way. I admit that I was a bit hasty in losing my temper at Bronte, but when a man takes it into his head to talk as he did to my wife right under my nose, I'm going to rough him up a bit, even though he is my friend and my guest. I got the worst of it anyway. We clinched for a moment and then unclinched a little too suddenly. My head hit the corner of the mantel and it knocked me out for a second. They lifted me to the couch. And then the strange part. They refused to stay in the same room with me. I followed them up, but they completely ignored me. Bronte took his hat and coat and ran indignantly from the house without permitting me even to tell him that I was sorry. And I really was sorry. I had carried the thing too far. It was meant as a joke, probably. I took it entirely too seriously. I always do. And there's another strange thing. Helen wouldn't have anything to do with me after that. She pretended not to see me, and when I started to apologize, she screamed and rushed from the room. And then when I followed her upstairs to bed, she carried on so that I had to come down here to the den. There's nothing to do but write. So I'm writing. Why, even the nurse would have nothing to do with me. I went up to the nursery the way I usually do, to look at the little things asleep in each other's arms, and she closed the door in my face. I was about to speak to her, but she came out again, brushing right by me without so much as turning her eyes in my direction. I wanted to cry. The children were so beautiful. That's really the only place to find innocence and happiness and understanding, with little children. I stayed a long while with them, and then the nurse came back, so I slipped out without her seeing me. It is all very strange. I have a curious feeling that there is something wrong that I don't know. I wonder if I could have done or said anything in that second after my head hit the mantel, something that I don't remember. I feel all hollow and lonesome, as if the whole world were against me. No one understands. Why, if only Helen would listen to me, if she would tell me the trouble, perhaps I could say something or do something that would make it all right again. No one wants to have things smooth and peaceful more than I do. I hear her coming down the stairs now. I am going to face her with it calmly, but I'll wait first and see what she is going to do. I'll sit here writing as if I didn't hear her, and see if she'll come to me. She's going to the door. I didn't know the bell rang. There's something so queer. She is letting in a lot of people, but I am not going to let them know I even hear them. I'm going to keep on writing. They are coming toward the landing here by the den. They are very silent. They are standing, looking at me. I must turn this sheet over so they won't see what I am writing. 4 minutes later. Oh my God! Let me tell you what happened before I faint. When I turned the sheet of paper over, Helen uttered a cry. I stood there in astonishment and found myself facing Helen and Bronte and 3 or 4 strange men. 2 of them were policemen. They were looking with such ghastly and horrified expressions, not at me, but at the pen I had just laid down. Oh God, I am growing weaker. Even now the pen seems to weigh 15 or 20 pounds. It is like trying to write with a steel rail. But I must tell you what she said, Helen, when they were staring into the den. She pointed with her fingers. "Do you see it?" she screamed in a hoarse voice. "The paper moved." "Yes, but the pen!" she shrieked. "Oh, God, Bronte, the pen! It was up in the air, writing all by itself, and nobody to hold it. Then she fainted, and they carried her into the parlor. I couldn't hold this pen up any longer. Everything is fading before my eyes, and I am seeing such strange things. Why, I can even see through the walls. Helen is stretched on the davenport, and the rest are bending over a form on the couch. I wonder who it could be. That's right where Bronte put me after I hit my head on the mantel. They are examining his head. I don't know who it is. It's all like a dream. A horrible... The end of The Last Entry in the Diary of R.Q.P. by Meredith Byers. The Last Trip by Archie Binns. From Weird Tales, August 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Ghastly Ride with Death. The Last Trip by Archie Binns. The driver congratulated himself on having only one more trip to make that night. It was nearly 11:30 when he brought the long-backed car up to the bus station on Pacific Street and let his passengers out. When he got back to Lewis, he would turn in for the night, and it was high time. A group of men stood waiting at the edge of the curb, and almost as soon as the bus had been emptied, it was full again. Butler looked around. 8 men occupied the 8 places in the tonneau. One more for the emergency seat and we're off, he thought, and while he was thinking it, the 9th man came to the curb and took the seat beside him. That's the way to get passengers, he told himself as he took up the fares. Just the right number and no waiting. It was something that had never happened before in his long experience as a driver. In less than a minute after arriving, he was jockeying the long back bus out through the traffic. He climbed the H Street hill, gathering speed on the lever, and slipped into overdrive without disturbing the clutch. It was a dark and windless night, and there was nothing to see but the pool of headlights on the road. In the darkened tonneau, 8 passengers sat like shadows, without speaking, nodding slightly with the motion of the car. Beside the driver, the 9th man looked steadily and silently into the darkness. Butler was annoyed. Anyone would say that I was driving them to a funeral, he thought. The light on the last house slipped by, and they rushed on between the dark walls of scrub pines that bordered the road. And no one had spoken a word. What a gang of passengers, he breathed to himself. Suddenly, the buzzer vibrated through the silence, and for some reason the man at the wheel started. "Driver, I want to get out here," a voice called from the darkness of the tonneau. Obediently, he put his foot on the pedals and brought the bus to a full stop with the handbrake. A man climbed out and disappeared into the darkness. The devil, the driver thought as he started on. I never saw a crossroad here. Again, the big car whined along in the overdrive, and not a word had been spoken except by the man who had gotten out. A nice party. 3 minutes later, the buzzer broke through the silence. "Driver!" Again, his feet reached for the pedals. "I want to get out here." The car came to a stop. A man got out, closed the door, and they rolled on. Is there any place for that man to go? Butler wondered. Anyway, it's too dark for him to see where we were. A small car, traveling rapidly, hummed by, and in some way it gave him a feeling of relief. He glanced back. In the moment of light, he saw the 6 remaining passengers in the tonneau, sitting like so many shadows, nodding slightly with the motion of the bus. Then the other car had passed. The night and the road seemed darker and uglier than before. Hardly a minute later, he was startled again by the harsh noise of the buzzer. "Driver, I want to get out here." The same voice, and the same blackness of the scrub pines. As the man got out, the driver put his head into the darkness and looked about. There might or might not have been some trail through the woods. He could not see. He used the throttle a little more. It may be some game that they're up to, he told himself. But if they want to rob me, why do they get out before they have their money's worth out of their fares? Now the bus was fairly swallowing up the road. Half an hour more of this, and we're brrr, the buzzer again. "Driver, I want to get out here." Butler did not put out his head to look this time. It seemed safer not to. Besides, he knew that there was no crossroad of any kind. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the man behind him in the emergency seat. Is he in this too? The driver wondered. Why can't he say something? But the fellow was still looking out into the darkness, without ever having moved his head. What a cursed black road, he muttered inside his chest. When the buzzer growled again, he started violently, because he had been listening tensely. "Driver, I want to get out here," he mimicked to himself, and his skin prickled all over when the words were repeated in exactly the same tone from the darkened tonneau. The fifth man got out. Butler drove on and did not look around. Without being fully conscious of it, he was driving faster than he ever had driven before. The lightened car rocked as it plunged on over the road. Why is it that the fewer there are, the more scared I am? He wondered. He listened intently for the buzzer, nearly started out of his seat at the first harsh vibration. "Driver, I want to get out here." And the sixth man disappeared into the blackness of the pines, where there was neither house nor trail. The two remaining men in the back of the car were silent as shadows. In the emergency seat, the other man had never moved, nor turned his head. I wish we could meet some other cars, the driver thought. He put on the brakes as the buzzer snarled again. "Driver, I want to get out here." The repeated sound of the buzzer and the voice was maddening. Again he stopped between the ugly walls of darkness, letting the seventh passenger out. 7 from 9 makes 2, he told himself, as the bus lunged on. If they start anything, I might be able to handle the two of them. If only the one beside me would turn around, or get out, or say something. And the long car shot rocking through the darkness, with only the driver, and the one shadow in the great tonneau, and the man who was looking intently into the blackness of the pines and the night. Butler gripped the wheel, and felt his hair prickle on his head. The one in the back was moving about. Perhaps he was reaching for the burp. The buzzer seemed attached to his nerves, racking them with its harsh vibrations. "Driver, I want to get out here." It was spoken in the same tone that the others had used, but each time it was repeated, it became more hateful and uncanny. He let the 8th man out. "Good night." "What?" the driver exclaimed. The 2 words had startled him unbelievably. The door had no sooner closed on the empty tonneau than the car was in motion again. Why had he started so when the man said good night? Passengers often did that. But spoken by the last of the 8, the words seemed to have a strange meaning. 8 from 9 makes 1, he assured himself, slipping into the overdrive again. But who is the one, and what is he up to? As if in answer, the man in the emergency seat took a deep breath, like a sigh, and turned from studying the darkness. It was a face that the driver had never seen before, smooth and pale, with dark, luminous eyes. The man folded his arms over his breast and spoke for the first time. "How far is the woodland cemetery?" Butler started violently and pressed the throttle. 5 miles, then he added. We're having a nice ride, aren't we?" The passenger laughed. "Ha ha! You are driving fast, Mr. Butler." He flinched at the weird sound of the laughter mingled with the rush of the car, and the mention of his name made him tremble, because he felt that he must do or say something. He observed, "Well, better introduce yourself, since we're riding together." "If you wish," was the cool reply. "My name is Death." "I didn't quite get it." "Death." The bus driver put his feet on the pedals. "This has gone far enough to suit me," he thought. "Better not," the man beside him remarked. "Do you see anything under my elbow?" In the dim light that was shed from the instrument board, he made out the muzzle of an automatic pistol, protruding slightly from under folded arms. "As you like," he agreed. "Where were we? Your name is Death, I believe. I suppose that is why you are going to the cemetery." "Exactly. That is why we are going to the cemetery." The driver felt a horrible chill coming over him. "We? I didn't know I was invited." "You were invited when I planned this ride." "So you planned it, eh, with the others getting out along the road?" "Exactly, so that we could go alone." The passenger began tapping on the footboards with his feet, keeping time with the swaying car. Butler tightened his grip on the wheel, shivering and snarling like a caged animal. "If you are Mr. Death, then it's the cemetery for you. But you might tell me, what's the idea of taking me along?" "By God," he burst out, "if you were carrying a scythe, as you are supposed to, instead of that pistol, I would take a chance on seeing if we both went there." "Death has tricked people before," the passenger observed coolly. "And hadn't you better think a minute and see if there's any reason for your going there?" "What the devil are you driving at? What have I done?" "You should remember." "Remember what?" The driver's heart pounded so that he could hear it above the roar of the motor, and the car that raced over the road seemed to be standing still in the horrible darkness. "So you don't remember?" "No. What is it?" "How far is it to the cemetery now?" "About 3 miles. Why?" "And still you don't remember?" "No. Who the devil are you?" "You have forgotten," the passenger cried, his eyes shining like those of a cat. "God, I wish I could forget. And you don't even remember." "But what is it I don't remember?" "Listen, when you were a bus driver here in 1918, did you once crowd a woman's car into a ditch?" "What is that to you?" "So you did." "Yes," the driver admitted sullenly. "What is that to you?" "What happened to the woman?" "The car turned over and she died." "But what was she to you?" "Everything." The passenger stared with mad intentness. Then he continued. "I would have died long ago if it hadn't been for her. I was blown up and shot to pieces, but I wouldn't die. Then, when I was ready to come home, I heard that you had killed her. But it wasn't my fault. I had to keep on schedule. That day..." He turned his face away from the wild, unnatural light in the man's eyes. Before him rose the scene that he had never let himself think of since the day it happened. The crowded bus tearing over the road to make up time. The gray roadster pushed to the edge of the ditch by the heavier vehicle. The gasp of the passengers, followed by a shriek that went up and up as the small car turned over and crumbled. The bus sliding to a stop with smoking brakes. The white-faced passengers crowding round. The delicate, drooping face of the girl, and the blood all over her white dress. The driver pressed the throttle as far down as it would go, trying to get away from the fearful picture. "So you killed us both. It was too much to stand. They brought me back, what was left of me, and put me away. I waited by chance until tonight when I came to find you." Still the picture floated before his eyes, while the shrieking pierced him through. And this madman, or ghost, was making him remember every detail. "How far is it to the cemetery now?" "A mile," Butler said between chattering teeth. "Good, we shall be on time." The bus lumbered swiftly down the hill, through the valley, and roared up the other slope, with the passenger beating time to its rhythm. As he neared the crest, the driver saw a faint light in the sky. Soon they would be on the open flat, in sight of the cemetery. "Quick, how far now?" "A quarter of a mile." His staring eyes were ready to burst, and the hair bristled on his head. The drooping face, the blood all over the white dress, and the shrieking filled his eyes and ears. "If I can only get past without stopping," he repeated to himself. The black iron fence came in sight. The dim gravestones flitted by like ghosts. Just ahead at the bend in the highway, the dark gateway of the cemetery rose against the sky. If he kept on the road at that turn, he would be safe in sight of the lights of the town. Butler winced fearfully as the car rocked over an unevenness in the road. The dark arch of the gateway seemed to draw his eyes toward it, like a magnet. "We are here!" the passenger cried, rising in his seat. The wheel twisted in the driver's hands, and the long-backed car careened and banked sharply. Then it plunged toward the cemetery, where the white gravestones stood waiting, row after row, like ghosts, to welcome his arrival. One side of the stone entrance leapt up before the car, and at the moment of the crash that sounded to the sky, there was a wild, triumphant burst of laughter, either from the mad passenger or the dead who were waiting. The end of The Last Trip by Archie Binns. The Man Who Dared to Know by Junius B. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Man Who Dared to Know by Junius B. Smith. The man who dared to know closed the book he was reading and studied its binding with the eye of a connoisseur. He had employed many experts to garner the data recorded on the engraved pages between its brownish-red flexible leather covers. It was the genealogical record of himself, James Windsor Burnett, the last of his line of Burnetts. He had started the work some 20 years before and had spent thousands of dollars on it, and at last had the complete book in his hands. He was glad to have finished his research. He would have traced his ancestry back to the dawn of creation. Perforce he stopped because a forebearer, who had come out of the wilderness, told not whence he had come. Well, it was quite a span. Himself at one end, at the other the ancestral being who had wooed with a club and talked a language now dead and forgotten. He thought of the money spent on this record. 100-fold more would he spend could he but vivify the pages and see the deeds of those who had gone before him. The room was lighted by a blazing fire of an open grate. He watched the dancing flames until his eyes were weary and his lids closed. He would let fancy weave a picture for each page of the record he had made. A strange voice called his name. The leg of the chair dragged with a muffled cadence across the soft carpeting of the room. He opened his eyes. Seated some 5 or 6 feet distant was a man of wonderful physique, dark complexioned, eyes with the glint of twin stars through a cloudless night. teeth of ivory showing as he smiled an unfathomable smile, and clasped the arms of the mahogany chair in which he sat. "You wish to see me?" It was a statement, positive and in even tone, as though the verb were used advisedly. "See you? Surely you are mistaken." "About your ancestors." Bornet sat upright. "Your pedigree is not complete," the visitor went on. "It is as complete as human research can make it." He shook his head. "I have records older than yours." Bornet's first annoyance had passed. Whoever he was, perhaps his visitor also made a hobby of genealogical research. Their lines might even merge at some point, as was frequently the case. A man had 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents, and so on, until theoretically the world would not have held the people a few generations would make. Practically, however, they run into each other. Lines came together time and again. Bloodstreams flowed like fluctuating rivers, leaving islands here and there, narrowing to a tenuous thread, spreading here and there, disappearing, perchance, as in the sands of the all-consuming desert. As for himself, he had traced his own blood back through devious channels until its source became lost in antiquity, the furthest removed authentic ancestor being he who had wooed with a club, had come out of the wilderness from nowhere, and had told no one who he was. Bornet leaned forward and regarded the other intently, eyes sparkling. "You have older records than mine? But tell me, give me proof. And you can charge your own price if they pass scrutiny." "My records are not for sale, but watch." He got up and crossed to a camera, of which Bornet, for the first time, became cognizant. He focused it against one pale green-tinted wall and waved a hand. "Behold, an ancestor of yours in the Stone Age, beating to death an animal for food. Observe the club he is using. Note the skins he is wearing for protection from the elements. See the hairy arms and legs, the knotted muscles, the low, receding forehead. Your blood and his are the same." It was all clever trickery, of course. Some graphic photographer was showing him fake pictures for a purpose not yet disclosed. Yet he said nothing, for another picture had come upon the wall. "I can show you the meanderings of your bloodstream from yourself, till your slimy ancestors come out of the sea. But if you look, it will destroy your peace of mind until you are gathered to your fathers." "And what does it profit you?" Bornet found voice to ask. "Kind must seek its kind, the restless consort with the restless. I would have company in my suffering." His manner was intensely serious. "Show me things no one but myself knows," Bornet temporized. The stranger turned to his camera, and Bornet saw himself as of the present, and hiatus, and secret events were depicted. He saw his life weave back to the days of his boyhood, to the river, in which he had died save for a piece of floating wood caught in agonizing struggle. There, against orders from home, he never told. He saw his most sacred castles in the air, the soul travail through which he had one time passed. "Go on," he exclaimed in exquisite torture. "Show me who I am, whence I came, whither I may go." "Of the future it is not given for me to say, but the past, again I warn you. Dare ye take the risk?" Bornet laughed shortly. "I will take the risk. I dare to know." A man, naked, save covered with matted hair, squatted before a fire. The burning sticks pointed like the spokes of a wheel, forked stakes driven into the ground, supporting across the flame a green stick, upon which was some meat. It was the leg of an animal. It was the leg of a man. "Good God!" cried Bornette. The picture changed. A beautiful woman, dressed in richest medieval silks, flashed before his vision. Honored in history, you descend through her. A child was spirited away and given to the heathen, become as another race. Her child, no one knew save herself. The father died that he might not tell. Bornette watched the child grow and become a mighty hunter, watched him rise to the command of his nomadic tribe, saw depicted the wars that netted to himself and the tribe members mothers for their children. He shuddered in fascinated horror. Abruptly, another form appeared. An impassioned orator in Roman tunic was haranguing an excited mob. Words fell from his lips in liquid fire. Bornette found himself on his feet, wildly cheering what the orator, his kinsman, said. Then he fell back into his leather chair. Throughout the night, scenes reeled before him, not in sequence, but snatched here and there out of forgotten history, out of the secret lives of his progenitors. He sat enthralled, experiencing the gamut of human emotion. The fire in the grate burned low. He rose and replenished its fuel, then took his seat again. "You have not shown me my immediate forebears," he pointed out when the night was nearly done. "Your parents, you mean?" "Precisely. Parents, grandparents, great-grandparents. Let me look upon some faces I would recognize, and some that you would not. It were wise that you see no further." "I would see it all," Bornette insisted. "Yet, your parents, it were best to forego seeing them." "You imply?" "Nothing." "Then proceed with the pictures. But before you do, who are you anyway?" His visitor regarded him intently, fully a minute before he answered. Then he said, "I am the one you have summoned to your presence. I am the one come to wreck your house upon the sands. The lives of others are their own, and woe unto him who seeks to wrest from them their secrets. Behold, the price you pay for transcending the bounds of material self." He turned and flung on the wall a picture of two strange people. "Your parents, their meeting, their wooing, their marriage, the child that was born to them. Yourself, your early life, the adoration of your father and mother, their poverty, starvation. It threatens to lay hand upon you. The sacrifice. You are taken away and given to another. History ever repeats itself with variations. Your foster parents, whom you have always thought your own." Bornette sprang to his feet and closed his eyes in agony. My God, it can't be true." The other laughed with ironic fiendishness. "But my parents, who are they? Do they live? Their names? Can I find them? Share with them my wealth." His hands gripped for support as he reeled against the table beside which he had been sitting throughout the night. And his visitor mocked him. "I told thee thou couldst not ask of the future." Silence came down as a pall. Some way, Bornette knew it was the end. He opened his eyes. Of the visitor or his camera, there was not a sign. One hand, still upon the table, touched a leather-bound volume, viewed with so much pride the night before. He picked up the book and riffled its leaves. Then he tossed it into the fire and staggered from the room. The end of The Man Who Dared to Know by Junius B. Smith.
The Man Who Went Too Far by E.F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Went Too Far by E.F. Benson. The little village of St. Faith's nestles in a hollow of wooded hill upon the north bank of the River Fawn in the county of Hampshire. Huddling close round its grey Norman church, as if for spiritual protection against the fays and fairies, the trolls and little people, who might be supposed still to linger in the vast empty spaces of the New Forest, and to come after dusk and do their doubtful businesses. Once outside the hamlet, you may walk in any direction, so long as you avoid the high road which leads to Brockenhurst, for the length of a summer afternoon without seeing sign of human habitation, or possibly even catching sight of another human being. Shaggy wild ponies may stop their feeding for a moment as you pass. The white scuts of rabbits will vanish into their burrows. A brown viper, perhaps, will glide from your path into a clump of heather. And unseen birds will chuckle in the bushes. But it may easily happen that for a long day you will see nothing human. But you will not feel in the least lonely. In summer, at any rate, the sunlight will be gay, with butterflies, and the air thick with all those woodland sounds which, like instruments in an orchestra, combine to play the great symphony of the yearly festival of June. Winds whisper in the birches, and sigh among the firs. Bees are busy with their redolent labour among the heather, and myriad birds chirp in the green temples of the forest trees, and the voice of the river prattling over stony places, bubbling into pools, chuckling and gulping round corners, gives you the sense that many presences and companions are near at hand. Yet, oddly enough, though one would have thought that these benign and cheerful influences of wholesome air and spaciousness of forest were very healthful comrades for a man, insofar as nature can really influence this wonderful human genus, which has in these centuries learned to defy most violent storms in its well-established houses, to bridle her torrents and make them light its streets, to tunnel her mountains and plough her seas, the inhabitants of St. Faith's will not willingly venture into the forest after dark. For in spite of the silence and loneliness of the hooded night, it seems that a man is not sure in what company he may suddenly find himself. And though it is difficult to get from these villagers any very clear story of occult appearances, the feeling is widespread. One story indeed I have heard with some definiteness, the tale of a monstrous goat that has been seen to skip with hellish glee about the woods and shady places, and this perhaps is connected with the story which I have here attempted to piece together. It too is well known to them, for all remember the young artist who died here not long ago, a young man, or so he struck the beholder, of great personal beauty, with something about him that made men's faces to smile and brighten when they looked on him. His ghost, they will tell you, walks constantly by the stream and through the woods which he loved so, and in especial it haunts a certain house, the last of the village where he lived, and its garden in which he was done to death. For my part, I am inclined to think that the terror of the forest dates chiefly from that day. So, such as the story is, I have set it forth in connected form. It is based partly on the accounts of the villagers, but mainly on that of Darcy, a friend of mine, and a friend of the man with whom these events were chiefly concerned. The day had been one of untarnished midsummer splendour, and as the sun drew near to its setting, the glory of the evening grew every moment more crystalline, more miraculous. Westward from St. Faith's, the beechwood, which stretched for some miles towards the heathery upland beyond, already cast its veil of clear shadow over the red roofs of the village. But the spire of the grey church, overtopping all, still pointed a flaming orange finger into the sky. The river Fawn, which runs below, lay in sheets of sky-reflected blue and wound its dreamy, devious course round the edge of this wood, where a rough, two-planked bridge crossed from the bottom of the garden of the last house in the village, and communicated by means of a little wicker gate with the wood itself. Then once out of the shadow of the wood, the stream lay in flaming pools of the molten crimson of the sunset, and lost itself in the haze of woodland distances. This house at the end of the village stood outside the shadow, and the lawn which sloped down to the river was still flecked with sunlight. Garden beds of dazzling colour lined its gravel walks, and down the middle of it ran a brick pergola, half hidden in clusters of rambler rose and purple with starry clematis. At the bottom end of it, between two of its pillows, was slung a hammock containing a shirt-sleeved figure. The house itself lay somewhat remote from the rest of the village, and a footpath leading across two fields, now tall and fragrant with hay, was its only communication with the high road. It was low-built, only 2 stories in height, and like the garden, its walls were a mass of flowering roses. A narrow stone terrace ran along the garden front, over which was stretched an awning, and on the terrace a young silent-footed manservant was busied with the laying of the table for dinner. He was neat-handed and quick with his job, and having finished it, he went back into the house, and reappeared again with a large rough bath towel on his arm. With this he went to the hammock in the pergola. "Nearly 8, sir," he said. "Has Mr. Darcy come yet?" asked a voice from the hammock. "No, sir." "If I'm not back when he comes, tell him that I'm just having a bathe before dinner." The servant went back to the house, and after a moment or two, Frank Holton struggled to a sitting posture and slipped out onto the grass. He was of medium height and rather slender in build, but the supple ease and grace of his movements gave the impression of great physical strength. Even his descent from the hammock was not an awkward performance. His face and hands were of very dark complexion, either from constant exposure to wind and sun, or, as his black hair and dark eyes tended to show, from some strain of southern blood. His head was small, his face of an exquisite beauty of modelling, while the smoothness of its contour would have led you to believe that he was a beardless lad still in his teens. But some look which living and experience alone can give, seemed to contradict that, and finding yourself completely puzzled as to his age, you would next moment probably cease to think about that, and only look at this glorious specimen of young manhood with wondering satisfaction. He was dressed as became the season and the heat, and wore only a shirt open at the neck and a pair of flannel trousers. His head, covered very thickly with a somewhat rebellious crop of short curly hair, was bare as he strolled across the lawn to the bathing place that lay below. Then for a moment there was silence, then the sound of splashed and divided waters, and presently after a great shout of ecstatic joy, as he swam upstream with the foamed water standing in a frill around his neck. Then after some 5 minutes of limb-stretching struggle with the flood, he turned over on his back, and with arms thrown wide, floated downstream, ripple-cradled and inert. His eyes were shut, and between half-parted lips he talked gently to himself. "I am one with it," he said to himself. "The river and I and the river. The coolness and splash of it is I, and the water herbs that wave in it are I also. And my strength and my limbs are not mine but the river's. It is all one, dear fawn." A quarter of an hour later, he appeared again at the bottom of the lawn, dressed as before, his wet hair already drying into its crisp short curls again. There he paused a moment, looking back at the stream with the smile with which men look on the face of a friend, then turned towards the house. Simultaneously his servant came to the door leading onto the terrace, followed by a man who appeared to be some halfway through the 4th decade of his years. Frank and he saw each other across the bushes and garden beds, and each quickening his step, they met suddenly face to face, round an angle of the garden walk, in the fragrance of syringa. "My dear Darcy," cried Frank, "I am charmed to see you." But the other stared at him in amazement. "Frank?" he exclaimed. "Yes, that is my name," he said, laughing. "What is the matter?" Darcy took his hand. "What have you done to yourself?" he asked. "You are a boy again." "Ah, I have a lot to tell you," said Frank. "Lots that you will hardly believe, but I shall convince you—" He broke off suddenly and held up his hand. "Hush! There is my nightingale," he said. The smile of recognition and welcome with which he had greeted his friend faded from his face, and a look of rapt wonder took its place, as of a lover listening to the voice of his beloved. His mouth parted slightly, showing the white line of teeth, and his eyes looked out and out till they seemed to Darcy to be focused on things beyond the vision of man. And something perhaps startled the bird, for the song ceased. "Yes, lots to tell you," he said. "Really, I'm delighted to see you. But you look rather white and pulled down. No wonder after that fever. And there is to be no nonsense about this visit. It is June now. You stop here till you are fit to begin work again. 2 months at least." "Oh, I can't trespass quite to that extent." Frank took his arm and walked him down the grass. "Trespass? Who talks of trespass? I shall tell you quite openly when I am tired of you. But you know, when we had the studio together, we used not to bore each other. However, it is ill talking of going away on the moment of your arrival. Just a stroll to the river, and then it will be dinner time." Darcy took out his cigarette case and offered it to the other. Frank laughed. "Not for me. Dear me, I suppose I used to smoke once. How very odd. Given it up? Oh, I don't know. I suppose I must have. Anyhow, I don't do it now. I would as soon think of eating meat." "Another victim on the smoking altar of vegetarianism." "Victim?" asked Frank. "Do I strike you as such?" He paused on the margin of the stream and whistled softly. Next moment a moorhen made its splashing flight across the river and ran up the bank. Frank took it very gently in his hands and stroked its head as the creature lay against his shirt. "And is the house among the reeds still secure?" he half crooned at it. "And is the missus quite well? And are the neighbours flourishing? There, dear, home with you." And he flung it into the air. "That bird's very tame," said Darcy, slightly bewildered. "It is rather," said Frank, following its flight. During dinner, Frank chiefly occupied himself in bringing himself up to date in the movements and achievements of this old friend whom he had not seen for 6 years. Those 6 years, it now appeared, had been full of incident and success for Darcy. He had made a name for himself as a portrait painter, which bade fair to outlast the vogue of a couple of seasons, and his leisure time had been brief. Then some 4 months previously he had been through a severe attack of typhoid, the result of which, as concerns the story, was that he had come down to this sequestered place to recruit. "Yes, you've got on," said Frank at the end. "I always knew you would. ARA with more in prospect. Money? You roll in it, I suppose, and oh, Darcy, how much happiness have you had all these years? That is the only imperishable possession. And how much have you learned? Oh, I don't mean in art. Even I could have done well in that." Darcy laughed. "Done well? My dear fellow, all I have learned in these 6 years you knew, so to speak, in your cradle. Your old pictures fetch huge prices. Do you never paint now?" Frank shook his head. "No, I'm too busy," he said. "Well, doing what? Please tell me. That is what everyone forever asking me." "Doing? I suppose you would say I do nothing. Darcy glanced up at the brilliant young face opposite him. It seems to suit you, that way of being busy, he said. Now it's your turn. Do you read? Do you study? I remember you saying that it would do us all as artists, I mean, a great deal of good if we would study any one human face carefully for a year without recording a line. Have you been doing that? Frank shook his head again. I mean exactly what I say, he said. I have been doing nothing, and I have never been so occupied. Look at me. Have I not done something to myself to begin with? You are 2 years younger than I, said Darcy. At least you used to be. You therefore are 35. But had I never seen you before, I should say you were just 20. But was it worthwhile to spend 6 years of greatly occupied life in order to look 20? Seems rather like a woman of fashion. Frank laughed boisterously. First time I've been compared to that particular bird of prey, he said. No, that has not been my occupation. In fact, I'm only very rarely conscious that one effect of my occupation has been that. Of course, it must have been if one comes to think of it. It is not very important. Quite true, my body has become young, but that is very little. I have become young. Darcy pushed back his chair and sat sideways to the table, looking at the other. Has that been your occupation, then? He asked. Yes, that anyhow is one aspect of it. Think what youth means. It is the capacity for growth. Mind, body, spirit, all grow, all get stronger, all have a fuller, firmer life every day. That is something, considering that every day that passes after the ordinary man reaches the full-blown flower of his strength weakens his hold on life. A man reaches his prime and remains, we say, in his prime for 10 years, or perhaps 20. But after his primest prime is reached, he slowly, insensibly weakens. These are the signs of age in you, in your body, in your art probably, in your mind. You are less electric than you were, but when I reach my prime, I am nearing it. Ah, you shall see. The stars had begun to appear in the blue velvet of the sky, and to the east, the horizon seen above the black silhouette of the village was growing dove-coloured with the approach of moonrise. White moths hovered dimly over the garden beds, and the footsteps of night tiptoed through the bushes. Suddenly Frank rose. Ah, it is the supreme moment, he said softly. Now more than at any other time, the current of life, the eternal, imperishable current, runs so close to me that I am almost enveloped in it. Be silent a minute. He advanced to the edge of the terrace and looked out, standing stretched with arms outspread. Darcy heard him draw a long breath into his lungs, and after many seconds expel it again. 6 or 8 times he did this, then turned back into the lamplight. It will sound to you quite mad, I expect, he said, but if you want to hear the soberest truth I have ever spoken and shall ever speak, I will tell you about myself. But come into the garden, if it is not too damp for you. I have never told anyone yet, but I shall like to tell you. It is long, in fact, since I have even tried to classify what I have learnt. They wandered into the fragrant dimness of the pergola and sat down. Then Frank began. Years ago, do you remember, he said, we used often to talk about the decay of joy in the world. Many impulses, we settled, had contributed to this decay, some of which were good in themselves, others that were quite completely bad. Among the good things, I put what we may call certain Christian virtues: renunciation, resignation, sympathy with suffering, and the desire to relieve sufferers. But out of those things spring very bad ones. Useless renunciations, asceticism for its own sake, mortification of the flesh with nothing to follow. No corresponding gain, that is, and that awful and terrible disease which devastated England some centuries ago, and from which, by heredity of spirit, we suffer now, Puritanism. That was a dreadful plague. The brutes held and taught that joy and laughter and merriment were evil. It was a doctrine the most profane and wicked. Why, what is the commonest crime one sees? A sullen face. That is the truth of the matter. Now, all my life I have believed that we are intended to be happy, that joy is, of all gifts, the most divine. And when I left London, abandoned my career such as it was, I did so because I intended to devote my life to the cultivation of joy, and by continuous and unsparing effort to be happy. Among people, and in constant intercourse with others, I did not find it possible. There were too many distractions in towns and workrooms, and also too much suffering. So I took one step backwards, or forwards, as you may choose to put it, and went straight to nature, to trees, birds, animals, to all those things which quite clearly pursue one aim only, which blindly follow the great native instinct to be happy, without any care at all for morality, or human law or divine law. I wanted, you understand, to get all joy first-hand and unadulterated, and I think it scarcely exists among men. It is obsolete. Darcy turned in his chair. "Ah, but what makes birds and animals happy?" he asked. Food and mating?" Frank laughed gently in stillness. "Do not think I became a sensualist," he said. "I did not make that mistake. For the sensualist carries his miseries pickaback, and round his feet is wound the shroud that shall soon enwrap him. I may be mad, it is true, but I am not so stupid anyhow as to have tried that. No, what is it that makes puppies play with their own tails, that sends cats on their prowling ecstatic errands at night?" He paused a moment. "So I went to nature," he said. "I sat down here in this new forest, sat down fair and square and looked. That was my first difficulty, to sit here quiet without being bored, to wait without being impatient, to be receptive and very alert, though for a long time nothing particular happened. The change, in fact, was slow in those early stages." "Nothing happened?" asked Darcy rather impatiently, with the sturdy revolt against any new idea which the English mind is synonymous with nonsense. "Why, what in the world should happen?" Now Frank, as he had known him, was the most generous but most quick-tempered of mortal men. In other words, his anger would flare to a prodigious beacon under almost no provocation, only to be quenched again under a gust of no less impulsive kindliness. Thus, the moment Darcy had spoken, an apology for his hasty question was halfway up his tongue. But there was no need for it to have travelled even so far, for Frank laughed again with kindly, genuine mirth. "Oh, how I should have resented that a few years ago," he said. "Thank goodness that resentment is one of the things I have got rid of. I certainly wish that you should believe my story. In fact, you are going to. But that you are at this moment should imply that you do not, does not concern me." "Ah, your solitary sojournings have made you inhuman," said Darcy, still very English. "No, human," said Frank. "Rather more human, at least rather less of an ape." "Well, that was my first quest," he continued after a moment, "the deliberate and unswerving pursuit of joy, and my method, the eager contemplation of nature. As far as motive went, I dare say it was purely selfish, but as far as effect goes, it seems to me about the best thing one can do for one's fellow creatures, for happiness is more infectious than smallpox. So, as I said, I sat down and waited. I looked at happy things, zealously avoided the sight of anything unhappy, and by degrees a little trickle of the happiness of this blissful world began to filter into me. The trickle grew more abundant, and now, my dear fellow, if I could for a moment divert from me into you one half of the torrent of joy that pours through me day and night, you would throw the world, art, everything aside, and just live, exist. When a man's body dies, it passes into trees and flowers. Well, that is what I have been trying to do with my soul before death. The servant had brought into the pergola a table with siphons and spirits, and had set a lamp upon it. As Frank spoke, he leaned forward towards the other, and Darcy, for all his matter-of-fact common sense, could have sworn that his companion's face shone, was luminous in itself. His dark brown eyes glowed from within. The unconscious smile of a child irradiated and transformed his face. Darcy felt suddenly excited, exhilarated. "Go on," he said. "Go on. I can feel you are somehow telling me sober truth. I dare say you are mad, but I don't see that that matters." Frank laughed again. "Mad," he said. "Yes, certainly, if you wish. But I prefer to call it sane. However, nothing matters less than what anybody chooses to call things. God never labels his gifts. He just puts them into our hands, just as he puts animals in the Garden of Eden, for Adam to name if he felt disposed. So by the continual observance and study of things that were happy," continued he, "I got happiness, I got joy. But seeking it, as I did from nature, I got much more which I did not seek, but stumbled upon originally by accident. It is difficult to explain, but I will try. About 3 years ago, I was sitting one morning in a place I will show you tomorrow. It is down by the river brink, very green, dappled with shade and sun, and the river passes there through some little clumps of reeds. Well, as I sat there, doing nothing, but just looking and listening, I heard the sound quite distinctly of some flute-like instrument playing a strange, unending melody. I thought at first it was some musical yokel on the highway, and did not pay much attention. But before long, the strangeness and indescribable beauty of the tune struck me. It never repeated itself, but it never came to an end. Phrase after phrase ran its sweet course. It worked gradually and inevitably up to a climax, and having attained it, it went on. Another climax was reached, and another, and another. Then, with a sudden gasp of wonder, I localized where it came from. It came from the reeds, and from the sky, and from the trees. It was everywhere. It was the sound of life. It was, my dear Darcy, as the Greeks would have said, it was Pan, playing on his pipes, the voice of nature. It was the life melody, the world melody. Darcy was far too interested to interrupt. There was a question he would have liked to ask, and Frank went on. Well, for the moment I was terrified with the impotent horror of nightmare, and I stopped my ears and just ran from the place and got back to the house, panting, trembling, literally in a panic. Unknowingly, for at that time I only pursued joy, I had begun, since I drew my joy from nature, to get in touch with nature. Nature, force, God, call it what you will, had drawn across my face a little gossamer web of essential life. I saw that when I emerged from my terror, and I went very humbly back to where I had heard the panpipes, but it was nearly 6 months before I heard them again. Why was that? Asked Darcy. Well, surely because I had revolted, rebelled, and worst of all, been frightened. For I believe that just as there is nothing in the world which so injures one's body as fear, so there is nothing that so much shuts up the soul. I was afraid, you see, of the one thing in the world which has real existence. No wonder its manifestation was withdrawn. And after 6 months? After 6 months, one blessed morning I heard the piping again. I wasn't afraid that time, and since then it has grown louder. It has become more constant. I now hear it often, and I can put myself into such an attitude towards nature that the pipes will almost certainly sound, and never yet have they played the same tune. It is always something new, something fuller, richer, more complete than before. What do you mean by
such an attitude towards nature?" asked Darcy. "I can't explain that, but by translating it into a bodily attitude, it is this." Frank sat up for a moment, quite straight in his chair, then slowly sunk back with arms outspread and head drooped. "That," he said, "an effortless attitude, but open, resting, receptive. It is just that which you must do with your soul." Then he sat up again. "One word more," he said, "and I will bore you no further. Nor unless you ask me questions shall I talk about it again. You will find me, in fact, quite sane in my mode of life. Birds and beasts you will see behaving somewhat intimately to me, like that moorhen, but that is all. I will walk with you, ride with you, play golf with you, and talk with you on any subject you like. But I wanted you on the threshold to know what has happened to me. And one thing more will happen." He paused again, and a slight look of fear crossed his eyes. "There will be a final revelation," he said. "A complete and blinding stroke which will throw open to me, once and for all, the full knowledge, the full realization and comprehension that I am one, just as you are, with life. In reality, there is no me, no you, no it. Everything is part of the one and only thing which is life. I know that that is so, but the realization of it is not yet mine. But it will be, and on that day, so I take it, I shall see Pan. It may mean death, the death of my body, that is, but I don't care. It may mean immortal, eternal life, lived here and now and forever. Then having gained that, my dear Darcy, I shall preach such a gospel of joy, showing myself as a living proof of the truth, that Puritanism, the dismal religion of sour faces, shall vanish like a breath of smoke, and be dispersed and disappear in the sunlit air. But first, the full knowledge must be mine." Darcy watched his face narrowly. "You are afraid of that moment," he said. Frank smiled at him. "Quite true. You are quick to have seen that. But when it comes, I hope I shall not be afraid." For some little time there was silence. Then Darcy rose. "You have bewitched me, you extraordinary boy," he said. "You have been telling me a fairy story, and I find myself saying, 'Promise me it is true.'" "I promise you that," said the other. "And I know I shan't sleep," added Darcy. Frank looked at him with a sort of mild wonder, as if he scarcely understood. "Well, what does that matter?" he said. "Oh, I assure you it does. I am wretched unless I sleep." "Of course I can make you sleep if I want," said Frank in a rather bored voice. "Well, do." "Very good. Go to bed. I'll come upstairs in 10 minutes." Frank busied himself for a little after the other had gone, moving the table back under the awning of the veranda and quenching the lamp. Then he went with his quick, silent tread upstairs and into Darcy's room. The latter was already in bed, but very wide-eyed and wakeful, and Frank, with an amused smile of indulgence, as for a fretful child, sat down on the edge of the bed. "Look at me," he said, and Darcy looked. "The birds are sleeping in the brake," said Frank softly, "and the winds are asleep. The sea sleeps, and the tides are but the heaving of its breast. The stars swing slow, rocked in the great cradle of the heavens, and—" He stopped suddenly, gently blew out Darcy's candle, and left him sleeping. Morning brought to Darcy a flood of hard common sense, as clear and crisp as the sunshine that filled his room. Slowly, as he woke, he gathered together the broken threads of the memories of the evening which had ended, so he told himself, in a trick of common hypnotism. That accounted for it all. The whole strange talk he had had was under a spell of suggestion from the extraordinary vivid boy who had once been a man. All his own excitement, his acceptance of the incredible had been merely the effect of a stronger, more potent will imposed on his own. How strong that will was, he guessed from his own instantaneous obedience to Frank's suggestion of sleep. And armed with impenetrable common sense, he came down to breakfast. Frank had already begun, and was consuming a large plateful of porridge and milk with the most prosaic and healthy appetite. "Slept well?" he asked. "Yes, of course. Where did you learn hypnotism?" "By the side of the river." "You talked an amazing quantity of nonsense last night," remarked Darcy in a voice prickly with reason. "Rather. I felt quite giddy. Look, I remembered to order a dreadful daily paper for you. You can read about money markets or politics or cricket matches." Darcy looked at him closely. In the morning light, Frank looked even fresher, younger, more vital than he had done the night before, and the sight of him somehow dinted Darcy's armour of common sense. "You are the most extraordinary fellow I ever saw," he said. "I want to ask you some more questions." "Ask away," said Frank. For the next day or two, Darcy plied his friend with many questions, objections and criticisms on the theory of life, and gradually got out of him a coherent and complete account of his experience. In brief, then, Frank believed that, by lying naked, as he put it, to the force which controls the passage of the stars, the breaking of a wave, the budding of a tree, the love of a youth and maiden, he had succeeded in a way hitherto undreamed of in possessing himself of the essential principle of life. Day by day, so he thought, he was getting nearer to, and in closer union with the great power itself which caused all life to be, the spirit of nature, of force, or the spirit of God. For himself, he confessed to what others would call paganism. It was sufficient for him that there existed a principle of life. He did not worship it, he did not pray to it, he did not praise it. Some of it existed in all human beings, just as it existed in trees and animals. To realize and make living to himself the fact that it was all one was his sole aim and object. Here perhaps Darcy would put in a word of warning. "Take care," he said. "To see Pan meant death, did it not?" Frank's eyebrows would rise at this. "What does that matter?" he said. "True, the Greeks were always right, and they said so, but there is another possibility. For the nearer I get to it, the more living, the more vital and young I become." "What, then, do you expect the final revelation will do for you?" "I have told you," said he. "It will make me immortal." But it was not so much from speech and argument that Darcy grew to grasp his friend's conception, as from the ordinary conduct of his life. They were passing, for instance, one morning down the village street, when an old woman, very bent and decrepit, but with an extraordinary cheerfulness of face, hobbled out from her cottage. Frank instantly stopped when he saw her. "You old darling, how goes it all?" he said. But she did not answer. Her dim old eyes were riveted on his face. She seemed to drink in, like a thirsty creature, the beautiful radiance which shone there. Suddenly, she put her two withered old hands on his shoulders. "You're just the sunshine itself," she said, and he kissed her and passed on. But scarcely 100 yards further, a strange contradiction of such tenderness occurred. A child, running along the path towards them, fell on its face and set up a dismal cry of fright and pain. A look of horror came into Frank's eyes, and putting his fingers in his ears, he fled at full speed down the street and did not pause till he was out of hearing. Darcy, having ascertained that the child was not really hurt, followed him in bewilderment. "Are you without pity, then?" he asked. Frank shook his head impatiently. "Can't you see?" he asked. "Can't you understand that sort of thing, pain, anger, anything unlovely throws me back, retards the coming of the great hour. Perhaps when it comes I shall be able to piece that side of life onto the other, onto the true religion of joy. At present, I can't. But the old woman, was she not ugly? Frank's radiance gradually returned. No. She was like me. She longed for joy, and knew it when she saw it, the old darling. Another question suggested itself. Then what about Christianity? Asked Darcy. I can't accept it. I can't believe in any creed of which the central doctrine is that God, who is joy, should have had to suffer. Perhaps it was so. In some inscrutable way, I believe it may have been so. But I don't understand how it was possible. So I leave it alone. My affair is joy. They had come to the weir above the village, and the thunder of riotous cool water was heavy in the air. Trees dipped into the translucent stream with slender trailing branches, and the meadow where they stood was starred with midsummer blossomings. Larks shot up, carolling into the crystal dome of blue, and 1,000 voices of June sang around them. Frank, bareheaded as was his wont, with his coat slung over his arm and his shirt sleeves rolled up above the elbow, stood there like some beautiful wild animal, with eyes half shut and mouth half open, drinking in the scented warmth of the air. Then suddenly he flung himself face downwards on the grass at the edge of the stream, burying his face in the daisies and cowslips, and lay stretched there in wide-armed ecstasy, with his long fingers pressing and stroking the dewy herbs of the field. Never before had Darcy seen him thus fully possessed by his idea, his caressing fingers, his half-buried face pressed close to the grass. Even the clothed lines of his figure were instinct with a vitality that somehow was different from that of other men. And some faint glow from it reached Darcy, some thrill, some vibration from that charged, recumbent body passed to him, and for a moment he understood as he had not understood before, despite his persistent questions and the candid answers they received, how real and how realized by Frank his idea was. Then suddenly the muscles in Frank's neck became stiff and alert, and he half raised his head, whispering, "The panpipes! The panpipes! Close! Oh, so close!" Very slowly, as if a sudden movement might interrupt the melody, he raised himself and leaned on the elbow of his bent arm. His eyes opened wider, the lower lids drooped as if he focused his eyes on something very far away, and the smile on his face broadened and quivered like sunlight on still water, till the exultance of its happiness was scarcely human. So he remained motionless and rapt for some minutes. Then the look of listening died from his face, and he bowed his head, satisfied. "Oh, that was good," he said. "How is it possible you did not hear? Oh, you poor fellow. Did you really hear nothing?" A week of this outdoor and stimulating life did wonders in restoring to Darcy the vigour and health which his weeks of fever had filched from him, and as his normal activity and higher pressure of vitality returned, he seemed to himself to fall even more under the spell which the miracle of Frank's youth cast over him. 20 times a day he found himself saying to himself suddenly at the end of some 10 minutes' silent resistance to the absurdity of Frank's idea, "But it isn't possible. It can't be possible." And from the fact of his having to assure himself so frequently of this, he knew that he was struggling and arguing with a conclusion which already had taken root in his mind. For in any case, a visible living miracle confronted him, since it was equally impossible that this youth, this boy, trembling on the verge of manhood, was 35. Yet such was the fact. July was ushered in by a couple of days of blustering and fretful rain, and Darcy, unwilling to risk a chill, kept to the house. But to Frank, this weeping change of weather seemed to have no bearing on the behaviour of man, and he spent his days exactly as he did under the suns of June, lying in his hammock, stretched on the dripping grass, or making huge rambling excursions into the forest, the birds hopping from tree to tree after him, to return in the evening, drenched and soaked, but with the same unquenchable flame of joy burning within him. "Catch cold?" he would ask. "I've forgotten how to do it, I think. I suppose it makes one's body more sensible always to sleep out of doors. People who live indoors always remind me of something peeled and skinless." "Do you mean to say you slept out of doors last night in that deluge?" asked Darcy. "And where, may I ask?" Frank thought a moment. "Why, I slept in the hammock till nearly dawn," he said. "For I remember the light blinked in the east when I awoke. Then I went... Where did I go? Oh, yes, to the meadow where the panpipes sounded so close a week ago. You were with me, do you remember? But I always have a rug if it is wet." And he went whistling upstairs. Somehow that little touch, his obvious effort to recall where he had slept, brought strangely home to Darcy the wonderful romance of which he was the still half-incredulous beholder. Sleep till close on dawn in a hammock, then the tramp, or probably scamper, underneath the windy and weeping heavens to the remote and lonely meadow by the weir. The picture of other such nights rose before him. Frank sleeping perhaps by the bathing place under the filtered twilight of the stars, or the white blaze of moonshine, astir and awakening at some dead hour, perhaps a space of silent, wide-eyed thought, and then a wandering through the hushed woods to some other dormitory, alone with his happiness, alone with the joy and the life that suffused and enveloped him, without other thought or desire or aim, except the hourly and never-ceasing communion with the joy of nature. They were in the middle of dinner that night, talking on indifferent subjects, when Darcy suddenly broke off in the middle of a sentence. "I've got it," he said. "At last I've got it." "Congratulate you," said Frank. "But what?" "The radical unsoundness of your idea. It is this. All nature, from highest to lowest, is full, crammed full of suffering. Every living organism in nature preys on another, yet in your aim to get close to be one with nature, you leave suffering altogether out. You run away from it. You refuse to recognize it. And you are waiting, you say, for the final revelation." Frank's brow clouded slightly. "Well?" he asked rather wearily. "Well, can you not guess, then, when the final revelation will be? In joy you are supreme, I grant you that. I did not know a man could be so master of it. You have learnt perhaps practically all that nature can teach, and if, as you think, the final revelation is coming to you, it will be the revelation of horror, suffering, death, pain in all its hideous forms. Suffering does exist. You hate it and fear it." Frank held up his hand. "Stop. Let me think," he said. There was silence for a long minute. "That never struck me," he said at length. "It is possible that what you suggest is true. Does the sight of Pan mean that, do you think? Is it that nature, take it all together, suffers horribly, suffers to a hideous, inconceivable extent? Shall I be shown all the suffering?" He got up and came round to where Darcy sat. "If it is so, so be it," he said. "Because, my dear fellow, I am near, so splendidly near to the final revelation. Today the pipes have sounded almost without pause. I have even heard the rustle in the bushes, I believe, of Pan's coming. I have seen, yes, I saw today, the bushes pushed aside as if by a hand, and piece of a face, not human, peered through. But I was not frightened. At least I did not run away this time. He took a turn up to the window and back again. Yes, there is suffering all through, he said, and I have left it all out of my search. Perhaps, as you say, the revelation will be that, and in that case it will be goodbye. I have gone on one line. I shall have gone too far along one road without having explored the other, but I can't go back now. I wouldn't if I could. Not a step would I retrace. In any case, whatever the revelation is, it will be God. I am sure of that. The rainy weather soon passed, and with the return of the sun, Darcy again joined Frank in long rambling days. It grew extraordinarily hotter, and with the fresh bursting of life after the rain, Frank's vitality seemed to blaze higher and higher. Then, as is the habit of the English weather, one evening clouds began to bank themselves up in the west. The sun went down in a glare of coppery thunder wrack, and the whole earth, broiling under an unspeakable oppression and sultriness, paused and panted for the storm. After sunset, the remote fires of lightning began to wink and flicker on the horizon, but when bedtime came, the storm seemed to have moved no nearer, though a very low, unceasing noise of thunder was audible. Weary and oppressed by the stress of the day, Darcy fell at once into a heavy, uncomforting sleep. He woke suddenly into full consciousness, with the din of some appalling explosion of thunder in his ears, and sat up in bed with racing heart. Then, for a moment, as he recovered himself from the panicked land which lies between sleeping and waking, there was silence, except the steady hissing of rain on the shrubs outside his window. But suddenly that silence was shattered and shredded into fragments by a scream from somewhere close at hand, outside in the black garden, a scream of supreme and despairing terror. Again, and once again it shrilled up, and then a babble of awful words was interjected. A quivering, sobbing voice that he knew said, "My God! Oh, my God! Oh, Christ!" And then followed a little mocking, bleating laugh. Then was silence again. Only the rain hissed on the shrubs. All this was but the affair of a moment, and without pause either to put on clothes or light a candle, Darcy was already fumbling at his door handle. Even as he opened it, he met a terror-stricken face outside, that of the manservant who carried a light. "Did you hear?" he asked. The man's face was bleached to a dull, shining whiteness. "Yes, sir," he said. "It was the master's voice." Together they hurried down the stairs and through the dining room, where an orderly table for breakfast had already been laid, and out onto the terrace. The rain for the moment had been utterly stayed, as if the tap of the heavens had been turned off, and under the lowering black sky, not quite dark since the moon rode somewhere serene behind the conglomerated thunderclouds, Darcy stumbled into the garden, followed by the servant with the candle. The monstrous, leaping shadow of himself was cast before him on the lawn. Lost and wandering odours of rose and lily and damp earth were thick about him, but more pungent was some sharp and acrid smell that suddenly reminded him of a certain chalet in which he had once taken refuge in the Alps. In the blackness of the hazy light from the sky and the vague tossing of the candle behind him, he saw that the hammock in which Frank so often lay was tenanted. A gleam of white shirt was there, as if a man sitting up in it, but across that there was an obscure, dark shadow, and as he approached, the acrid odour grew more intense. He was now only some few yards away, when suddenly the black shadow seemed to jump into the air, then came down with tappings of hard hoofs on the brick path that ran down the pergola, and with frolicsome skippings galloped off into the bushes. When that was gone, Darcy could see quite clearly that a shirted figure sat up in the hammock. For one moment, From sheer terror of the unseen, he hung on his step, and the servant joining him, they walked together to the hammock. It was Frank. He was in shirt and trousers only, and he sat up with braced arms. For 1/2 second he stared at them, his face a mask of horrible contorted terror. His upper lip was drawn back so that the gums of the teeth appeared, and his eyes were focused not on the two who approached him, but on something quite close to him. His nostrils were widely expanded, as if he panted for breath, and terror incarnate and repulsion and deathly anguish ruled dreadful lines on his smooth cheeks and forehead. Then, even as they looked, the body sank backwards, and the ropes of the hammock wheezed and strained. Darcy lifted him out and carried him indoors. Once he thought there was a faint convulsive stir of the limbs that lay with so dead a weight in his arms, but when they got inside, there was no trace of life. But the look of supreme terror and agony of fear had gone from the face. A boy, tired with play, but still smiling in his sleep, was the burden he had laid on the floor. His eyes had closed, and the beautiful mouth lay in smiling curves, even as when, a few mornings ago, in the meadow by the weir, it had quivered to the music of the unheard melody of Pan's pipes. Then they looked further. Frank had come back from his bath before dinner that night in his usual costume of shirt and trousers only. He had not dressed, and during dinner, so Darcy remembered, he had rolled up the sleeves of his shirt to above the elbow. Later, as they sat and talked after dinner on the close sultriness of the evening, he had unbuttoned the front of his shirt to let what little breath of wind there was play on his skin. The sleeves were rolled up now. The front of the shirt was unbuttoned, and on his arms and on the brown skin of his chest were strange discolorations which grew momentarily more clear and defined, till they saw that the marks were pointed prints, as if caused by the hoofs of some monstrous goat that had leapt and stamped upon him. End of The Man Who Went Too Far by E.F. Benson. Recording by Kevin Romaine. Veliko Trnovo, Bulgaria, 9th of April, 2021.
The Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Sawyer. The Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. The Masque of the Red Death. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar, and its seal the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body and especially upon the face of the victim were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure progress and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve, or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there was beauty, there was wine. All these in security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was toward the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first, let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different. As might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre, the apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum. Amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro, or depended from the roof, there was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood opposite to each window a heavy tripod bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass, and so glaringly illuminated the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that at each lapse of an hour the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance to hearken to the sound. And thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled, as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows each to the other that the next next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embrace 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then were the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar, yet a fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric luster. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed in great part the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great fete, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been since seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as the madmen fashions. There was much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock, which stands in the hall of the velvet, and then for a moment all is still, and all is silent save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand, but the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live, and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many-tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls, and to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirringly on until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock. And then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock. And thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus too it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumor of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz, or murmur, expressive of disapprobation and surprise, then finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and enshrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat, and yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revelers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of Prince Prospero fell upon his spectral image, which with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed in the first moment with a strong shudder, either of terror or of distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares?" he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him. "Who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that unimpeded he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centers of the room to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber, to the purple, to the purple, to the green, through the green, to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached in rapid impetuosity to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which instantly afterwards fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revelers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revelers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. End of The Masque of the Red Death.
The Ocean Leech by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. The Ocean Leech by Frank Belknap Long. I heard Book beating with his bare fists upon the cabin door and the wind whistling under the cracks. I objected to both, and I opened the door wide. Book came in then with a fierce rush of wind. He was a curious little man, with the sea and sky in his eyes, and he spoke in pantomime. He pointed towards the door and ran his fingers savagely through his reddish hair, and I knew that something had nearly finished him. I mean, finished him spiritually, damaged his soul, his outlook. I didn't know whether to be pleased or horrified. Book seemed more human with his queer, vivid gestures and flaming eyes, but I couldn't imagine what he had seen up on deck. Of course, I found out soon enough. The men were sitting about in idiotic groups of 2s and 3s, and no one saluted me when I stepped out from the shadows of the twisted cordage into a luminous stripe of moonlight. "Where's the boatswain?" I asked. Several of the men heard my question, and they turned and stared at me and deliberately tittered. "It took the boatswain," said Oscar. Oscar seldom spoke to anyone. He was tall and lean, and his jaundiced scalp was fringed by yellow hair. I distinctly recall his dark, hungry eyes and his fringe of hair glistening in the moonlight. The rest of Oscar I can no longer visualize. He has faded into an indefinite ghost of memory. It is curious, though, how clearly I remember every other shape and incident of that amazing night. Oscar was standing by my elbow, and I turned suddenly and gripped his arm. It reassured me to grip his strong, muscular arm, but I know that I had hurt him, for his shoulder jerked and he looked at me reproachfully. I presume Oscar wanted me to stand upon my own feet, but he made a sweeping motion with his arm to assure me that it didn't matter. The wind whistled about our ears, and the tattered sails flapped and wheezed. Sails can speak, you know. I have heard sails protest in chorus, each sail with a slightly different accent. You get to understand their conversation in time. On still mornings, it is wonderful to come up on deck and hear the sails whispering among themselves. They make gestures, too, and when they are tired, they sway pathetically against the sky. I took a turn about the deck and bawled out the men and told them to go to the devil. Then I got my pipe out and blew grotesque yellow effigies into the cold air. They danced in the moonlight and made the situation irredeemable. I came back to Oscar eventually and asked him point blank what he meant by it. But Oscar didn't answer me. He simply turned and pointed. Something white and gelatinous oozed over the rail and ran, or slid, for several feet along the deck. Then a larger bulk seethed out of the darkness and stood poised above the black stern post. A second object descended upon the deck, coming down with a thud and running at a tangent with the first over the smooth, polished boards. I saw 2 of the men get quickly to their feet with wildish, jerky motions, and I heard Oscar shout out a curt command. The thing upon the deck spread out and became broader at its base. It reared into the air, a livid appendage encircled with monstrous pink suckers. We could see the suckers loathsomely at work in the moonlight, opening and closing and opening again. We were affected by a queer aromatic stench, and we felt an overpowering sense of physical nausea. I saw one of the men reel backward and collapse upon the boards. Then a second idiot keeled over, and a third actually advanced towards the loathsome object on his hands and knees, as if fascinated. At that moment the moon seemed to draw nearer, to actually careen down the sky and hang above the cordage. Then suddenly the amorphous tentacles shot forward like released hawsers and struck against the nearest mast, and I heard a splintering and a noise like thunder. The arms quivered and seemed to fly in all directions. Then they flopped back over the side. I fastened my eyes upon our black topsail mastheads and questioned Oscar in a very low voice. "Did that take the boatswain?" Oscar nodded and shuffled his feet. The men on the deck whispered among themselves, and I knew intuitively that a spirit of rebellion was rife among them. And yet even Oscar exonerated me. Where would we have been if you hadn't brought us in here? Adrifting, probably, rudderless and sailless. Our sails may look like the skin on a waterlogged corpse, but we can use them when we can get the masts into shape. The lagoon looked innocent enough, and most of us were for coming in here. But now they whine like yellow puppies and blame it on you. The idiots. If you just say the word. I stopped him, for I didn't want the men to take his proposal seriously, and he spoke loud enough for them to hear. The men, I felt, were scarcely to blame, under the circumstances. How many times has the thing crawled over the sides? I asked. 8 times, said Oscar. It took the boatswain on the 3rd trip. He shrieked and threw up his arms and turned yellow. It twined itself about his leg and set its great pink suckers to work on him, and the rest of us could do nothing. Nothing. We tried to get him away, but you cannot imagine the sheer pull of that white arm. It oozed slime all over him and all over the deck. Then it flopped back into the water and carried him with it. After that we were more careful. I told the men to go below, but they only glowered at me. The thing fascinates them. They sit there and deliberately wait for it to return. You saw what happened just now. The thing can strike like a cobra, and it sticks closer than a lamprey. But the idiots won't be warned. And when I think of those quivering pink suckers, I feel sorry for them, and for myself. He didn't utter a sound, you understand, but he turned livid under the gills, and his tongue stuck out horribly. And just before he disappeared over the side, I noticed that his lips were all black and swollen. But as I told you, he was immersed in yellowish slime, in ooze, and the life must have gone out of him almost at once. I'm sure that he didn't really suffer. With God's help, it's we who have to suffer. Oscar, I said, I want you to be quite frank, and if necessary, even brutal. Do you think that you can explain that thing? I don't want any wretched theories, Oscar. I want you to fashion a prop for me, Oscar. Something for me to lean upon. I'm so very tired, and I haven't much authority here. Oh, yes, I'm supposed to be in command. But when there is nothing to go upon, Oscar, what can I say to them? How can I get them down into the cabin? I pity them so. What do you think it is, my friend? The thing is obviously a cephalopod, said Oscar, quite simply, but there was a look of shame and horror in his eyes, which I didn't like. An octopus, Oscar? Perhaps. Or a monstrous squid. Or some hideous, unclassified species. A fabric of greenish cloud covered the face of the moon, and I saw one of the men crawling on his hands and knees along the deck. Then he gave a sudden, defiant scream, ran to the rail and held out his arms. A white exudation ran the length of the rail. It rose up and quivered amidst the illimitable shadows, and then it poured in an abominable stream over the scuppers and enveloped the hectic form of the wretch, and it made no sound. The poor fool tried to get away. He screamed, made shocking grimaces, fell down upon the deck and tried to draw himself along by his hands. He pawed at the smooth, slippery surface, but the thing had wound its tenebrous tentacles about his leg, and it pulled him. It pulled him slowly and hideously. His head struck against the scuppers, and a crimson stream, no wider than a hawser rope, ran down the deck and formed a miniature pool at Oscar's feet. A sucker fastened upon his right temple, and another got in under his shirt and set to work upon his bare chest. I tried to get to him, but Oscar held fast to my arm and would not tell me why. The body became white, slimy, changed before our eyes, and not one man stepped forward to prevent it. Suddenly, while we watched, the dead man, whose eyes had already glazed, was jerked forcefully toward the scuppers again and again. But he wouldn't go through. His head was soon pounded into an unimaginable resemblance of something we didn't care to think about, and we became deadly sick. But we watched, strangely fascinated, even perhaps more than a little resentful. We were watching something brutal and incredibly alive, and we beheld it in an unrestrained exercise of all its faculties. There, under a shrouded moon, in the phosphorescent wilderness of exotic waters, we saw the law of man outraged by something mute misshapen, blasphemous, and we saw industrious retching matter, brainless and self-sufficient, obeying a law older than man, older than morality, older than sin. Here was life, absorbing another life, and doing it forcefully and without conscience, and becoming stronger and more exultant through the doing of it. But it couldn't get the body through the scuppers. It pulled and finally let go. The wind had gone down, and oddly enough, as it let go and fell back into the dead calm of the water, we heard an ominous splash. We rushed forward and surrounded the body. It seemed to swim in a river of white jelly. Oscar called for something which had become necessary, and we wrapped it up decently and threw it overboard. But Oscar repeated a few words mechanically out of the little black prayer book, which he imagined were appropriate. I stood and stared at the dark opening in the forecastle. I don't know to this day how I got the men through that dark opening, but I did it, with Oscar's aid. I can see Oscar standing with his glistening head against a voiceless wilderness of stars. I can see him shaking his fists at the slinking cowards on the deck, or shrieking out commands, or were they insults? I know that I stepped forward and helped him, and I think I must have used my fists, for later on I discovered that my knuckles were bruised and discoloured, and Oscar had to bandage them. It is queer how Oscar has faded in my memory, for I thought a great deal of him, in spite of his queer ways, and his large, hungry eyes, and his fringe of yellow hair. He helped me get the men into the forecastle, and so did Book. Book, with perfectly horrified face, and with lips quivering and struggling with a vicious inarticulateness. We drove them in like sheep, but sheep often rebel and are troublesome. But we got them in, and then we turned and looked back at the gaunt masts, swaying soullessly against the lifeless, sombre regularity of calm sea and sky, at the hanging ropes and frizzled sails, and at the long, moon-washed rails and the encrimsoned scuppers. We heard Book inside, blubbering idiotically to the men. Then something made a dreadful, gurgling sound in the water, and we heard a loud splash. "It's risen again," said Oscar, in a tone of despair. 2. I sat in my cabin, reading a book. Oscar had bandaged up my hands and left, and he had promised not to disturb me. I endeavoured to follow the little printed signs on the white page before me, but they called up no images, stimulated me to no response. The words did not take shape in my mind, and I did not know whether the stupid phrases that I sought to understand formed part of an essay or a short story. The title of the book itself I cannot now recall, although I think it had something to do with ships and the sea and derelicts and the pitfalls of over-imaginative skippers. I fancied that I could hear the water lapping against the side of the ship, and now and then a great splash. But I knew that a portion of my brain hotly repudiated both the lapping and the splash, and I assured myself that the nervous excitement under which I laboured was but physical and momentary, and in no sense psychic or due to outside causes. My senses had been appalled, and now I suffered a natural reaction from the shock, but no new danger threatened me. Something pounded upon the door. I got quickly to my feet, and it did not occur to me at that moment that Oscar had promised that no one should disturb me. "What is it you want?" I asked. There was no direct or satisfactory answer, but a queer guggling noise came to me through the door, and I fancied that I could hear a quick intake of breath. A horrible, intense fear took grim possession of me. I looked at the door in white horror. It shook like broadyards in a gale. It bent inward under a terrific impact. Thud followed thud, as if some monstrous body had hurled itself forward, only to withdraw and to come back with additional momentum. I quelled an impulse to cry out, and I opened my mouth and shut it and opened it again. I ran forward to assure myself that I had really bolted the door. I fingered the bolt caressingly, and then I retreated until my back was against an opposite beam. The door bulged inward hideously, and immediately afterwards there followed a great crash and a splintering and a sundering of wood and a retching of hinges. The door gave, fell inward, and was lifted up on the back of something white and unspeakable. Then the panel was hurled violently against the wall, and the thing under it rolled forward with terrible and increasing velocity. It was a long, gelatinous arm, an amorphous tentacle with pink suckers that slid or oozed towards me across the smooth floor. I stood with my back pressed against the beam, with only my harsh, stertorous breathing to keep it at bay. I could see that it did not fear me, that arm, and I could do nothing. It was long and white, and it slid towards me. Can I make you understand? And Oscar had bandaged my hands, and they were but feeble, fumbling instruments. And that thing was utterly intent upon its purpose, and it did not need eyes to guide it across the floor. An ungodly aromatic odour had entered the cabin with the thing, and it overpowered me almost before the tentacle seized upon me. I endeavoured to slough off the great loathsome folds with my bandaged hands, but my crippled fingers sank into the jelly-like tissue as in soft mud. It was palpitating, living tissue, but it seemed to lack substantial body, and it gave horribly. It gave. My hands went right through it, and yet when it gripped me it was elastic, and it could tighten its grip. It strangled me. I felt that I could not breathe. I bent and twisted, but it had wound itself about me, and it held me, and I could do nothing. I remember that I called for Oscar. I shouted myself hoarse, and then I think I was dragged ruthlessly across the floor, through the smashed-in door and up the stairs. I remember now how my head pounded upon the stairs as we ascended, I and the thing, and I think that my scalp bled, and I know that I lost 3 teeth. I received dreadful blows, cuffs from the corners of stairs, from the edges of doors, and from the smooth, hard boards of the deck itself. The thing dragged me out across the deck, and I remember that I saw the moon through folds upon folds of obscenely bloating jelly. I was buried deep down within fatty, obscene folds that shivered and shook and palpitated in the moonlight. I no longer felt any desire to protest or to cry out, and the thought of Oscar and a possible rescue did not fill me with elation. I began to experience sensations of pleasure. How am I to describe them? A peculiar warmth pulsed through me. My limbs quivered with a weird expectancy. I saw through the folds of animate jelly a great reddish sucker or disc lined with silver teeth. I saw it descend rapidly through the folds. It fastened upon my chest, and a momentary revulsion made me claw ludicrously at the nauseous tissue surrounding me. There was a kind of cruelty in the refusal of the flimsy stuff to offer any resistance. One could go on that way forever, clawing and tearing at the fatty folds, and feeling them give, and yet knowing that nothing could possibly come of it. For one thing, it was utterly impossible to get a hold on the stuff, to get it between your hands and squeeze it. It simply flipped away from you, and then it rushed back and solidified. It could condense and dilate at will. My feeling of horror and antipathy disappeared, and a new tide of exultation, of warmth, of vigour surged over me. I could have wept or screamed with pleasure and genuine ecstasy. I knew that the monster was actually drawing up my blood through its fumbling, convulsive suckers. I knew that in a moment I could be drained as dry as a grilled carbonado, but I actually welcomed my inevitable dissolution. I made no effort to conceal my glee. I was frankly hilarious, although it seemed unjust to me that Oscar should have to explain to the men. Poor Oscar! He tied up the loosened ends of things, smoothed over vulgar and disagreeable realities, made the raw, ungarnished facts almost acceptable, almost romantic. He was a precious stoic and gloriously self-reliant. That I knew, and I pitied him. I distinctly recalled my last conversation with him. He was slouching along the docks with his hands in his pockets and a cigarette between his teeth. "Oscar," I said, "I didn't really suffer when that thing fastened upon me. I didn't, really. I enjoyed it." He scowled and scratched his ridiculous fringe of hair. "Then I saved you from yourself," he cried. His eyes blazed, and I saw that he wanted to knock me down. That was the last I saw of Oscar. He faded into the shadows after that, but had I kept him with me, I might have been wiser. The jelly about me seemed to increase in volume. It must have been 3 feet thick about my head, and I am sure that I saw the moon and the swaying mastheads through a prism of varying colours. Waves of blue and scarlet and purple would pass before my eyes, and a taste of salt came into my mouth. For a moment I thought, not without a certain resentment and hurt pride, that the thing had really absorbed me, that I was a portion and parcel of that quivering gelatinous mass. And then I saw Oscar. I saw him looming above my obscene prison house with a lighted torch in his hand. The torch, viewed through the magnifying folds of jelly, was a thing of flawless beauty. The flame shot out and appeared to cover the entire deck and to go flying up against the darkness. The cordage and the luminous rails seemed afire, and a red and ravening serpent lengthened parallel with the scuppers. I saw Oscar clearly, and I saw the great spiral of smoke that streamed from the tails of flame, and I saw the swaying, encrimsoned masts and the black, sinister opening in the forecastle. The darkness seemed to part to let Oscar through with his torch and his stoicism. He swayed in the darkness above me, that silent, quixotic man, and I knew that Oscar could be trusted to put an end to things. I had no clear idea of what Oscar would do, but I knew that he would make some sort of brilliant and satisfying end. I was not disappointed, and when I saw Oscar bend and touch the folds of jelly with his great flaming torch, I wanted to sing or shout. The folds quivered and changed colour. A maddening kaleidoscope of colour passed before my eyes, flaming scarlet and yellow and silver and green and gold. The sucker released its hold upon my chest and shot upward through the voluminous folds. A terrific stench assailed my nostrils. The odour was unbearable. I threw out my arms and fought savagely to break through to reach the air and light and Oscar. Then I felt the heat of Oscar's torch upon my cheek, and I knew that the tissue about me was falling away and burning to shreds. I saw that it was dissolving also, turning into oil, into grease, and I felt it hotly trickling down my knees and arms and thighs. I closed my lips tight to keep from swallowing large quantities of the nauseous fluid, and I turned my face to the deck to protect my eyes from the falling fragments of sizzling tissue. The creature was literally being burnt alive, and in my heart of hearts, I pitied it. When Oscar at length helped me to my feet, I saw the last of the thing disappear over the side. Its arms were horribly charred, and the suckers were gone, and I caught a momentary glimpse of dangling, frayed ends, and reddish knobs, and bulging protuberances. Then we heard a splash, and a queer guggling sound. We looked at the deck, and saw that it was covered with greenish oil, and here and there great solid chunks of burnt tissue swam in the hideous porridge. Oscar bent and picked up one of the fragments. He turned it right side up in his hand, so that the moonlight fell upon it. It contained in its 5-inch expanse a 4-inch sucker, and the sucker opened and closed while Oscar held the thing in his hand. It fell from Oscar's hand like a leaden weight and bounded into the air. Oscar kicked it overboard and looked at me. I looked away towards the black topsail masthead. End of The Ocean Leech. Recording by Rafe Ball.
On the Highway by Cargray Cook. From Weird Tales, January 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. On the Highway by Cargray Cook. My 21st birthday. Today I have reached my majority. On this date, in accordance with my late father's will, I, Charles Claiborne, become the absolute master of 6 millions of money. As much more in cash, a great townhome, and the magnificent estate of Allview remain my mother's, to be mine at her death. And this, too, in accordance with my late father's will. But none of these things meant half as much to me on this wonderful September morning as the new $12,000 racing car that had been presented to me the night before by my doting mother. Think of it, a real Gordon Rennet, the fastest model in the world, the only car of its kind in America, and mine. This was life. Father had been very liberal, of course. Most fathers are. But with all my allowance, he had never permitted me to own a speed car. No imagination, you see. Couldn't understand why a young fellow should want to tear along the highways at 90 miles an hour. No pep to Dad. Too busy making money, I guess. But Mother now, she was different. She could understand. Anyway, she knew I had my eyes on this racer for a long time, and for that reason had decided to anticipate my purchase by presenting it to me for my birthday. And now I was out on the highway, creeping along in a mere warm-up of 60 miles an hour. This part of the road was a bit rough yet, and as I slackened the pace, I found time to swear at another racy-looking car ahead of me, as it swerved from side to side in the effort of its driver to avoid the outcropping boulders. A bit further on, the new highway began, however, and with a sustained shriek from my electric horn, I stepped upon the accelerator, opened my exhaust, and tore past the other car with a grin of derision. 70, 75, 80 miles I made, and still I pressed upon the feed for more. A kick with my left heel, and the muffler closed, and the ensuing silence seemed to startle the perfect mechanism into a more velvety swiftness. Not a quaver, not a sway to the wonderful machine, and the blood coursed through my veins with an exhilaration not to be described. Think of it. Outside of the professional tracks, there was not a car in America that could touch me. On the highway, I was king. Luxuriating in the perfection of this matchless creation of the greatest automobile builders in the world, I softened the pressure on the pedal, thrilling with the consciousness of personal ownership as the great machine noiselessly reduced its momentum. "Some boat!" I exclaimed with sheer joy as I shifted my back to a more upright position. And then I was almost shocked out of this position by the appalling thunder of an open exhaust immediately behind me. Furiously, I pressed upon the gas feed. I didn't turn to look. I felt in my bones that it was the racy-looking car I had passed so exultingly, away back where the good road began. Well, all the better. If its driver had any sporting blood in him, I would show him a race that would test his gameness to the limit. Like a thing unchained, the Gordon Rennet responded to my touch. I smiled as I felt the rush of air and gave the car more gas. And then I ceased smiling and sank a bit lower in the seat. I was not losing the other. His open exhaust still thundered at my back. I was not gaining an inch. Not really disturbed, but a bit irritated at the ability of the unknown to keep pace with me, I pressed upon the gas pedal for the maximum feed to the carburetor, and narrowly watched the climb of the speedometer to 80, 85, 90. But despite the terrific speed with which I flew along the highway, there was no let-up to the thunderous roar of my pursuer's open muffler. I became really nervous then, and swore aloud at the unbelievable possibility that the other's car might even pass my new Gordon Renault. I was just turning to look behind in an angry effort to calculate the unknown racer's chances when I heard a cry ahead. Like a flash, I saw the situation. 2 pedestrians had emerged from the wooded path directly upon the highway. They had no time to think, no time to move, no time to escape. They stood paralyzed with fright. And yet I seemed to have plenty of time to consider them and to consider the highway beside them. I realized instantly that it would be impossible for me to pass them on my right. I must swerve to the left. And yet I saw distinctly that this would be a tremendous risk, not alone because that side of the road was in a state of eruption due to the work of the gas company's ditch digger, but because of the imminent danger of a collision with the racer coming from behind. I had not seen him, nor had I now time to raise the warning arm, but I knew he was there, for the clamor of his cutout was at my very heels. I had not gained an inch. Then I swerved. There was a cry, a crash, and instinctively my right foot pressed the foot brake, while my left threw out the clutch. I found myself on the highway, and with footsteps light as air, hastened back to where a racing car was overturned. Even yet, one of the front wheels continued spinning, and curiously enough, my first thought was a mental comment of approval upon the perfection of the wheel's noiseless bearings. My foot struck a license tag upon the roadway, and I gave an exclamation as I recognized it as my own. With that peculiar human attribute that causes us to touch a freshly painted post, I involuntarily turned to where I thought my own car stood, to see if my license plate was missing. Oddly enough, I did not see the car, and I kicked the license plate aside and approached the group made up of 2 pedestrians and a silent form on the ground. One of the pedestrians was kneeling beside the victim of the wreck, and I could not help giving vent to an exclamation as I saw him place his handkerchief over the face of the silent figure before him. The other pedestrian was intent on examining the card case, evidently taken from one of the pockets of the motorist. "Is he dead?" I asked. The man standing was too preoccupied to hear me, evidently, for he failed to answer me or to observe my presence. And even when I tapped him on the back, he did not turn. "Well, is he dead?" I inquired of the other pedestrian as he arose from beside the prostrate body, but he too vouchsafed no answer. I looked at the form on the ground. There was something vaguely familiar about his clothing, and one sprawling hand showed a ring I recalled having seen before. I lifted the kerchief from his face, but the features were too mangled to afford recognition, and the dreadful angle of his head showed that the man's neck was broken. Then I heard the man with the card case speaking. "It's that young fool Claiborne," he said, with an oath, and whether his anger was at his own narrow escape from the speeding car, or at this careless prodigality and waste of youth, I could not tell. But I turned to him impatiently. "Don't be an ass," I cried. "I'm Claiborne. This fellow was chasing me when he was wrecked." But they didn't seem to hear me, and then the other one spoke. "Yes, it's him all right. It's a wonder he got out of our way at the speed he was traveling, tearing along like a crazy man on the highway with his muffler wide open at 100 miles an hour. You could understand it if he was racing now, but there wasn't another car in sight. Gee, and he was 21 today." I cried out to them again, but they didn't seem to hear me and turned away. I then perceived another of the cards on the ground and picked it up. It was my card. And then I cried out in fright, for now I knew why the dead man's clothes and the dead man's ring seemed so familiar. They were mine. Then it was true. There had been no other car. I had accidentally opened the muffler of my own car when shifting my seat, and I had been racing against myself. This day, I had reached my majority. On this date, I had become the absolute master of 6 millions of money. Yet this was death. I was the dead man. Oh my God. I am the dead man. The end of On the Highway by Cargray Cook.
The Other Wing by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. The Other Wing by Algernon Blackwood. 1. It used to puzzle him that after dark, someone would look in round the edge of the bedroom door and withdraw again too rapidly for him to see the face. When the nurse had gone away with the candle, this happened. "Good night, Master Tim," she said usually, shading the light with one hand to protect his eyes. "Dream of me and I'll dream of you." She went out slowly. The sharp-edged shadow of the door ran across the ceiling like a train. There came a whispered colloquy in the corridor outside. About himself, of course. And he was alone. He heard her steps going deeper and deeper into the bosom of the old country house. They were audible for a moment on the stone flooring of the hall, and sometimes the dull thump of the baize door into the servants' quarters just reached him too. Then silence. But it was only when the last sound, as well as the last sign of her, had vanished, that the face emerged from its hiding place and flashed in upon him round the corner. As a rule, too, it came just as he was saying, "Now I'll go to sleep. I won't think any longer. Good night, Master Tim, and happy dreams." He loved to say this to himself. It brought a sense of companionship, as though there were two persons speaking. The room was on the top of the old house, a big, high-ceilinged room, and his bed against the wall had an iron railing round it. He felt very safe and protected in it. The curtains at the other end of the room were drawn. He lay watching the firelight dancing on the heavy folds, and their pattern, showing a spaniel chasing a long-tailed bird towards a bushy tree, interested and amused him. It was repeated over and over again. He counted the number of dogs, and the number of birds, and the number of trees, but could never make them agree. There was a plan somewhere in that pattern, if only he could discover it. The dogs and birds and trees would come out right. Hundreds and hundreds of times he had played this game, for the plan and the pattern made it possible to take sides, and the bird and dog were against him. They always won. However, Tim usually fell asleep just when the advantage was on his own side. The curtains hung steadily enough most of the time, but it seemed to him once or twice that they stirred, hiding a dog or bird on purpose to prevent his winning. For instance, he had 11 birds and 11 trees, and, fixing them in his mind by saying, "That's 11 birds and 11 trees, but only 10 dogs," his eyes darted back to find the 11th dog, when the curtain moved and threw all his calculations into confusion again. The 11th dog was hidden. He did not quite like the movement. It gave him questionable feelings. Rather, for the curtain did not move of itself. Yet usually he was too intent upon counting the dogs to feel positive alarm. Opposite to him was the fireplace, full of red and yellow coals, and, lying with his head sideways on the pillow, he could see directly in between the bars. When the coals settled with a soft and powdery crash, he turned his eyes from the curtains to the grate, trying to discover exactly which bits had fallen. So long as the glow was there, the sound seemed pleasant enough. But sometimes he awoke later in the night, the room huge with darkness, the fire almost out, and the sound was not so pleasant then. It startled him. The coals did not fall of themselves. It seemed that someone poked them cautiously, The shadows were very thick before the bars. As with the curtains, moreover, the morning aspect of the extinguished fire, the ice-cold cinders that made a clinking sound like tin, caused no emotion whatever in his soul. And it was usually while he lay waiting for sleep, tired both of the curtain and the coal games, on the point, indeed, of saying, "I'll go to sleep now," that the puzzling thing took place. He would be staring drowsily at the dying fire, perhaps counting the stockings and flannel garments that hung along the high fender rail, when suddenly a person looked in with lightning swiftness through the door and vanished again before he could possibly turn his head to see. The appearance and disappearance were accomplished with amazing rapidity always. It was a head and shoulders that looked in, and the movement combined the speed, the lightness and the silence of a shadow. Only it was not a shadow. A hand held the edge of the door. The face shot round, saw him, and withdrew like lightning. It was utterly beyond him to imagine anything more quick and clever. It darted. He heard no sound. It went. But it had seen him, looked him all over, examined him, noted what he was doing with that lightning glance. It wanted to know if he were awake still or asleep. And though it went off, it still watched him from a distance. It waited somewhere. It knew all about him. Where it waited, no one could ever guess. It came, probably, he felt, from beyond the house, possibly from the roof, but most likely from the garden or the sky. Yet, though strange, it was not terrible. It was a kindly and protective figure, he felt, and when it happened, he never called for help, because the occurrence simply took his voice away. It comes from the nightmare passage, he decided, but it's not a nightmare. It puzzled him. Sometimes, moreover, it came more than once in a single night. He was pretty sure, not quite positive, that it occupied his room as soon as he was properly asleep. It took possession, sitting perhaps before the dying fire, standing upright behind the heavy curtains, or even lying down in the empty bed his brother used when he was home from school. Perhaps it played the curtain game. Perhaps it poked the coals. It knew at any rate where the 11th dog had lain concealed. It certainly came in and out. Certainly, too, it did not wish to be seen. For more than once, on waking suddenly in the midnight blackness, Tim knew it was standing close beside his bed and bending over him. He felt, rather than heard, its presence. It glided quietly away. It moved with marvellous softness, yet he was positive it moved. He felt the difference, so to speak. It had been near him, now it was gone. It came back, too, just as he was falling into sleep again. Its midnight coming and going, however, stood out sharply different from its first, shy, tentative approach. For in the firelight it came alone, whereas in the black and silent hours it had with it others. And it was then he made up his mind that its swift and quiet movements were due to the fact that it had wings. It flew, and the others that came with it in the darkness were its little ones. He also made up his mind that all were friendly, comforting, protective, and that while positively not a nightmare, it yet came somehow along the nightmare passage before it reached him. "You see, it's like this," he explained to the nurse. "The big one comes to visit me alone, but it only brings its little ones when I'm quite asleep." "Then the quicker you get to sleep the better, isn't it, Master Tim?" He replied, "Rather. I always do, only I wonder where they come from." He spoke, however, as though he had an inkling. But the nurse was so dull about it that he gave her up and tried his father. "Of course," replied this busy but affectionate parent. "It's either nobody at all, or else it's sleep coming to carry you away to the land of dreams." He made this statement kindly, but somewhat briskly, for he was worried just then about the extra taxes on his land, and the effort to fix his mind on Tim's fanciful world was beyond him at the moment. He lifted the boy onto his knee, kissed and patted him as though he were a favourite dog, and planted him on the rug again with a flying sweep. "Run and ask your mother," he added. "She's she knows all that kind of thing, then come back and tell me all about it another time. Tim found his mother in an armchair before the fire of another room. She was knitting and reading at the same time, a wonderful thing the boy could never understand. She raised her head as he came in, pushed her glasses onto her forehead, and held her arms out. He told her everything, ending up with what his father said. You see, it's not Jackman or Thompson or anyone like that, he exclaimed. It's someone real. But nice, she assured him. Someone who comes to take care of you and see that you're all safe and cozy. Oh yes, I know that, but I think your father's right, she added quickly. It's Sleep, I'm sure, who pops in round the door like that. Sleep has got wings, I've always heard. Then the other thing, the little ones, he asked, are they just sort of dozes, you think? Mother did not answer for a moment. She turned down the page of her book, closed it slowly, put it on the table beside her. More slowly still, she put her knitting away, arranging the wool and needles with some deliberation. Perhaps, she said, drawing the boy closer to her and looking into his big eyes of wonder, they're dreams. Tim felt a thrill run through him as she said it. He stepped back a foot or so and clapped his hands softly. Dreams, he whispered with enthusiasm and belief. Of course, I never thought of that. His mother, having proved her sagacity, then made a mistake. She noted her success, but instead of leaving it there, she elaborated and explained. As Tim expressed it, she went on about it. Therefore, he did not listen. He followed his train of thought alone, and presently he interrupted her long sentences with the conclusion of his own. Then I know where she hides, he announced with a touch of awe. Where she lives, I mean. And without waiting to be asked, he imparted the information. It's in the other wing. Ah, said his mother, taken by surprise. How clever of you, Tim. And thus confirmed it. Thenceforth this was established in his life, that Sleep and her attendant dreams hid during the daytime in that unused portion of the great Elizabethan mansion called the Other Wing. This other wing was unoccupied, its corridors untrodden, its windows shuttered and its rooms all closed. At various places green baize doors led into it, but no one ever opened them. For many years this part had been shut up, and for the children, properly speaking, it was out of bounds. They never mentioned it as a possible place. At any rate, in hide and seek, it was not considered, even. There was a hint of the inaccessible about the other wing. Shadows, dust, and silence had it to themselves. But Tim, having ideas of his own about everything, possessed special information about the other wing. He believed it was inhabited. Who occupied the immense series of empty rooms? Who trod the spacious corridors? Who passed to and fro behind the shuttered windows? He had not known exactly. He had called these occupants they, and the most important among them was the ruler. The ruler of the other wing was a kind of deity, powerful, far away, ever present, yet never seen. And about this ruler he had a wonderful conception for a little boy. He connected her somehow with deep thoughts of his own, the deepest of all. When he made up adventures to the moon, to the stars, or to the bottom of the sea, adventures that he lived inside himself, as it were, to reach them he must invariably pass through the chambers of the other wing. Those corridors and halls, the nightmare passage among them, lay along the route. They were the first stage of the journey. Once the green baize doors swung to behind them, and the long dim passage stretched ahead, he was well on his way into the adventure of the moment. The nightmare passage once passed, he was safe from capture. But once the shutters of a window had been flung open, he was free of the gigantic world that lay beyond. For then light poured in, and he could see his way. The conception for a child was curious. It established a correspondence between the mysterious chambers of the other wing and the occupied, but unguessed chambers of his inner being. Through these chambers, through these darkened corridors, along a passage, sometimes dangerous, or at least of questionable repute, he must pass to find all adventures that were real. The light, when he pierced far enough to take the shutters down, was discovery. Tim did not actually think, much less say, all this. He was aware of it, however. He felt it. The other wing was inside himself, as well as through the green baize doors. His inner map of wonder included both of them. But now, for the first time in his life, he knew who lived there and who the ruler was. A shutter had fallen of its own accord, light poured in, he made a guess, and Mother had confirmed it. Sleep and her little ones, the host of dreams, were the daylight occupants. They stole out when the darkness fell. All adventures in life began and ended by a dream, discoverable by first passing through the other wing. 2. And having settled this, his one desire now was to travel over the map upon journeys of exploration and discovery. The map inside himself he knew already, but the map of the other wing he had not seen. His mind knew it. He had a clear mental picture of rooms and halls and passages, but his feet had never trod the silent floors where dust and shadows hid the flock of dreams by day. The mighty chambers where sleep ruled he longed to stand in, to see the ruler face to face. He made up his mind to get into the other wing. To accomplish this was difficult, but Tim was a determined youngster and he meant to try. He meant also to succeed. He deliberated. At night he could not possibly manage it. In any case, the ruler and her host all left it after dark, to fly about the world. The wing would be empty, and the emptiness would frighten him. Therefore he must make a daylight visit, and it was a daylight visit he decided on. He deliberated more. There were rules and risks involved. It meant going out of bounds, the danger of being seen, the certainty of being questioned by some idle and inquisitive grown-up. Where in the world have you been all this time? And so forth. These things he thought out carefully, and though he arrived at no solution, he felt satisfied that it would be all right. That is, he recognized the risks. To be prepared was half the battle, for nothing then could take him by surprise. The notion that he might slip in from the garden was soon abandoned. The red bricks showed no openings. There was no door from the courtyard. Also, entrance was impracticable. Even on tiptoe, he could barely reach the broad windowsills of stone. When playing alone or walking with the French governess, he examined every outside possibility. None offered. The shutters, supposing he could reach them, were thick and solid. Meanwhile, when opportunity offered, he stood against the outside walls and listened, his ear pressed against the tight red bricks. The towers and gables of the wing rose overhead. He heard the wind go whispering along the eaves. He imagined tiptoe movements and a sound of wings inside. Sleep and her little ones were busily preparing for their journeys after dark. They hid, but they did not sleep. In this unused wing, vaster, alone than any other country house he had ever seen, Sleep taught and trained her flock of feathered dreams. It was very wonderful. They probably supplied the entire county. But more wonderful still was the thought that the ruler herself should take the trouble to come to his particular room and personally watch over him all night long. That was amazing. And it flashed across his imaginative, inquiring mind. Perhaps they take me with them. The moment I'm asleep, that's why she comes to see me. Yet his chief preoccupation was how Sleep got out. Through the green baize doors, of course. By a process of elimination, he arrived at a conclusion. He, too, must enter through a green baize door and risk detection. Of late, the lightning visits had ceased. The silent, darting figure had not peeped in and vanished as it used to do. He fell asleep too quickly now, almost before Jackman reached the hall, and long before the fire began to die. Also, the dogs and birds upon the curtains always matched the trees exactly, and he won the curtain game quite easily. There was never a dog or bird too many. The curtain never stirred. It had been thus ever since his talk with Mother and Father, and so he came to make a second discovery. His parents did not really believe in his figure. She kept away on that account. They doubted her. She hid. Here was still another incentive to go and find her out. He ached for her. She was so kind, she gave herself so much trouble, just for his little self in the big and lonely bedroom. Yet his parents spoke of her as though she were of no account. He longed to see her face to face and tell her that he believed in her and loved her. For he was positive she would like to hear it. She cared. Though he had fallen asleep of late too quickly for him to see her flash in at the door, he had known nicer dreams than ever in his life before. Travelling dreams. And it was she who sent them. More, he was sure she took him out with her. One evening in the dusk of a March day, his opportunity came, and only just in time, for his brother Jack was expected home from school on the morrow, and with Jack in the other bed, no figure would ever care to show itself. Also, it was Easter, and after Easter, though Tim was not aware of it at the time, he was to say goodbye finally to governesses and become a day boarder at a preparatory school for Wellington. The opportunity offered itself so naturally, moreover, that Tim took it without hesitation. It never occurred to him to question, much less to refuse it. The thing was obviously meant to be, for he found himself unexpectedly in front of a green baize door, and the green baize door was swinging. Somebody, therefore, had just passed through it. It had come about in this wise. Father, away in Scotland at Inglemuir, the shooting place, was expected back next morning. Mother had driven over to the church upon some Easter business or other, and the governess had been allowed her holiday at home in France. Tim, therefore, had the run of the house, and in the hour between tea and bedtime he made good use of it. Fully able to defy such second-rate obstacles as nurses and butlers, he explored all manner of forbidden places with ardent thoroughness, arriving finally in the sacred precincts of his father's study. This wonderful room was the very heart and centre of the whole big house. He had been birched here long ago. Here, too, his father had told him with a grave yet smiling face, "You've got a new companion, Tim, a little sister. You must be very kind to her." Also, it was the place where all the money was kept. What he called Father's jolly smell was strong in it. Papers, tobacco, books, flavoured by hunting crops and gunpowder. At first he felt odd, standing motionless just inside the door, but presently, recovering equilibrium, he moved cautiously on tiptoe towards the gigantic desk where important papers were piled in untidy patches. These he did not touch, but beside them his quick eye noted the jagged piece of iron shell his father brought home from his Crimean campaign and now used as a letterweight. It was difficult to lift, however. He climbed into the comfortable chair and swung round and round. It was a swivel chair, and he sank down among the cushions in it, staring at the strange things on the great desk before him, as if fascinated. Next, he turned away and saw the stick rack in the corner. This he knew he was allowed to touch. He had played with these sticks before. There were 20, perhaps, all told, with curious carved handles brought from every corner of the world, many of them cut by his father's own hand in queer and distant places. And among them Tim fixed his eye upon a cane with an ivory handle, a slender, polished cane that he had always coveted tremendously. It was the kind he meant to use when he was a man. It bent, it quivered, and when he swished it through the air, it trembled like a riding whip and made a whistling noise. Yet it was very strong in spite of its elastic qualities. A family treasure, it was also an old-fashioned relic. It had been his grandfather's walking stick. Something of another century clung visibly about it still. It had dignity and grace and leisure in its very aspect. And it suddenly occurred to him how Grandpapa must miss it. Wouldn't he just love to have it back again? How it happened exactly, Tim did not know. But a few minutes later he found himself walking about the deserted halls and passages of the house with the air of an elderly gentleman of 100 years ago, proud as a courtier, flourishing the stick like an 18th century dandy in the mall. That the cane reached to his shoulder made no difference. He held it accordingly, swaggering on his way. He was off upon an adventure. He dived down through the byways of the other wing, inside himself, as though the stick transported him to the days of the old gentleman who had used it in another century. It may seem strange to those who dwell in smaller houses, but in this rambling Elizabethan mansion there were whole sections that, even to Tim, were strange and unfamiliar. In his mind, the map of the other wing was clearer by far than the geography of the part he travelled daily. He came to passages in dim-lit halls, long corridors of stone beyond the picture gallery, narrow wainscoted connecting channels with 4 steps down and a little later 2 steps up. Deserted chambers with arches guarding them, all hung with the soft March twilight and all bewilderingly unrecognised. With a sense of adventure born of naughtiness, he went carelessly along, farther and farther into the heart of this unfamiliar country, swinging the cane, one thumb stuck into the armpit of his blue serge suit, whistling softly to himself, excited yet keenly on the alert, and suddenly found himself opposite a door that checked all further advance. It was a green baize door, and it was swinging. He stopped abruptly, facing it. He stared. He gripped his cane more tightly. He held his breath. The other wing, he gasped in a swallowed whisper. It was an entrance, but an entrance he had never seen before. He thought he knew every door by heart, but this one was new. He stood motionless for several minutes, watching it. The door had 2 halves, but one half only was swinging, each swing shorter than the one before. He heard the little puffs of air it made. It settled finally, the last movements very short and rapid. It stopped. And the boy's heart, after similar rapid strokes, stopped also, for a moment. "Someone's just gone through," he gulped, and even as he said it, he knew who the someone was. The conviction just dropped into him. "It's grandfather. He knows I've got his stick. He wants it." On the heels of this flashed instantly another amazing certainty. He sleeps in there. He's having dreams. That's what being dead means. His first impulse then took the form of, "I must let father know. It'll make him burst for joy." But his second was for himself, to finish his adventure. And it was this, naturally enough, that gained the day. He could tell his father later. His first duty was plainly to go through the door into the other wing. He must give the stick back to its owner. He must hand it back. The test of will and character came now. Tim had imagination, and so knew the meaning of fear, but there was nothing craven in him. He could howl and scream and stamp like any other person of his age when the occasion called for such behaviour, but such occasions were due to temper roused by a thwarted will. And the histrionics were half pretended to produce a calculated effect. There was no one to thwart his will at present. He also knew how to be afraid of nothing, to be afraid without ostensible cause, that is, which was merely nerves. He could have the shudders with the best of them. But when a real thing faced him, Tim's character emerged to meet it. He would clench his hands, brace his muscles, set his teeth, and wish to heaven he was bigger. But he would not flinch. Being imaginative, he lived the worst a dozen times before it happened. Yet, in the final crash, he stood up like a man. He had that highest pluck, the courage of a sensitive temperament. And at this particular juncture, somewhat ticklish for a boy of 8 or 9, it did not fail him. He lifted the cane and pushed the swinging door wide open. Then he walked through it, into the other wing. 3. The green baize door swung to behind him. He was even sufficiently master of himself to turn and close it with a steady hand, because he did not care to hear the series of muffled thuds its lessening swings would cause. But he realized clearly his position, knew he was doing a tremendous thing. Holding the cane between fingers very tightly clenched, he advanced bravely along the corridor that stretched before him, and all fear left him from that moment, replaced, it seemed, by a mild and exquisite surprise. His footsteps made no sound. He walked on air instead of darkness, or the twilight he expected, a diffused and gentle light that that seemed like the silver on the lawn when a half-moon sails a cloudless sky, lay everywhere. He knew his way, moreover, knew exactly where he was and whither he was going. The corridor was as familiar to him as the floor of his own bedroom. He recognized the shape and length of it. It agreed exactly with the map he had constructed long ago. Though he had never, to the best of his knowledge, entered it before, he knew with intimacy its every detail. And thus the surprise he felt was mild and far from disconcerting. "I'm here again," was the kind of thought he had. It was how he got here that caused the faint surprise, apparently. He no longer swaggered, however, but walked carefully and half on tiptoe, holding the ivory handle of the cane with a kind of affectionate respect. And, as he advanced, the light closed softly up behind him, obliterating the way by which he had come. But this he did not know, because he did not look behind him. He only looked in front, where the corridor stretched its silvery length towards the great chamber where he knew the cane must be surrendered. The person who had preceded him down this ancient corridor, passing through the green baize door just before he reached it, this person, his father's father, now stood in that great chamber, waiting to receive his own. Tim knew it as surely as he knew he breathed. At the far end, he even made out the larger part of silvery light which marked its gaping doorway. There was another thing he knew as well. That this corridor he moved along between rooms with fast-closed doors was the nightmare corridor. Often and often he had traversed it. Each room was occupied. "This is the nightmare passage," he whispered to himself. "But I know the ruler. It doesn't matter. None of them can get out or do anything." He heard them, nonetheless, inside as he passed by. He heard them scratching to get out. The feeling of security made him reckless. He took unnecessary risks. He brushed the panels as he passed. And the love of keen sensation for its own sake, the desire to feel an awful thrill, tempted him once so sharply that he raised his stick and poked a fast-shut door with it. He was not prepared for the result, but he gained the sensation and the thrill. For the door opened with instant swiftness half an inch. A hand emerged, caught the stick, and tried to draw it in. Tim sprang back as if he had been struck. He pulled at the ivory handle with all his strength, but his strength was less than nothing. He tried to shout, but his voice had gone. A terror of the moon came over him, for he was unable to loosen his hold of the handle. His fingers had become a part of it. An appalling weakness turned him helpless. He was dragged inch by inch towards the fearful door. The end of the stick was already through the narrow crack. He could not see the hand that pulled, but he knew it was terrific. He understood now why the world was strange, why horses galloped furiously, and why trains whistled as they raced through stations. All the comedy and terror of nightmare gripped his heart with pincers made of ice. The disproportion was abominable. The final collapse rushed over him when, without a sign of warning, the door slammed silently, and between the jamb and the wall, the cane was crushed as flat as if it were a bulrush. So irresistible was the force behind the door that the solid stick just went flat as a stalk of a bulrush. He looked at it. It was a bulrush. He did not laugh. The absurdity was so distressingly unnatural. The horror of finding a bulrush where he had expected a polished cane, this hideous and appalling detail held the nameless horror of the nightmare. It betrayed him utterly. Why had he not always known really that the stick was not a stick, but a thin and hollow reed? Then the cane was safely in his hand, unbroken. He stood, looking at it. The nightmare was in full swing. He heard another door opening behind his back, a door he had not touched. There was just time to see a hand thrusting and waving dreadfully, familiarly at him through the narrow crack. Just time to realize that this was another nightmare, acting in atrocious concert with the first, when he saw closely behind him, towering to the ceiling, the protective, kindly figure that visited his bedroom. In the turning movement he made to meet the attack, he became aware of her, and his terror passed. It was a nightmare terror merely. The infinite horror vanished. only the comedy remained. He smiled. He saw her dimly only. She was so vast, but he saw her, the ruler of the other wing at last, and knew that he was safe again. He gazed with a tremendous love and wonder, trying to see her clearly, but the face was hidden far aloft and seemed to melt into the sky beyond the roof. He discerned that she was larger than the night, only far, far softer, with wings that folded above him more tenderly even than his mother's arms, that there were points of light like stars among the feathers, and that she was vast enough to cover millions and millions of people all at once. Moreover, she did not fade or go, so far as he could see, but spread herself in such a way that he lost sight of her. She spread over the entire wing. And Tim remembered that this was all quite natural, really. He had often and often been down this corridor before. The nightmare corridor was no new experience. It had to be faced as usual. Once knowing what hid inside the rooms, he was bound to tempt them out. They drew, enticed, attracted him. This was their power. It was their special strength that they could suck him helplessly towards them, and that he was obliged to go. He understood exactly why he was tempted to tap with the cane upon their awful doors, but, having done so, he had accepted the challenge and could now continue his journey quietly and safely. The ruler of the other wing had taken him in charge. A delicious sense of carelessness came on him. There was softness as of water in the solid things about him, nothing that could hurt or bruise. Holding the cane firmly by its ivory handle, he went forward along the corridor, walking as on air. The end was quickly reached. He stood upon the threshold of the mighty chamber where he knew the owner of the cane was waiting. The long corridor lay behind him. In front he saw the spacious dimensions of a lofty hall that gave him the feeling of being in the Crystal Palace, Euston Station, or St. Paul's. High, narrow windows, cut deeply into the wall, stood in a row upon the other side. An enormous open fireplace of burning logs was on his right. Thick tapestries hung from the ceiling to the floor of stone, and in the centre of the chamber was a massive table of dark, shining wood, great chairs with carved, stiff backs set here and there beside it. And in the biggest of these throne-like chairs there sat a figure looking at him gravely, the figure of an old man. Yet there was no surprise in the boy's fast-beating heart. There was a thrill of pleasure and excitement only, a feeling of satisfaction. He had known quite well the figure would be there, known also it would look like this exactly. He stepped forward onto the floor of stone without a trace of fear or trembling, holding the precious cane in two hands now before him, as though to present it to its owner. He felt proud and pleased. He had run risks for this. And the figure rose quietly to meet him, advancing in a stately manner over the hard stone floor. The eyes looked gravely, sweetly down at him. The aquiline nose stood out. Tim knew him perfectly. The knee breeches of shining satin, the gleaming buckles on the shoes, the neat, dark stockings, the lace and ruffles about neck and wrists, the coloured waistcoat opening so widely, all the details of the picture over father's mantelpiece, where it hung between two Crimean bayonets, were reproduced in life before his eyes at last. Only the polished cane with the ivory handle was not there. Tim went 3 steps nearer to the advancing figure and held out both his hands with the cane laid crosswise on them. "I've brought it, grandfather," he said in a faint but clear and steady tone. "Here it is." And the other stooped a little, put out 3 fingers half concealed by falling lace, and took it by the ivory handle. He made a courtly bow to Tim. He smiled, but though there was pleasure, it was a grave, sad smile. He spoke then. The voice was slow and very deep. There was a delicate softness in it, the suave politeness of an older day. "Thank you," he said. "I value it. It was given to me by my grandfather. I forgot it when I..." His voice grew indistinct a little. "Yes," said Tim. "When I left," the old gentleman repeated. "Oh," said Tim, thinking how beautiful and kind the gracious figure was. The old man ran his slender fingers carefully along the cane, feeling the polished surface with satisfaction. He lingered specially over the smoothness of the ivory handle. He was evidently very pleased. I was not quite myself at the moment, he went on gently. My memory failed me somewhat. He sighed as though an immense relief was in him. I forget things too sometimes, Tim mentioned sympathetically. He simply loved his grandfather. He hoped, for a moment, he would be lifted up and kissed. I'm awfully glad I brought it, he faltered, that you've got it again. The other turned his kind grey eyes upon him. The smile on his face was full of gratitude as he looked down. Thank you, my boy. I am truly and deeply indebted to you. You courted danger for my sake. Others have tried before, but the nightmare passage... He broke off. He tapped the stick firmly on the stone flooring as though to test it. Bending a trifle, he put his weight upon it. Ah, he exclaimed with a short sigh of relief. I can now... His voice again grew indistinct. Tim did not catch the words. Yes? He asked again, aware for the first time that a touch of awe was in his heart. Get about again, the other continued very low. Without my cane, he added, the voice failing with each word the old lips uttered, I could not, possibly, allow myself to be seen. It was indeed deplorable, unpardonable of me, to forget in such a way. Zounds, sir, I... His voice sank away suddenly into a sound of wind. He straightened up, tapping the iron ferrule of his cane on the stones in a series of loud knocks. Tim felt a strange sensation creep into his legs. The queer words frightened him a little. The old man took a step towards him. He still smiled, but there was a new meaning in the smile. A sudden earnestness had replaced the courtly, leisurely manner. The next words seemed to blow down upon the boy from above, as though a cold wind brought them from the sky outside. Yet the words he knew were kindly meant and very sensible. It was only the abrupt change that startled him. Grandfather, after all, was but a man. The distant sound recalled something in him to that outside world from which the cold wind blew. My eternal thanks to you, he heard, while the voice and face and figure seemed to withdraw deeper and deeper into the heart of the mighty chamber. I shall not forget your kindness and your courage. It is a debt I can, fortunately, one day repay. But now you had best return, and with dispatch, for your head and arm lie heavily on the table. The documents are scattered. There is a cushion fallen, and my son is in the house. Farewell. You had best leave me quickly. See, she stands behind you, waiting. Go with her. Go now. The entire scene had vanished even before the final words were uttered. Tim felt empty space about him. A vast, shadowy figure bore him through it as with mighty wings. He flew, he rushed, he remembered nothing more, until he heard another voice and felt a heavy hand upon his shoulder. Tim, you rascal! What are you doing in my study? And in the dark? Like this? He looked up into his father's face without a word. He felt dazed. The next minute his father had caught him up and kissed him. Ragamuffin, how did you guess I was coming back tonight? He shook him playfully and kissed his tumbling hair. And you've been asleep too, into the bargain. Well, how's everything at home, eh? Jack's coming back from school tomorrow, you know, and... 4. Jack came home indeed the following day, and when the Easter holidays were over, the governess stayed abroad, and Tim went off to adventures of another kind in the preparatory school for Wellington. Life slipped rapidly along with him. He grew into a man. His mother and his father died. Jack followed them within a little space. Tim inherited, married, settled down into his great possessions, and opened up the other wing. The dreams of imaginative boyhood all had faded. Perhaps he had merely put them away, or perhaps he had forgotten them. At any rate, he never spoke of such things now, and when his Irish wife mentioned her belief that the old country house possessed a family ghost, even declaring that she had met an 18th century figure of a man in the corridors, an old man who bends down upon a stick, Tim only laughed and said, "That's as it ought to be, and if these awful land taxes force us to sell some day, a respectable ghost will increase the market value." But one night he awoke and heard a tapping on the floor. He sat up in bed and listened. There was a chilly feeling down his back. Belief had long since gone out of him. He felt uncannily afraid. The sound came nearer and nearer. There were light footsteps with it. The door opened. It opened a little wider, that is, for it already stood ajar. And there upon the threshold stood a figure that it seemed he knew. He saw the face as with all the vivid sharpness of reality. There was a smile upon it, but a smile of warning and alarm. The arm was raised. Tim saw the slender hand, lace falling down upon the long, thin fingers, and in them, tightly gripped, a polished cane. Shaking the cane twice to and fro in the air, the face thrust forward, spoke certain words, and vanished. But the words were inaudible, for though the lips distinctly moved, no sound apparently came from them. And Tim sprang out of bed. The room was full of darkness. He turned the light on. The door, he saw, was shut as usual. He had, of course, been dreaming, but he noticed a curious odour in the air. He sniffed it once or twice, then grasped the truth. It was a smell of burning. Fortunately, he awoke just in time. He was acclaimed a hero for his promptitude. After many days when the damage was repaired and nerves had settled down once more into the calm routine of country life, he told the story to his wife, the entire story. He told the adventure of his imaginative boyhood with it. She asked to see the old family cane, and it was this request of hers that brought back to memory a detail Tim had entirely forgotten all these years. He remembered it suddenly again, the loss of the cane, the hubbub his father kicked up about it, the endless, futile search. For the stick had never been found, and Tim, who was questioned very closely concerning it, swore with all his might that he had not the smallest notion where it was, which was, of course, the truth. End of The Other Wing by Algernon Blackwood. Recording by Grant Love.
The Red Room by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cliff Stone of Sydney, Australia. A short story by H.G. Wells. The Red Room. "I can assure you," said I, "that it will take a very tangible ghost to frighten me." And I stood up before the fire with my glass in my hand. "It is your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm, and glanced at me askance. 28 years, said I have lived, and never a ghost have I seen as yet." The old woman sat staring hard into the fire, her pale eyes wide open. "Aye," she broke in, "and 28 years you have lived and never seen the likes of this house, I reckon. There's many a things to see when one's still but 28. She swayed her head slowly from side to side. "And many things to see and sorrow for." I half suspected the old people were trying to enhance the spiritual terrors of their house by their droning insistence. I put down my empty glass on the table and looked about the room, and caught a glimpse of myself, abbreviated and broadened to an impossible sturdiness, in the queer old mirror at the end of the room. "Well," I said, "if I see anything tonight I shall be so much the wiser, for I come to the business with an open mind." "It's your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm once more. I heard the faint sound of a stick and a shambling step on the flags in the passage outside. The door creaked on its hinges as a second old man entered, more bent, more wrinkled, more aged even than the first. He supported himself by the help of a crutch. His eyes were covered by a shade, and his lower lip, half averted, hung pale and pink from his decaying yellow teeth. He made straight for an armchair on the opposite side of the table, sat down clumsily, and began to cough. The man with the withered hand gave the newcomer a short glance of positive dislike. The old woman took no notice of his arrival, but remained with her eyes fixed steadily on the fire. "I said, it's your own choosing," said the man with the withered hand, when the coughing had ceased for a while. "It's my own choosing," I answered. The man with the shade became aware of my presence for the first time, and threw his head back for a moment and sidewise to see me. I caught a momentary glimpse of his eyes, small and bright and inflamed. Then he began to cough and splutter again. "Why don't you drink?" said the man with the withered arm, pushing the beer toward him. The man with the shade poured out a glassful with a shaking hand that splashed half as much again on the deal table. A monstrous shadow of him crouched upon the wall and mocked his action as he poured and drank. I must confess I had scarcely expected these grotesque custodians. There is, to my mind, something inhuman in senility, something crouching and atavistic. The human quality seemed to drop from old people insensibly day by day. The three of them made me feel uncomfortable with their gaunt silences, their bent carriage, their evident unfriendliness to me and to one another. And that night, perhaps, I was in the mood for uncomfortable impressions. I resolved to get away from their vague foreshadowings of the evil things upstairs. "If," said I, "you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will make myself comfortable there." The old man with the cough jerked his head back so suddenly that it startled me, and shot another glance of his red eyes at me from out of the darkness under the shade. But no one answered me. I waited a minute, glancing from one to the other. The old woman stared like a dead body, glaring into the fire with lacklustre eyes. "If," I said a little louder, "if you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will relieve you from the task of entertaining me." "There's a candle on the slab outside the door," said the man with the withered hand, looking at my feet as he addressed me. "But if you go to the Red Room tonight—" "This night of all nights," said the old woman softly, "you go alone." "Very well," I answered shortly. "And which way do I go?" "You go along the passage for a bit," said he, nodding his head on his shoulder at the door, "until you come to a spiral staircase. And on the second landing is a door covered with green baize. Go through that, and down the long corridor to the end, and the Red Room is on your left up the steps." "Have I got that right?" I said, and repeated his directions. He corrected me in one particular. "And you are really going?" said the man with the shade, looking at me again for the third time with that queer, unnatural tilting of the face. "This night of all nights," whispered the old woman. "It is what I came for," I said, and moved toward the door. As I did so, the old man with the shade rose and staggered round the table so as to be closer to the others and to the fire. At the door I turned and looked at them, and saw they were all close together, dark against the firelight, staring at me over their shoulders with an intent expression on their ancient faces. "Good night," I said, setting the door open. "It's your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm. I left the door wide open until the candle was well alight, and then I shut them in and walked down the chilly, echoing passage. I must confess that the oddness of these three old pensioners in whose charge her ladyship had left the castle, and the deep-toned old-fashioned furniture of the housekeeper's room in which they foregathered, had affected me curiously in spite of my effort to keep myself at a matter-of-fact phase. They seemed to belong to another age, an older age, an age when things spiritual were indeed to be feared, when common sense was uncommon, an age when omens and witches were credible and ghosts beyond denying. Their very existence, thought I, is spectral. The cut of their clothing, fashions born in dead brains. The ornaments and conveniences in the room about them even are ghostly. The thoughts of vanished men, which still haunt rather than participate in the world of today. And the passage I was in, long and shadowy with a film of moisture glistening on the wall, was as gaunt and cold as a thing that is dead and rigid. But with an effort I sent such thoughts to the right about. The long, draughty subterranean passage was chilly and dusty, and my candle flared and made the shadows cower and quiver. The echoes rang up and down the spiral staircase, and a shadow came sweeping up after me, and another fled before me into the darkness overhead. I came to the wide landing and stopped there for a moment, listening to a rustling that I fancied I heard creeping behind me, and then, satisfied of the absolute silence, pushed open the unwilling baize-covered door and stood in the silent corridor. The effect was scarcely what I expected, for the moonlight coming in by the great window on the grand staircase picked out everything in vivid black shadow or reticulated silvery illumination. Everything seemed in its proper position. The house might have been deserted on the yesterday instead of 12 months ago. There were candles in the sockets of the sconces, and whatever dust had gathered on the carpets or upon the polished flooring was distributed so evenly as to be invisible in my candlelight. A waiting stillness was over everything. I was about to advance and stopped abruptly. A bronze group stood upon the landing, hidden from me by a corner of the wall, but its shadow fell with marvellous distinctness upon the white panelling and gave me the impression of someone crouching to waylay me. The thing jumped upon my attention suddenly. I stood rigid for half a moment, perhaps. Then, with my hand in the pocket that I held the revolver, I advanced, only to discover a Ganymede and eagle glistening in the moonlight. That incident for a time restored my nerve, and a dim porcelain Chinaman on a buhl table whose head rocked as I passed scarcely startled me. The door of the Red Room and the steps up to it were in a shadowy corner. I moved my candle from side to side in order to see clearly the nature of the recess in which I stood before opening the door. Here it was, thought I, that my predecessor was found, and the memory of that story gave me a sudden twinge of apprehension. I glanced over my shoulder at the black Ganymede in the moonlight and opened the door of the Red Room rather hastily, with my face half turned to the pallid silence of the corridor. I entered, closed the door behind me at once, turned the key I found in the lock within, and stood with the candle held aloft, surveying the scene of my vigil, the great Red Room of Lorraine Castle, in which the young Duke had died, or rather in which he had begun his dying, for he had opened the door and fallen headlong down the steps I had just ascended. That had been the end of his vigil, of his gallant attempt to conquer the ghostly tradition of the place. And never, I thought, had apoplexy better served the ends of superstition. There were other and older stories that clung to the room, back to the half-incredible beginning of it all, the tale of a timid wife and the tragic end that came to her husband's jest of frightening her. And looking round that huge shadowy room with its black window bays, its recesses and alcoves, its dusty brown red hangings and dark gigantic furniture, one could well understand the legends that had sprouted in its black corners, its germinating darknesses. My candle was a little tongue of light in the vastness of the chamber. Its rays failed to pierce to the opposite end of the room and left an ocean of dull red mystery and suggestion, sentinel shadows and watching darknesses beyond its island of light. And the stillness of desolation brooded over it all. I must confess, some impalpable quality of that ancient room disturbed me. I tried to fight the feeling down. I resolved to make a systematic examination of the place, and so, by leaving nothing to the imagination, dispel the fanciful suggestions of the obscurity before they obtained a hold upon me. After satisfying myself of the fastening of the door, I began to walk round the room, peering round each article of furniture, tucking up the valances of the bed and opening its curtains wide. In one place there was a distinct echo to my footsteps. The noises I made seemed so little that they enhanced rather than broke the silence of the place. I pulled up the blinds and examined the fastenings of the several windows. Attracted by the fall of a particle of dust, I leaned forward and looked up the blackness of the wide chimney. Then, trying to preserve my scientific attitude of mind, I walked round and began tapping the oak panelling for any secret opening, but I desisted before reaching the alcove. I saw my face in a mirror, white. There were 2 big mirrors in the room, each with a pair of sconces bearing candles, and on the mantel shelf 2 were candles in china candlesticks. All these I lit one after the other. The fire was laid, an unexpected consideration from the old housekeeper, and I lit it to keep down any disposition to shiver, and when it was burning well I stood round with my back to it and regarded the room again. I had pulled up a chintz-covered armchair and a table to form a kind of barricade before me. On this lay my revolver, ready to hand. My precise examination had done me a little good, but I still found the remoter darkness of the place and its perfect stillness too stimulating for the imagination. The echoing of the stir and crackling of the fire was no sort of comfort to me. The shadow in the alcove at the end of the room began to display that undefinable quality of a presence, that odd suggestion of a lurking living thing that comes so easily in silence and solitude. And, to reassure myself, I walked with a candle into it and satisfied myself that there was nothing tangible there. I stood that candle upon the floor of the alcove and left it in that position. By this time I was in a state of considerable nervous tension, although to my reason there was no adequate cause for my condition. My mind, however, was perfectly clear. I postulated quite unreservedly that nothing supernatural could happen, and to pass the time I began stringing some rhymes together, in Goldsby fashion, concerning the original legend of the place. I spoke a few aloud, but the echoes were not pleasant. For the same reason I also abandoned after a time a conversation with myself upon the impossibility of ghosts and haunting. My mind reverted to the 3 old and distorted people downstairs, and I tried to keep it upon that topic. The sombre reds and greys of the room troubled me. Even with its 7 candles, the place was merely dim. The light in the alcove flaring in a draught, and the fire flickering, kept the shadows and penumbra perpetually shifting and stirring in a noiseless, flighty dance. Casting about for a remedy, I recalled the wax candles I had seen in the corridor, and, with a slight effort, carrying a candle and leaving the door open, I walked out into the moonlight and presently returned with as many as 10. These I put in the various knickknacks of china with which the room was sparsely adorned, and lit and placed them where the shadows had lain deepest, some on the floor, some in the window recesses, arranging and rearranging them until at last my 17 candles were so placed that not an inch of the room but had the direct light of at least one of them. It occurred to me that when the ghost came, I could warn him not to trip over them. The room was now quite brightly illuminated. There was something very cheering and reassuring in these little silent streaming flames, and to notice their steady diminution of length offered me an occupation and gave me a reassuring sense of the passage of time. Even with that, however, the brooding expectation of the vigil weighed heavily enough upon me. I stood watching the minute hand of my watch creep towards midnight. Then something happened in the alcove. I did not see the candle go out. I simply turned and saw that the darkness was there, as one might start and see the unexpected presence of a stranger. The black shadow had sprung back to its place. "By Jove," said I aloud, recovering from my surprise. "That draft's a strong one." And taking the matchbox from the table, I walked across the room in a leisurely manner to relight the corner again. My first match would not strike, and as I succeeded with the second, something seemed to blink on the wall before me. I turned my head involuntarily and saw that the 2 candles on the little table by the fireplace were extinguished. I rose at once to my feet. "Odd," I said. "Did I do that myself in a flash of absent-mindedness?" I walked back, relit one, and as I did so, I saw the candle in the right sconce of one of the mirrors wink and go right out, and almost immediately its companion followed it. The flames vanished as if the wick had been suddenly nipped between a finger and thumb, leaving the wick neither glowing nor smoking, but black. While I stood gaping, the candle at the foot of the bed went out, and the shadows seemed to take another step toward me. "This won't do," said I, and first one and then another candle on the mantelshelf followed. "What's up?" I cried with a queer high note getting into my voice somehow. At that, the candle on the corner of the wardrobe went out, and the one I had relit in the alcove followed. "Steady on," I said. "Those candles are wanted," speaking with a half-hysterical facetiousness and scratching away at a match the while, "for the mantel candlesticks." My hands trembled so much that twice I missed the rough paper of the matchbox. As the mantel emerged from darkness again, 2 candles in the remoter end of the room were eclipsed. But with the same match I also relit the larger mirror candles and those on the floor near the doorway, so that for the moment I seemed to gain on the extinctions. But then, in a noiseless volley, there vanished 4 lights at once in different corners of the room, and I struck another match in quivering haste and stood hesitating whether to take it. As I stood undecided, an invisible hand seemed to sweep out the 2 candles on the table. With a cry of terror, I dashed at the alcove, then into the corner and then into the window, relighting 3 as 2 more vanished by the fireplace, and then perceiving a better way, I dropped matches on the iron-bound deed box in the corner and caught up the bedroom candlestick. With this I avoided the delay of striking matches, but for all that, the steady process of extinction went on, and the shadows I feared and fought against returned and crept in upon me. First a step gained on this side of me, then on that. I was now almost frantic with the horror of the coming darkness, and my self-possession deserted me. I leapt panting from candle to candle in a vain struggle against that remorseless advance. I bruised myself in the thigh against the table. I sent a chair headlong. I stumbled and fell and whisked the cloth from the table in my fall. My candle rolled away from me, and I snatched another as I rose. Abruptly this was blown out as I swung it off the table by the wind of my sudden movement, and immediately the 2 remaining candles followed. But there was a light still in the room, a red light that streamed across the ceiling and staved off the shadows from me. The fire! Of course, I could still thrust my candle between the bars and relight it. I turned to where the flames were still dancing between the glowing coals and splashing red reflections upon the furniture, made 2 steps toward the grate, and incontinently the flames dwindled and vanished. The glow vanished. The reflections rushed together and disappeared, and as I thrust the candle between the bars, darkness closed upon me like the shutting of an eye, wrapped about me in a stifling embrace, sealed my vision, and crushed the last vestiges of self-possession from my brain. It was not only palpable darkness, but intolerable terror. The candle fell from my hands. I flung out my arms in a vain effort to thrust that ponderous blackness away from me, and lifting up my voice, screamed with all my might, once, twice, thrice. Then I think I must have staggered to my feet. I know I thought suddenly of the moonlit corridor, and with my head bowed and my arms over my face, made a stumbling run for the door. But I had forgotten the exact position of the door, and I struck myself heavily against the corner of the bed. I staggered back, turned, and was either struck or struck myself against some other bulky furnishing. I have a vague memory of battering myself thus to and fro in the darkness, of a heavy blow at last upon my forehead, of a horrible sensation of falling that lasted an age, of my last frantic effort to keep my footing, and then I remember no more. I opened my eyes in daylight. My head was roughly bandaged, and the man with the withered hand was watching my face. I looked about me, trying to remember what had happened, and for a space I could not recollect. I rolled my eyes into the corner and saw the old woman, no longer abstracted, no longer terrible, for pouring out some drops of medicine from a little blue phial into a glass. "Where am I?" I said. "I seem to remember you, and yet I cannot remember who you are." They told me then, and I heard of the haunted Red Room as one who hears a tale. "We found you at dawn," said he, "and there was blood on your forehead and lips." I wondered that I had ever disliked him. The three of them in the daylight seemed commonplace old folk enough. The man with the green shade had his head bent as one who sleeps. It was very slowly I recovered the memory of my experience. "You believe now," said the old man with the withered hand, "that the room is haunted?" He spoke no longer as one who greets an intruder, but as one who condoles with a friend. "Yes," said I, "the room is haunted, and you have seen it, and we who have been here all our lives have never set eyes upon it, because we have never dared. Tell us, is it truly the old Earl who—" "No," said I, "it is not." "I told you so," said the old lady with the glass in her hand. "It is his poor young countess who was frightened." "It is not," I said. "There is neither ghost of Earl nor ghost of countess in that room. There is no ghost there at all, but worse, far worse, something impalpable." "Well?" they said. "The worst of all the things that haunt poor mortal men," said I, "and that is, in all its nakedness, fear. Fear that will not have light nor sound, that will not bear with reason, that deafens and darkens and overwhelms. It followed me through the corridor. It fought against me in the room." I stopped abruptly. There was an interval of silence. My hand went up to my bandages. The candles went out one after another, and I fled. Then the man with the shade lifted his face sideways to see me and spoke. "That is it," said he. "I knew that was it. A power of darkness. To put such a curse upon a home. It lurks there always. You can feel it even in the daytime, even of a bright summer's day, in the hangings, in the curtains, keeping behind you however you face about. In the dusk it creeps in the corridor and follows you, so that you dare not turn. It is even as you say. Fear itself is in that room. Black fear, and there it will be, so long as this house of sin endures." End of The Red Room by H.G. Wells. Thank you for listening.
Retribution by George T. Spillman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Retribution by George T. Spillman. Mighty is the storm that rages in the sky, but it is as nothing to the storm that rages in the heart of the murderer. As he stumbles through the wet underbrush, every vivid flash of lightning is a searchlight spying him out. Every dead limb that bars his path is the hand of justice outstretched to stay his flight. Every roll of thunder is the gun in his pursuer's hand. The rain has drenched him, and his wet clothes chafe his body painfully. But he is not conscious of this. In the stark, blind, unthinking terror, pursued by nothing save the gnawings of his own guilty conscience, he plunges deeper and deeper into the treacherous forest. Suddenly, his foot drops into a hole, and his body crashes heavily into the ground. A single, agonizing pain in his leg, then blackness. His consciousness returns. He sits up. He cannot stand. The leg, perhaps it is broken. It is dark, but the sickly moon casts milky shafts of light down through the foliage. The shadows are thick, but horrors of hell! What is this? A white, transparent shape is hovering over him. It is visible, yet invisible. He sees through it like a film, but still, it is there. It is something. To his terror-crazed eyes, it makes the shape of a grisly specter. It is the man whom he killed a few hours ago. The face, ever so faint, is leering at him with hate and triumph. The murderer closes his eyes. With a trembling hand, he raises the revolver and places the cold barrel between his eyes. He pulls the trigger. Who will tell him that the ghost was only a wet spider's web, glistening in the moonlight? Once more has destiny played her card. The revolver, still smoking, lies on the damp ground, but now 2 bullets are missing from the clip. The retribution is complete. The end of Retribution by George T. Spillman. Seven Men in a Tank by John H. Green, from Weird Tales, March 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. 7 Men in a Tank by John H. Green. Hello, Sheriff. Warner of Arco Pipeline Company speaking. Want you to come out to our tank farm at once. Found 7 bodies when we cleaned out one of our big storage tanks today. Bring the coroner with you. 4 years as sheriff in one of the toughest oil fields the country has ever seen will harden a man to almost anything. I hung up the receiver and turned to one of my deputies. Look after the office till I get back, Bob. Found a bunch of stiffs in a tank at Smackover. Reckon I've got to go. I climbed into my old flivver and started out to hunt up Doc Smith. He had been called to the south part of the field, so, leaving word for him to follow, I drove out from the county seat and headed towards Smackover. The Arco tank farm was just on the edge of the field. 25 black steel tanks squatted in accurately spaced rows. Each held 55,000 barrels of crude. They were used to store the oil until it could be pumped to the refineries at Shreveport and New Orleans. 2 corrugated iron engine houses and a small field office completed the equipment. Warner met me as I drove up. He was timekeeper for the Arco and was temporarily in charge until the superintendent returned from Shreveport. Come over to the west engine house, he said, leading the way. We had to move 'em, 7 men, and not a mark of violence on a 1. No papers or means of identification, not even a pocket knife. It looks like robbery, but how in tarnation did they get in the tank in that shape? When? What for? It's got me beat. It's uncanny, man. I tell you it is. We arrived at the engine house. There were 7 forms laid out on the concrete floor, a large sheet of canvas covering them all. No, I told Warner as he started to draw back the canvas. Wait till the coroner comes. I don't want to see them now. Well, let's look at the tank then, he replied, eyeing me curiously. I agreed, and we walked out to the tank where the bodies were found. It did not differ from the others, except that it was on the outside edge of the group. Still, this huge mass of steel gave one the impression of a giant black reptile or prehistoric monster. silent, impressive, but evil. I tried to shake off this moodiness as I followed the timekeeper up the light but serviceable steps leading to the top. "She's been full of crude for the last 10 months, he informed me. "Just got it emptied yesterday." Down below were the crew of sweating, swearing men, at work scraping the bottom and sides of the paraffin residue and basic sediment. This latter was a mixture of oil, salt water, sulfur, and mud. "We found them just before I phoned you, all 7 in a kind of heap under the manhole. How did they get there? When? No telling, for crude preserves just like alcohol." "Let's go back and see if the coroner has come," I suggested. The coroner arrived just as we reached the office, a nervous little man, but a good doctor. Dr. Smith made a hurried examination, and then a more detailed one. 2 days later, he was no nearer the solution than he had been at first. "Not a scratch on them," he sputtered. "No dope or poison reaction. They must have gotten drunk and fallen in there. One thing, Sheriff, it gets on my nerves. Look at the features of all of those men. I never saw fear portrayed so strongly all my life. I don't understand it." "Neither do I told him. "I think it is hopeless. We have scoured the country. Every oil camp, barrel house, rooming house, dance hall. Of course, I don't expect an open confession, but there's not even a trace. No one knew the men were missing." "I guess we will have to give it up, Sheriff," the coroner told me a week later. "It will always be one of the old field's unsolved mysteries." It has been 6 months since the finding of the bodies. I have been re-elected sheriff for my 3rd term. I stand high over the whole state as an officer of the law. No one remembers the 7 bodies in the tank. I was strong. I gloried in my willpower and self-control. I was sure that time would efface those horrible, haunting, oil-soaked, fear-stricken faces from my memory. It has only made them clearer. When I'm awake, the memory never leaves me. Asleep, the 7 forms flit incessantly through my dreams. 10,000 times have the scenes of that night come before me. I was on my way home. I accidentally came across 7 men playing poker in an abandoned shack. All boys and young men. Not the hardened gamblers, hijackers, or vultures of the oil field, but working boys enjoying themselves after payday. I had the law back of me and received a commission on the fines I collected. Here was some extra change. I arrested the whole bunch. Not a hard procedure, for they were only working boys. Not being able to take them downtown with me, I looked around for some place that would do for a jail. A new 55,000-barrel tank. Just the thing. It wouldn't be used for some time, and I should be back tomorrow. I marched them to the top and searched them all, taking everything that could be of use to them in any way. Then I ordered them down through the manhole. "The ladder doesn't reach the floor," the first one exclaimed. "Drop," I yelled, "and make it snappy." The next day I returned only to learn that a tremendous well had been brought in the night before and turned into this tank. Oh well, I reflected, those boys got out all right. What's the use of worrying? They won't show up to answer those gambling charges. So I forgot the incident until Warner called me that day. Why was I so cool? I was certain that nobody would suspect me. Then, as I said in the beginning, oil field life had hardened me to almost anything. But now, last night I saw them standing in a sea of rapidly rising oil, choking and going under, one by one, overcome by the gas fumes before actually drowning in the heavy black oil. God, what a sight! Indescribable hate, terror, and fear. Today I received a letter from a widow in Kansas. Her only son has been missing for a year and a half. The description fit one of those 7 silent forms. Omar Khayyam was right. Hell is the reflection of a soul on fire. Bill Hickman is a respected man. Nobody suspects the sheriff. God, those faces, they get clearer. Want to drag me down with The deputy was startled by a report. He ran into the office to find the body of the sheriff sprawled over the table, a smoking automatic in his hand and a bullet hole through his temple. Before him lay a dozen sheets of paper that revealed the mystery of the 7 men in the tank. The end of 7 Men in a Tank by John H. Green. Shadows by Frank Owen. From Weird Tales, April 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Shadows by Frank Owen. In abject terror, Todd Grogan crouched on the stairs. The house was in utter darkness, supposedly deserted. Yet down below, he could hear the sound of someone moving stealthily about. Cold perspiration broke out on his forehead, as though his brow were a sieve. His teeth clattered, and his hands shook as if he were palsied. In the great folds of blackness, which enveloped him like a shroud, nothing could be discerned. From the bleak and barren mountain solitudes, the wail of coyotes drifted to his ears. But from the room below came a sound still more terrible, the faint rustle of someone moving cautiously about. Todd Grogan was a fugitive from justice. In fact, he had always been a fugitive. Since earliest childhood, he had fought incessantly against shadows, and now he was menaced by the greatest shadow of all. Folks used to say of him, "He is afraid of his own shadow." But what no one suspected was that he was afraid of everybody else's shadow as well. When there were no shadows, Todd Grogan was fearless. But where they existed, his terror was boundless. The fears which he had encountered during his lifetime had made him a pitiful wreck. Fears none the less frightful because they existed only in his own twisted mind. And then there had come a day which had marked a nauseating climax in his life. He had killed a man in a fit of temporary insanity. Up in the hills, where the huge pine trees loomed up to meet the sun like giant gaunt specters, when the ground was covered with frozen snow which crunched beneath his feet like breaking bones, he had been lost for 3 days and nights. During the hours of sunlight, he had been far from valiant. But as the shadows of evening crept down over the purpling hills, fear drove him absolutely mad, and he raced through the weird, eerie forests, shrieking like a madman. Thus he raved and tore about through the echoing woods until he fell exhausted. Then one night, as he rushed through the mountains in the pitch blackness, he had run full tilt into a man. With a cry of terror, Todd Grogan drew his knife and struck. When the authorities found him, he was still chopping away at the shapeless, lifeless body. Several days later, he was given a perfunctory trial, convicted of murder in the 1st degree, and thrust into prison. His guilt was established. The trial was merely a legal formality. Then followed the dreary hours of solitude, unbroken save when the old guard brought him food. At night, he lay on the cot in the dark prison cell, waiting for the dreaded hour that would rob him of life. His mind a chaos of fantastic emotions. He wondered about death. What would come afterward? Perhaps a man's life is simply snuffed out by death, and his soul existed no longer. He did not really fear death, but the thoughts of the countless shadows through which he would have to pass before the ultimate end made him a pitiful thing. In the yard, they were building a scaffold. The sound of the hammering came to his ears like the ominous beating of drums playing a funeral dirge. Only a few more days, and the black cap would be placed over his eyes, and he would be led out like a beast to be strangled in the presence of a few friends of the state who had been invited to witness the event. Lying in his cell, he imagined that he could see his blackened face, protruding eyes and foaming lips, and it would all happen in darkness. That was the most terrible thought of all. One morning he overpowered the old guard, and after stealing his clothes, he left the prison without opposition from anyone. Whether or not he had killed the guard, he neither knew nor cared. He was free. Nothing else mattered. And yet, can a fugitive ever be free? Todd Grogan had escaped from jail, but he could not break away from the clutching grip of the shadows. Now, as he crouched on the stairs, his blood had turned to ice. He listened. There was no mistaking the fact that someone was moving about in the room below. Perhaps there were more than one. Perhaps the house was surrounded and escape impossible. There was not the faintest ray of light anywhere discernible. Even the moon was hidden by billows of cloud. The blackness yawned up the stairs with such an intensity that it seemed peopled by 1,000 grotesque shapes. In his hand, Todd Grogan clutched a revolver which he had stolen from the prison guard. In it lay his only hope. He crept cautiously down the stairs. The boards creaked as loudly as the snap of a whip. At the foot of the stairs he paused. The sound was much more distinct now. He tried to locate the corner from whence it came, then fired twice. For a moment he waited, and then, as the sound was repeated, he knew that he had failed. Again he fired, once, twice, 3 times, but the sound continued. He only had 1 cartridge left. He hesitated for a fraction of a second only, then, placing the revolver at his temple, he fired the last cartridge. And now the moon broke through the clouds and shone softly into the room. Todd Grogan's body lay in the direct path of the light. His glazed eyes seemed turned toward the moon. Out of the shadows, a huge black cat padded softly forward and licked the dead man's cheek. The end of Shadows by Frank Owen.
The Terrible Old Man by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Terrible Old Man by H.P. Lovecraft. It was the design of Angelo Ricci and Joe Zanuck and Manuel Silva to call on the Terrible Old Man. This old man dwells all alone in a very ancient house on Water Street near the sea, and is reputed to be both exceedingly rich and exceedingly feeble, which forms a situation very attractive to men of the profession of Messrs. Ricci, Zanuck, and Silva, for that profession was nothing less dignified than robbery. The inhabitants of Kingsport say and think many things about the Terrible Old Man, which generally keep him safe from the attention of gentlemen like Mr. Ricci and his colleagues, despite the almost certain fact that he hides a fortune of indefinite magnitude somewhere about his musty and venerable abode. He is, in truth, a very strange person, believed to have been a captain of East India clipper ships in his day, so old that no one can remember when he was young, and so taciturn that few know his real name. Among the gnarled trees in the front yard of his aged and neglected place, he maintains a strange collection of large stones, oddly grouped and painted so that they resemble the idols in some obscure Eastern temple. This collection frightens away most of the small boys who love to taunt the terrible old man about his long white hair and beard, or to break the small paned windows of his dwelling with wicked missiles. But there are other things which frighten the older and more curious folk, who sometimes steal up to the house to peer in through the dusty panes. These folks say that on a table in a bare room on the ground floor are many peculiar bottles, in each a small piece of lead suspended pendulum-wise from a string. And they say that the terrible old man talks to these bottles, addressing them by such names as Jack, Scarface, Long Tom, Spanish Joe, Peters, and Mate Ellis, and that whenever he speaks to a bottle, the lead pendulum within makes certain definite vibrations, as if in answer. Those who have watched the tall, lean, terrible old man in these peculiar conversations do not watch him again. But Angelo Ricci, Joe Tzanek, and Manuel Silva were not of Kingsport blood. They were of that new and heterogeneous alien stock which lies outside the charmed circle of New England life and traditions. And they saw in the terrible old man merely a tottering, almost helpless graybeard, who could not walk without the aid of his knotted cane, and whose thin, weak hands shook pitifully. They were really quite sorry in their way for the lonely, unpopular old fellow whom everybody shunned, and at whom all the dogs barked singularly. But business is business, and to a robber whose soul is in his profession, there is a lure and a challenge about a very old and very feeble man who has no account at the bank, and who pays for his few necessities at the village store with Spanish gold and silver minted 2 centuries ago. Messrs. Ricci, Tzanek, and Silva selected the night of April 11th for their call. Mr. Ricci and Mr. Silva were to interview the poor old gentleman, whilst Mr. Tzanek waited for them and their presumable metallic burden with a covered motor car in Ship Street, by the gate in the tall rear wall of their host's grounds. Desire to avoid needless explanations in case of unexpected police intrusions prompted these plans for a quiet and unostentatious departure. As prearranged, the 3 adventurers started out separately in order to prevent any evil-minded suspicions afterward. Messrs. Ricci and Silva met in Water Street by the old man's front gate, and although they did not like the way the moon shone down upon the painted stones through the budding branches of the gnarled trees, they had more important things to think about than mere idle superstition. They feared it might be unpleasant work making the terrible old man loquacious concerning his hoarded gold and silver, for aged sea captains are notably stubborn and perverse. Still, he was very old and very feeble, and there were 2 visitors. Messrs. Ricci and Silva were experienced in the art of making unwilling persons voluble, and the screams of a weak and exceptionally venerable man can be easily muffled. So they moved up to the one lighted window and heard the terrible old man talking childishly to his bottles with pendulums. Then they donned masks and knocked politely at the weather-stained oaken door. Waiting seemed very long to Mr. Tzanek as he fidgeted restlessly in the covered motor car by the terrible old man's back gate in Ship Street. He was more than ordinarily tender-hearted, and he did not like the hideous screams he had heard in the ancient house just after the hour appointed for the deed. Had he not told his colleagues to be as gentle as possible with the pathetic old sea captain? Very nervously he watched that narrow oaken gate in the high and ivy-clad stone wall. Frequently he consulted his watch and wondered at the delay. Had the old man died before revealing where his treasure was hidden, and had a thorough search become necessary? Mr. Tzanek did not like to wait so long in the dark in such a place. Then he sensed a soft tread or tapping on the walk inside the gate, heard a gentle fumbling at the rusty latch, and saw the narrow, heavy door swing inward. And in the pallid glow of the single dim street lamp he strained his eyes to see what his colleagues had brought out of that sinister house which loomed so close behind. But when he looked, he did not see what he had expected, for his colleagues were not there at all, but only the terrible old man, leaning quietly on his knotted cane and smiling hideously. Mr. Tzanek had never before noticed the color of that man's eyes. Now he saw that they were yellow. Little things make considerable excitement in little towns, which is the reason that Kingsport people talked all that spring and summer about the 3 unidentifiable bodies, horribly slashed as with many cutlasses, and horribly mangled as by the tread of many cruel boot heels, which the tide washed in. And some people even spoke of things as trivial as the deserted motor car found in Ship Street, or certain especially inhuman cries, probably of a stray animal or migratory bird, heard in the night by wakeful citizens. But in this idle village gossip, the terrible old man took no interest at all. He was by nature reserved, and when one is aged and feeble, one's reserve is doubly strong. Besides, so ancient a sea captain must have witnessed scores of things much more stirring in the far-off days of his unremembered youth. End of The Terrible Old Man.
A Tryst with Death by Edgar White. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Tryst with Death by Edgar White. I do not know, but somehow I feel if you would venture there sometime after the turn of the night, I would know that you were there, and that good would come of it. If there is any way to make my presence known to you, I will do it. We may be quite near, you and I, to the great revelation. Who knows? The man who penned these lines stood closer to the great revelation than he perhaps suspected. A few days later, Dr. Robert St. Clair contracted a malady from one of his patients, and his death swiftly followed, as his constitution had been weakened from overwork. His remains now rested in Oakland Cemetery, overlooking the Mississippi. By his request, they were brought to the old hometown for interment. He wanted to hear the ripple of the great river that had been the playground of our youth. The quote was from the last letter he had written me. In some respects, Dr. St. Clair was odd. He had never become a convert to spirit communication, but he sought the answer to the riddle as diligently as some men seek gold in the mountains. He wanted to know. From the coal miners he had learned that there was a sort of inner movement of the earth along about midnight. At that hour, rock would fall in the pit, and the cross timbers would groan under their weight. It was a period when all the hidden forces of nature were in action. The doctor held the theory that if those on the further shore could deliver a message, or make their presence known here, it would be along about that period. In his letter, he spoke rather wistfully of wishing I would try the experiment with him in case he was called first. and I conjectured that when he learned his malady would end in his death, he stipulated that his remains be brought to our cemetery, where the matter would be convenient, if any place could be convenient for a man to go out into a graveyard after midnight, and there await the appearance of a shadowy form from the other side. By nature, I'm intensely practical. Being a newspaperman, I'm rather cynical about ghosts, spirit communications, Ouija boards, and fortune tellers. But I recalled with a rather queer sensation that the day before I received the telegram announcing the doctor's death, I labored under a queer fit of depression. It seemed as if something was going to happen. The doctor had spoken of these things and cited several startling instances. I didn't relish that experiment in the graveyard. Not that I had expected to see or hear anything, but I had the apprehension that one often feels, no matter how case-hardened, that something unusual might happen. The doctor and I had been very close friends until he left to go to the city, since which time we had corresponded occasionally. He never married. Too busy, I suppose. Of course, I had to go out there and see the fool business through. I loaded up with cigars and matches and carried a heavy walking stick. The stick was for dogs and tramps. It would be useless against the sort of people I might be going to meet, I knew. Oakland is a lovely cemetery. It is on a rolling bluegrass hill running right up to the bluffs of the great river. There are many beautiful trees. I've known of men who died thousands of miles away and asked that they be buried at our cemetery because of its singular picturesqueness and solemnity. It was a pretty moonlit night, and I chose to walk rather than hire a car. I knew all about the place in daytime. You rarely see people who have business in a graveyard at night. The trees were grotesquely large, and the thick foliage shut out the rays of the moon. It was an intense dark, and I had a flashlight and could follow the driveway. At times there would be queer rustlings among the grass and leaves. Occasionally there was a strange cry of a night bird and the distant bay of a hound. Sacred to the memory of, I knew how all these headstones read, terminal marks of life's journey. On the very old ones were indexes pointing upward, always upward. God grant they traveled that way. If there is a way. I shuddered. In a moment I would know. The vault was on a sort of cleared space, not far from the edge of the tall bluff, the foot of which was lashed by the tide. "Hello!" I cried. A woman was standing at the front of the vault, moving her arms dramatically. She wheeled on me, and I was startled by the unearthly beauty of her pallid face. Cold shivers ran down my spine. I might as well set it down right here that I believed I had met a being from another world. The time, the place, the dark dress with the hood thrown back, revealing a face of rare loveliness, but pale as death. What could it mean? But she broke the spell. "Who are you?" Her voice quavered with emotion. She had been weeping. "A good friend of Dr. St. Clair's," I replied, and my voice showed the agitation I felt. "Did you know him?" It was evident my presence had not scared her, and that was why I still regarded her with doubt. "Yes, he saved me from hunger, then killed my soul." I cannot convey the intensity of the words. As she stood there, her hands clenched, with deep furrows in her forehead. I wondered whether she was human, or something sent up by the fiend to curse the dead. Certainly, none with a right heart could feel bitter toward a man like Dr. St. Clair. "You are a friend of his? Then listen," she went on passionately. He never wronged me in the usual way, not that, but he was always kind and gentle and good whenever he came about me. He would lay his hands on my shoulder and call me his good little girl. I was a nurse, and he let me love him. Love. Why, I would have died for him, and he knew it. He knew it as well as if I'd told him. But I was no more to him than the boards he walked on. Go on, I said, sitting down on the bench near the vault. He died suddenly, and I never got to tell him, she said. But I know he had an odd fancy that the dead might come back over their graves and communicate with the living. His idea was they awakened after midnight. And I came all the way to tell him what I thought of it. I love him so. She stamped her feet. Then she broke down crying and flung herself on the bench beside me. She looked intensely young and childish. It was hard to keep away from the idea that she wasn't a woodland fairy, crushed and bruised, out there in the moonlight. Listen, little friend, I said. I have known the man you speak of much longer than you have. You have simply mistaken him. I'd stake my life on his honor toward women. If he let you love him, he loved you. You can set that down. She stopped crying and straightened up, moving a little closer toward me. I am here tonight at his request, as conveyed in the last letter he wrote me, I went on. I have that letter with me. What is your name? I asked abruptly. Agnes Lindell, she whispered. That's the name, I told her, and you can see it in a few moments yourself. Now listen here, and I held the flashlight to the paper. In our hospital is a young lady named Agnes Lindell, one of the sweetest and most faithful girls I have ever seen. I can imagine your ironic smile at this, coming from a hard-boiled woman-hater like myself. To no other person would I make the statement, and you know me too well to attribute it to boastfulness. But this dear little girl is so grateful to me for fancied service that she thinks I'm the greatest fellow in the world. If I wasn't sure her feeling was founded altogether on gratitude, I'd ask her to marry me, despite me being many years older. But I can't get away from the conviction that it would be wrong to take advantage of my influence over her. I love her too much for that. God knows I want to do what's right, and should anything ever happen to me, Jim, and you could find her, I wish you'd tell her that with my last breath my thoughts were of her. The girl reached gently over and took the letter from my hand. It's mine by rights, she murmured. I nodded. It's yours. She fixed it to her bosom some way, taking extraordinary pains, it seemed to me, to secure it with pins. Then she smiled and impulsively held out her hand. I'm so glad I met you, she said in a deep, melodious voice that seemed to be hers by birthright. Her face was serene and happy. It was rather lucky, I remarked, but it's getting chilly out here. Hadn't we better be going back? We were standing close together, she hanging to my arm as we strolled slowly along. Do you believe the people up there understand the truth of all of these things that worry us so down here? She asked, looking eagerly into my eyes. Most assuredly, I replied. There is no doubting up there, no grief, no sorrow at separation. We were following the path close to the edge of the bluff. An icy chill, like the breath of death, came up from the deep water below. Suddenly, to the northeast, a long, slender, pink streak of light appeared over the trees on the far side of the river. Look, she cried, letting go of my arm. The dawn is breaking. It's all light over there. He's calling to me. I see him. Doctor! Robert, I'm coming! And before I could reach her, she ran to the edge of the high bluff and leapt off like a bird. The end of A Tryst with Death by Edgar White.
The Vampire of Croglin Grange by Augustus Hare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Newgate novelist. The Vampire of Croglin Grange by Augustus Hare. Fisher may sound a very plebeian name, but this family is of very ancient lineage, and for many hundreds of years they have possessed a very curious old place in Cumberland, which bears the weird name of Croglin Grange. The great characteristic of the house is that never, at any period of its very long existence, has it been more than 1 story high, but it has a terrace from which large grounds sweep away towards the church in the hollow, and a fine distant view. When, in the lapse of years, the Fishers outgrew Croglin Grange in family and fortune, they were wise enough not to destroy the long-standing characteristic of the place by adding another story to the house, but they went away to the south to reside at Thorncombe near Guildford, and they let Croglin Grange. They were extremely fortunate in their tenants, 2 brothers and a sister. They heard their praises from all quarters. To their poorer neighbours they were all that is most kind and beneficent, and their neighbours of a higher class spoke of them as a most welcome addition to the little society of the neighbourhood. On their part, the tenants were greatly delighted with their new residence. The arrangement of the house, which would have been a trial to many, was not so to them. In every respect, Croglin Grange was exactly suited to them. The winter was spent most happily by the new inmates of Croglin Grange, who shared in all the little social pleasures of the district, and made themselves very popular. In the following summer, there was one day which was dreadfully, annihilatingly hot. The brothers lay under the trees with their books, for it was too hot for any active occupation. The sister sat in the veranda and worked, or tried to work, for, in the intense sultriness of that summer day, work was next to impossible. They dined early, and after dinner they still sat out in the veranda, enjoying the cool air which came with evening, and they watched the sunset and the moon rise over the belt of trees which separated the grounds from the churchyard, seeing it mount the heavens till the whole lawn was bathed in silver light, across which the long shadows from the shrubbery fell as if embossed, so vivid and distinct were they. When they separated for the night, all retiring to their rooms on the ground floor, for, as I said, there was no upstairs in that house, the sister felt that the heat was so great that she could not sleep, and having fastened her window, she did not close the shutters. In that very quiet place it was not necessary, and, propped against the pillows, she still watched the wonderful, the marvellous beauty of that summer night. Gradually she became aware of 2 lights which flickered in and out in the belt of trees which separated the lawn from the churchyard, and as her gaze became fixed upon them, she saw them emerge, fixed in a dark substance, a definite ghastly something, which seemed every moment to become nearer, increasing in size and substance as it approached. Every now and then it was lost for a moment in the long shadows which stretched across the lawn from the trees, and then it emerged larger than ever, and still coming on. As she watched it, the most uncontrollable horror seized her. She longed to get away, but the door was close to the window, and the door was locked on the inside, and while she was unlocking it, she must be for an instant nearer to it. She longed to scream, but her voice seemed paralyzed, her tongue glued to the roof of her mouth. Suddenly, she never could explain why afterwards, the terrible object seemed to turn to one side, seemed to be going round the house, not to be coming to her at all, and immediately she jumped out of bed and rushed to the door, but as she was unlocking it, she heard scratch, scratch, scratch upon the window, and saw a hideous brown face with flaming eyes glaring in at her. She rushed back to the bed, but the creature continued to scratch, scratch, scratch upon the window. She felt a sort of mental comfort in the knowledge that the window was securely fastened on the inside. Suddenly the scratching sound ceased, and a kind of pecking sound took its place. Then, in her agony, she became aware that the creature was unpicking the lead. The noise continued, and a diamond pane of glass fell into the room. Then a long bony finger of the creature came in and turned the handle of the window, and the window opened, and the creature came in, and it came across the room, and her terror was so great that she could not scream, and it came up to the bed, and it twisted its long bony fingers into her hair, and it dragged her head over the side of the bed, and it bit her violently in the throat. As it bit her, her voice was released, and she screamed with all her might and main. Her brothers rushed out of their rooms, but the door was locked on the inside. A moment was lost while they got a poker and broke it open. Then the creature had already escaped through the window, and the sister, bleeding violently from a wound in the throat, was lying unconscious over the side of the bed. One brother pursued the creature, which fled before him through the moonlight with gigantic strides, and eventually seemed to disappear over the wall into the churchyard. Then he rejoined his brother by the sister's bedside. She was dreadfully hurt, and her wound was a very definite one, but she was of strong disposition, not given either to romance or superstition, and when she came to herself she said, "What has happened is most extraordinary, and I am very much hurt. It seems inexplicable, but of course there is an explanation, and we must wait for it. It will turn out that a lunatic has escaped from some asylum and found his way here." The wound healed and she appeared to get well, but the doctor who was sent for to her would not believe that she could bear so terrible a shock so easily, and insisted that she must have change, mental and physical, so her brothers took her to Switzerland. Being a sensible girl, when she went abroad, she threw herself at once into the interests of the country she was in. She dried plants, she made sketches, she went up mountains, and, as the autumn came on, she was the person who urged that they should return to Croglin Grange. "We have taken it," she said, "for 7 years, and we have only been there 1, and we shall always find it difficult to let a house which is only 1 story high. So we had better return there. Lunatics do not escape every day." As she urged it, her brothers wished nothing better, and the family returned to Cumberland. From there being no upstairs in the house, it was impossible to make any great change in their arrangements. The sister occupied the same room, but it is unnecessary to say she always closed her shutters, which, however, as in many old houses, always left one top pane of the window uncovered. The brothers moved and occupied a room together exactly opposite that of their sister, and they always kept loaded pistols in their room. The winter passed most peacefully and happily. In the following March the sister was suddenly awakened by a sound she remembered only too well. Scratch, scratch, scratch upon the window, and looking up, she saw, climbed up to the topmost pane of the window, the same hideous brown shriveled face with glaring eyes looking in at her. This time she screamed as loud as she could. Her brothers rushed out of their room with pistols and out of the front door. The creature was already scudding away across the lawn. One of the brothers fired and hit it in the leg, but still with the other leg it continued to make way, scrambled over the wall into the churchyard, and seemed to disappear into a vault which belonged to a family long extinct. The next day the brothers summoned all the tenants of Croglin Grange, and in their presence the vault was opened. A horrible scene revealed itself. The vault was full of coffins. They had been broken open, and their contents, horribly mangled and distorted, were scattered over the floor. One coffin alone remained intact. Of that the lid had been lifted, but still lay loose upon the coffin. They raised it, and there, brown, withered, shriveled, mummified, but quite entire, was the same hideous figure which had looked in at the windows of Croglin Grange, with the marks of a recent pistol shot in the leg. And they did the only thing that can lay a vampire. They burnt it. End of The Vampire of Croglin Grange.